Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Good morning. Good morning. Now, yes, you might be checking your watches and thinking, hang on a minute, why are they live on Sewing Street? Well, we know the clocks have changed, so we've all changed our clocks and we'll have our early bird at 8 a.m. But we thought, for some of you guys, you might not have actually changed your clocks and you might have been tuning in expecting us to see us live. So we thought, you know what, we're going to bring you an extra hour of live Sewing Street. So here I am. So I'm going to be with you right the way through till 1 o'clock and I hope we can count on your company as well. And to thank you for tuning in, we have got some amazing deals that we are going to be sharing with you. But so many amazing deals. They will be on the website. They're all going to be live. You can jump ahead and have a little look. They won't be at their final price on the website. When we actually get to them, that's when we will drop those prices down. So if you like the look of some of those deals, pop them into your basket because it doesn't matter if you pop them in at that full price, you will pay the lowest price along with everybody else. Now, I would like to know that I'm not on my own here. So if you fancy getting in touch, then you can do. Obviously, the website, you're going to find all the products, but it also gives you the opportunity for you to check out what's coming up today and also to get in touch. Talking about, should we have a look at what's going on today? Can we do that? Shall we? Because we've got a fabulous day. It's a bit of an interesting one because rather than kind of those hour divisions between the shows, some of the shows we've kind of got an hour and a half long, and that's where we're at the moment. So I'm going to be with you for an hour and a half with some fabulous deals. So there you go. And it's an extra hour live. So for the next 90 minutes, I'm going to be bringing you some amazing deals. Then at 8:30, we've got the lovely Jenny Jackson coming in. And if you've been following her fabulous quilt, you will know that you are due to get that October strip in place, and she's going to be here showing us that. But don't worry, if you've not got involved with it previously, you can get involved at any time, and we have the previous months available as well. So make sure you tune in. Beautiful blue quilt, you're going to love it. Absolutely gorgeous, hanging up in the studio. Then Suzie Duncan is in town. So Jenny's going to be with us for an hour and a half as well, bless her. Sanderson Bamboo Birds Quilt Kit. I've not seen it yet, but it's that. Oh, look at that. Oh, I have seen it. It's to the side of me. Oh my goodness, that is exquisite. That is going to be a popular one, so make sure you're tuning in for that one. My goodness, that's going to fly out. Then we're doing a little bit of English paper piecing. Honeycomb rectangle storage. I love a little bit of VPP. So tune in at 11 o'clock with lovely Jenny for that one. And then Susie's back, and we're going to have a Creative Grids Ruler Masterclass. So you'll have to excuse me if I drift off, because I will become a customer during that hour, and I will be like making a list of all the quits that I need. So yeah, if I suddenly disappear, it's because I'm kind of placing a cheeky little order. Now, how do you get in touch? I'm sure you know, but just in case you don't, there's a few different ways. You can email us if you want to, or and there you go, studio@sewingstreet.com. Couldn't be simpler. But well, it could be simpler because we've got the messaging system on the website and the app. We've also got Facebook. I've got it open here. I can see lovely people popping up already. I've got well, actually, I don't know if these have come through the night, because it says morning John. I'm not John, so I think those are ones from yesterday. So yeah, if you fancy messaging, you can do it via social media, or of course, if you need to place an order, you can shop online, or you can give our call centre a call on the number as you can see there. If you fancy getting in touch and it literally being fed through to the studio, then use the message system on the website. Just literally like typing a little text in, you'll have a message box on the website, and you can already message me through that one. So that's pretty much the housekeeping all done. I think we've covered everything. We don't need to do the fire exits or anything like that, so we're all right. But I can see you are shopping already, so I better get a move on, hadn't I, and show you what we've got. So we have got some lovely fabrics. So I'm going to move these gorgeous scissors out the way. We've got Tula Pink coming up. We've got panels. We've got kits and all sorts. So better get a move on. Right, so these. You are going to love these. These are beautiful fabrics, all on a sewing theme, as you can see. And I love this, that we've actually got 4 of them, because quite often we work with 4s, don't we, when we're doing quilts. So we've got 4 of them, but they are individuals, so you can kind of choose where you're wanting to go with regards to these. So let's start off with this gorgeous lavender that we've got. Now, this is pretty. These are beautiful. Now, we don't have huge quantities of these, so, yeah, make sure you get in early with regards to these. So we've got these beautiful pieces. Now, we're looking at, is it 1/2 metres that we've gone with these? So reasonable size pieces, as you can see. So opening that up. I'm just looking on Facebook at the moment, and I'm seeing John's Hands and Quilt Clips, which isn't me. So I'm not sure if we're live on Facebook or not, but I'm keeping an eye on it. I might need to kind of refresh. I'm not too sure. It gets everywhere, does that, John Scott? So, yeah, you can see I'm not going to open it up fully. Well, I can do. Shall we? Go on, let's do it. Let's do it. Look at that. That is such a cute fabric. Nice small repeat as well. So if you are doing things like your sashing, or maybe you want a nice binding on something, I don't think you will actually miss the content of the design, because sometimes when you're doing small pieces, you can lose, and it's almost like guess what it is kind of thing, isn't it? But with these, small enough for you to actually see what they're doing. But let's look at that price. Now, look at this price. This is phenomenal. £4.99 for a 1/2 metre piece. Now, I need to ask the question, if we are going for this one, and we want to go for increased quantities, is it continual piece or is it pre-cut? Right, now we don't know. So in this scenario, what I often say is it will be pre-cut. And then that way, if it's all connected, it's a bit of a bonus. But to be honest, we'll be cutting it up anyway, won't we? So it's not always at the end of the world. So, yeah, this is really weird, because we've apparently got loads of messages coming in. I feel a little bit rude that I'm not responding. But now I've got Becca. Oh, no, I can see myself now. Oh, I've updated. A bit of a slow cog turning then, but yeah, I've updated, I can see. Right, now I haven't got the messages come through, but I will see them, I'm sure. So, we've got loads of messages coming through. Who are we hearing from this morning? Susan in Staffordshire, good morning, my lovely. Thank you for joining us. Morning, Hayley. What a bonus to have an extra hour of sewing shopping. Put my teeth in. I'm not quite ready for the extra hour, as you've probably told. So, yes, Thank you for your messages, and thank you for the little kiss as well. So beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now, move on to the next fabric. Keep checking out. We haven't got huge quantities of that one. I know it's very, very popular, but look at this. I love this. A tumble of thimbles. Now, I don't know if that is the correct collective noun for them, but I like it. Because they look like they're tumbling, don't they? I like it. Now with these, again, you're looking at your ½ metre pieces, and again, that price has crashed down to £4.99 for a ½ metre piece. A tripling or a trickling? A trickling of thimbles. Who'd have thought there was a collective noun for thimbles? But there you go, there is, and it's a trickle. I think I'll prefer a tumble, but there you go. It just looks like they've kind of just been thrown there and they've all tumbled into place. Now, this is lovely because this is a grey feature fabric, which is brilliant because it's going to work with anything. So any colour that you bring in, we love our gorgeous kind of grey tones blend in so well, don't they, as well? And you've got your different tones. So you've got your dark, you've got your mid-grey, you've got your paler grey in there, and some almost like lighter tones in there as well. Really nice one. Again, a small repeat. So let's just turn over the edge and see what that might look like if you're using it as a binding, because that's what you might be doing with it. And again, I don't think you're going to lose any of that detail. I know you can still see that they're thimbles, can't you? So that is a really nice one to go for. Very useful fabric, I have to say. But you're already jumping ahead to those safety pins, so we're going to have a little look at those next. If you fancy that one, get it into your basket. But of course, check your baskets out. This is one of those hours where you need to be going and checking your baskets out quite timely. And if you do kind of see things and you come back later on, they may well be available, but at midnight, the prices are all going to go back up again. So make sure you're placing your orders before then. Now, can I just mention, because we've had a few little messages come through about not being able to see the products on the website, so we're going to do a bit of education for you. So here you go. This is how you can find the products. Now, there's me wafting fabric around, as I do. Then as you click on Go Live, when you scroll down, you will see coming up on today's show. You just need to click on there and you can jump ahead and see. Ooh, I like the look of some of those. Oh, nice. Oh, bit of Tula Pink coming up later on as well. So we've got all sorts of gorgeous things, but they are going to be going for crazy prices, but you will pay the lowest price. Even if you're popping them into your basket at the prices that you've seen now, I mean, £4.99 already is a good price. I mean, £7.99 for Tula Pink is brilliant, but if it's going to be going down as well, get in there early. There's that fabulous sewing pin fabric. Now, it's starting off at £6.99. But that's the one that we're going to be looking at next, so it's not going to be staying at that price. So good morning, Sue, Susan, and Marie. You've all been kind enough to message through, so good morning to the team as well. It's a little bit sparse this morning because there's not many people in the building at this time in the morning, but thank you. But we kind of like it that way. We're running the joints. Now, fabrics. Let's have a look at these. So there's two, as you can see, but we're going to concentrate on the first one, which is the lighter background. So I'm just move the grey out of the way just for a few moments. Similar sort of concept, small repeat with this one. Again, a good size piece. You're looking at ½ meters of these. So again, good size pieces. I've opened that up to your quarter size. So that's kind of like your fat quarter, but you can see a good size repeat with that one. If I get my fingernails in there, you can see that they're a good size. And again, it's another one that is going to be beautiful if you do decide to use it as a binding. And this one, I think, is brilliant, not only for your sewing projects, and don't forget we've got Jenny coming up with those fabulous boxes that she's going to be creating for us. What about baby-themed? I know we don't really use nappy pins nowadays, but they kind of still are associated with babies, aren't they? The word nappy is kind of the clue, really, isn't it? But that'd work, I think. A very traditional style, but lovely. Nice alternative to a white if you want something that's got a little bit of a personality to it. And at £4.99, definitely worth going for, just in case you need it. So there you go. Then again, you did spot that grey version, so we're going to show you that one because these two, again, you could quite easily use them alongside each other, couldn't you, if you wanted to? Make a nice little quilt, maybe a solid grey alongside them. Make a nice backing potentially. Now with the grey, you have got here your grey tone with a little tiny polka dot. You don't notice it so much in the white. It is there, but it's quite a pale grey. But this one, you can see it more predominantly. That's a good word at this time in the morning. And again, you've got a ½ metre piece giving you all of that gorgeous safety pin content. Love it. Really pretty fabric. Nice, useful one to have. Sometimes these are good to have as a stash, aren't they, just in case. I call them my just-in fabrics. I call them my just-in fabrics, just in case I need them. Now, we've checked our system here, guys, and we have seen all of the products live on our website here. So you might need to press that kind of little, is it like a little arrow thing at the top to refresh? It's like a little kind of whirligig, isn't it? Usually it's alongside the web address, I think. And then you just kind of click on there. We might be able to show you on our page, actually. So, yeah, if you refresh, we've got them all there, you see. So, yeah. Now, we've got tools coming up in this hour as well. Now, I've got this coming up on my website, not on my website, on Facebook's, because we're watching live, so we can actually see all of those there as well. So lots, oh, there's Jenny's panels. That quilt is absolutely gorgeous. One of my favourite colours, blue. And it's lovely because you've got deeper tones going right the way through to the pale tones. Oh, they had a quarter plus rulers. Oh, they're brilliant. I've got one of those. Love those. Lots of tools coming up as well. And there's that gorgeous quilt, that Sanderson Bamboo Birds. Absolutely beautiful. We've got tools that are going to help you with your construction, so things like clips, you've got your rotary cutters, and stay tuned for that Creative Grids Masterclass. I'm very much looking forward to that one. And oh, look at the little bags there, the honeycomb bags, looking forward to those. 6 hours doesn't sound too bad when you look at the website, really, does it? So I love it. So next we're going to look at something that's got much brighter tones, and that is Tula Pink. Straight away. Tula Pink just brightens the day. So I'm just going to move those back just to keep everything in order. Now, we've got two fabrics. They are on separate item numbers, I believe. Oh, look at those. Happy fabrics. Now, this is lovely because this is limited with regards to the quantities that we've got. We've not got huge quantities of these, and you've already been shopping for it. So, again, with this one, you're looking at ½ metre piece. And again, it is a beautiful fabric. That green... That is a gorgeous green with this one. And you've got all the fruit content in here as well, which gives it that real zesty feel. But £4.99. Where else can you get Tula Pink fabric for £4.99 ½ metre? It is beautiful. I'm thinking of anything that you're doing for the summer. Maybe you can be doing little kind of picnic projects. Absolutely perfect. Oh, that's a good idea. An apron as well. So Georgina's just come up with that idea. Love it. Fabulous. Beautiful. Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful, you're liking this one a lot. And I'm not surprised. You've got pineapples in there, plums, I think. Did I give you the wrong name then? Georgina. Is that that is you, isn't it? What's your name then? I thought you were Georgina. Laura. Oh, I do apologise. Oh, sorry. I do apologise, Laura. And I knew it was Laura because in my call sheet it said Laura. I'm so sorry. I'm hopeless, absolutely hopeless. So it's Laura's idea, that one. So there you go. Beautiful. Now, look at this. This is beautiful. Just look and see if we've got any more messages coming through. This is beautiful. That little rainbow in there. We love rainbows, don't we, with different projects. And this is lovely because you've almost got that sunburst behind it as well in the white. Again, matching the price that we saw on the previous one, £4.99, and it is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This is beautiful. You're loving this one. This is going to be a perfect combination. I mean, if you're into your EPP, I mean, look at that. I know that's not a hexagon. I can't make a hexagon out of my hands, but yeah, you can imagine a little hexie shape with that. But you can see what I'm doing, can't you? So you could be actually isolating those and have them right in the centre of your EPP pieces. So that would be a beautiful one to work with. Love that soft blue that you've got. But then you've got the pop of the reds and obviously all the colours of the rainbows coming in. So you can use it in loads of different ways. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous feel to it. And you have been loving that one as well. So there we go. Absolutely gorgeous. So... let's go for, should we go florals next? So we've got these beautiful little florals. Now this one, I don't know if you need the code number, J29 this one is ending. And it's got lovely. Is this one, I thought when you said posies that this one might be the one. So there you go. We're on the same wavelength, Laura. Look at that. It's got a lovely vintage feel to it, but obviously it's a modern fabric, it's new fabric. Half-metre pieces again with regards to that. So a beautiful, beautiful soft grey with the gorgeous little flowers on there. You've got a little bit of kind of your sage green in there. Fabulous vintage feel to it. It's almost a vintage price actually, $3.99. $3.99 for a half-metre piece. Good point, Laura, with that one. It's got a bit of an oriental feel. It's those kind of lilies or orchids, isn't it, that you've got in there? And that gorgeous pop of blue. Didn't notice it at first, but if you bring a different blue in, I'm not saying that these fabrics match, but you'll find that when you actually use a solid that's got a blue, you'll probably notice those more so. If you brought in more of a peachy tone, you probably see the centre of the flowers more so. Very clever fabric, I like that. I like that one a lot. This one, again, is one that I would be using maybe for my binding, because again, you can see there, absolutely beautiful. Isn't it pretty? In fact, we've got another fabric that's a very similar one to that one, which has got a white background. So that's this one here. And that is repeating that same feel. So that is a connection between those two because you've got a repeat of that fabric. So let me just fold up the grey and get that one out of the way because we need to be neat and tidy in hours like this because we've got a lot of fabrics. So there we go. Let's just fold that up there like so. No, I'm not going to take all the code stickers off. That will get me into trouble. Look at this. This is so pretty. This one makes me think of little kind of summer dresses because it's got that lovely fresh feel to it. And again, you can go for your multiples. I can't guarantee that they'll be in a continual piece because we don't know, to be fair. But it'll be a bit of a surprise or a bit of a bonus if they are. But if you are making a small garment, little summer dresses, maybe a little kind of smocked type dress where you've got a bodice and the gathered body, then yeah, I think you could get away with that. Lovely, pretty fabric. Really pretty. It's got a lovely kind of fluid flow to it as well. Lovely drape. And of course it works with that grey that we saw a few moments ago as well. Some of you going for this in multiples. So Teresa, I can see you've gone for multiples of these ones. As I say, I've just mentioned that I don't know whether it will be a continual run. I hope so. But we will try and get an answer on that. I'm not entirely sure with some of these. Sometimes they're pre-cut because it's quicker for us to actually get them sent out to you. So I don't know. Bit of a bonus if it is, to be fair. Right, so there we go. We've got those two there. Can I bring one in that is totally different, but still florals? Look at that. Bang! I love it. I love it. That pop of colour that you've got. That darker background really does make those flowers pop out as well. Now, I don't know if we call this ladybird. Sorry, I should have given you the code, shouldn't I? Ends I37. RGU I37. Now, this one, if you make your bags, oh my goodness, this is going to make the most amazing bag. Whether it's a panel that you're using, whether you could be using this, and dare I say it's a cheeky lining, so on the outside of your bag might be plain, but when you unzip it and you look inside, it's like bang! Look at all these gorgeous flowers. So, so pretty. Beautiful. It's got a kind of 60s vibe to it, hasn't it, with that floral content? I feel like I should have daisies in my hair. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, lots of you shopping. Half the stock has gone for it. I'm feeling the same as you. Brilliant value at $3.99. Bulk buy this one if you want to. You've got your little salvage edge, which I think is really cute in its own right. That pretty, the little flowers there. Nice if you are looking to match fabrics and threads and things like that, those, aren't they? But I kind of like that as the little florals. Really pretty design. It is actually called Ladybug Glove. They must be underneath the flowers because I can't see them. It's implied. There might be a kind of buddy fabric that works alongside that that's got ladybirds. I don't know, to be honest. There are ladybirds in there somewhere. Now, questions coming through about the early bird. Don't worry, we have still got the early bird at 8 a.m. We're just bringing you a bit of a bonus hour. Obviously, the clocks have changed, and we thought that some people might not have changed their clocks, may well have tuned in thinking it's 8 a.m., which obviously it's not. So we just thought, well, we might as well turn up and not do anything else. So might as well be here. So there you go, that's what this is all about. And loads of you have been joining us, some lovely messages. Christine, thank you. Great to see you on Sewing Street again. And it's great to be here. You know how I love it, it's my happy place. So many of you, Ange as well, Marie, lovely comments as well. So we have had confirmation. I should be doing that, shouldn't I? No. Yep, we have had confirmation. Confirmation that if you go for multiples, there will be continual runs. So there you go, that's good news, isn't it? So that's probably going to change it all, because I know some of you do like those complete pieces. So anything that we've seen so far, that is the story with those. So shop for those, again, if you're wanting to. So just notice this little pin cushion, how cute is that? We'll look at that later. Where should we go next? Should we go down the floral route? Oh, now, this is a nice one. Actually, these two together are quite pretty. So I'm going to put them side by side and we'll look at these in order. So this one, very small repeat. This one is WJY V30. And this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. In the words of Laura, this is going to be a crazy price. This is such a ditzy design. We're going to be looking at a lot of ditzy designs in the next kind of section. So I'm going to speed things up a bit because it's already 25 minutes past. £2.99. Told you crazy, didn't I? £2.99 for a half metre. Now, this is a beautiful fabric, absolutely beautiful. It's called Vintage Miniatures, and I think that's the range with regards to this one. I'm looking for a little salvage edge. It doesn't actually say on here, but they are. These kind of remind me of those vintage style fabrics that you might see. Little tiny repeats, so perfect again for things like your sashing. I mean, look at that. That would be absolutely beautiful as a sashing. Nice if you've got small pieces. Nice if you're wanting to dilute a larger print potentially. And it's got a lovely kind of, it's not a mustard tone. It's like a kind of, dare I say, a custardy yellow, which doesn't sound very attractive, but it's beautiful. And the print on top has got almost like a vintage kind of taupe brown tone on there. Really, really pretty. Useful one to go. Brown is not a good word, is it? It's like when it's brown. Beige. Oh, beige could do. It's like a coffee tones. There you go. Sometimes you just need the words. Oh, latte. We're going down the coffee route now. Now, this is another one. As I say, all the ones that we're looking at now are going to have that small repeat. So this one here, RUY V69. Beautiful. This one has got a lighter background to it as well. So it's got your gorgeous little peach flowers on there as well. This one, from that same vintage range, Vintage Miniatures, tossed flowers. They must have just been thrown up in the air and that's where they landed. Beautiful, again, lovely little repeat with that one. Really pretty design. And again, a lovely one. If you just fancy that little kind of breakup, just a little bit of edging. There's a lining as well. I mean, the quality, to be honest, the quality is too good to have on the inside of a project. But equally so, it would look absolutely beautiful. Nice for those small projects as well. So, yeah, brilliant. I mean, when you consider this is a half metre piece, so 1 fat quarter you would expect to pay £2.99, which is a very good price. But to get the equivalent of 2 fat quarters, your half metre for that price, it's kind of the equivalent of kind of like £1.50 a fat quarter, isn't it? Which if you saw that, if you were out and about and you saw a sign that said fat quarters, £1.50, you'd be filling your basket, wouldn't you, with those? Which is exactly what you're doing, filling your basket. So beautiful. I'd love to sit and look at that one a little bit longer, but no, we need to move on. It's a shame. Sometimes you want to absorb these, don't you? In fact, I'm going to bring the whole pile over because, can I show you this? I'm not going to, obviously there's going to be multiple item numbers. So can I just very quickly show you? Because if I just kind of show them, and then you can jump onto the website and have a little look. So have a look here. We've got everything from your gorgeous kind of apple greens, beautiful blues, lovely pinks. You've got that more of a zesty green there, the lovely lilac, beautiful, and that gorgeous vintage pink. These are all from that vintage range, I'm feeling, because you can see that kind of vintage feel to them. But we are going to work our way through them individually so as you have the opportunity to shop for them. So the green one is up on your screen now, so WRYV03. You will notice a continuity with these ones because obviously we've seen several that have gone down to £2.99, so you can kind of see where we're going with these, so do jump ahead with them. They're all little tiny repeats, which are beautiful. I will warn you, we've got lots of sellouts, so I will try and keep up to date and let you know what's gone and what's not. Some of these could sell out before we even get to That little one that we saw earlier on with the vintage, with the yellow, that one has sold out now. So if that's the one that you were looking for, then that one has gone. So I'm going to put that in my out of stock pile over there. I've got a feeling that pile's going to be like this by the end of the session. So I'll just have like, just one little piece here, maybe just a pink cushion sitting in the middle, and everything else will have gone. Although the pink cushion could have gone as well. So that's that beautiful apple green. So keep shopping for that one while you've got the chance. Lovely feel. And it's got lots of different colours in there, yellows and lilacs, that gorgeous kind of berry tone that you've got in there as well. So very, very pretty. Next one, oh my goodness. This is so pretty. It's my colour, it's that blue. This is going to look fabulous. Anything that you're creating, maybe with a chambray denim, maybe you fancy changing, so I'll keep forgetting about the stickers, sorry. So anything, because sometimes, you probably know, I like my shirts where I kind of change the pockets into different fabrics, put different plackets on there as well. You've got all sorts of kind of different ways you could use this with your denims, but this is a brilliant size fabric. $6.99. $6.99 if you're wanting to go for this. Of course it's not. We're having a laugh. It's not $6.99. It's $2.99. And it is so pretty. And of course it's a time of year when you might be making your Christmas gifts. Maybe you've got, oh, okay, I need to move on because this one's over allocated. It's about to sell out. These little flowers fabrics, these ditzy fabrics, are perfect if you're wanting to do things like dolls' dresses as well, outfits. I know lots of you work with the different patterns to create teddy bears and patterns and clothing and things like that, so perfect. Now this is pretty. Pretty pink. This one, oops, here we go. As you can see, gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. These are flying out, you're loving these. $2.99, what's not to love? Why would you not? $2.99. This morning, I grabbed a bit of breakfast on the way in, and it cost me the best part of $5, and it was only a coffee and like a wrap. So it didn't, I was going to say it wasn't a lot. Absolutely beautiful. So gorgeous little tiny ditzy pink with regard to this one. Again, you're loving it, loving it. Oh, I want to sit and peruse these fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. That one's another one. It's not quite on my sold out pile, but it's heading that way, so I'm going to put it over there. So I wonder if we could put the air conditioner. I think I might be having a personal summer or a power surge. Personal summer or a power surge. So, yeah. Oh, bless you. Lauren's going to come in with a big leaf, apparently, and fan me. Now, the blue one has sold out. So just very quickly, just to refresh your memory, the blue one has gone. Pink one is heading that way as well. But have we done the green? That looks very similar to the... Oh, I can see. It does look similar, but it's not the same. So this one. So this one is lovely. Beautiful, zesty green. This is pretty much down to single figure, so this one is going to go as well. You are snapping these up. I like, you're shopping like Hayley shops, which I love. That makes me very happy. A savvy shopper. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. Beautiful. Pink one that we just looked at, I'm not going to bring it back in, it has gone, but the green is still available. And that's kind of the last in that kind of range, really, with a similar sort of flowers. So if you missed out on the pink and the blue, this one is about to go as well. We've got less than a handful. In fact, I was supposed to tell you that we've got a handful left and we're down to the last two, so gives you a feel for the show, so doesn't it? My goodness, I haven't been ignoring you guys on social media, but I can see we've not had anything else come through. I think you're concentrating on what we're selling, which I don't blame you. Can I show you these two side by side before we show you them individually? Because these two, we've got the purple, we've got the pink, as you can see, but it's the same pattern on both of these. I'm just having a quick scoot. I don't think we've got any more from this range. So this is a lovely one if you kind of want a yin and yang, a positive and a negative. Go for both of these together. It's going to be $2.99, both of these. $2.99, half metre, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, it's just a nice alternative to a solid, isn't it? Having that little bit of interest in them. Pretty little, almost like a vintage flower sitting in there. Isn't it pretty? Really, really pretty. Nice for little kind of projects. It could be that you're doing, I don't know, picnic items, so maybe little place settings, things like that. Might be that you're just doing little pouches for your Christmas gifts. then you very easily could make several pouches out of a ½ metre of these, couldn't you? Very easily. I mean, you're looking at what, maybe 3 or 4 quite easily out of just 1/2 of that. So doubling that, maybe 6 projects. 6 projects for £2.99. It's not often you can say that, is it? And these are nice things. We're at home, we're busy making dog bandanas because one of the local charities that we support, where we got our little rescue from, Little Molly, or Piglet as she's sometimes called because she's got curly tail. Molly's her official name, but Piglet is her kind of name that we call her. Yeah, we're making dog bandanas, so those would be perfect. Down to single figures with that one as well. So these are lovely for little crafty projects, aren't they? But they're quality that you can use for your quilts as well. So, yeah, beautiful. As you can see, £2.99. Price is down already on this one. And it's just, this one for some reason reminds me of like ice cream or something like that, that gorgeous kind of pinky tone. Little tiny polka dots in there as well. Again, giving it that vintage feel. And I do like a little bit of polka dot, I must admit. One of my favourite prints, that one is. So, yeah, really pretty as well. Can't go far wrong, can you? Classic. It doesn't matter whether you're using that the minute it arrives or you're using it several years down the line. It doesn't matter. It's a timeless classic. And at £2.99, brilliant value for money. So is that one, shall I put that one in that pile? Is it heading in that direction? I'm going to pop it over there just for a moment. We did have good quantities of that one, but I've got a feeling it will end up over there at some point. Right, now we've got actual ladybugs, proper, well, not real ladybugs or ladybirds, because there'll be a lot of people saying they're ladybirds, so ladybirds. Oh, this is fun. Now this does actually work with, it's from that range, that Ladybug Love range that we were looking at earlier on. So this, oh my goodness, this is so good. Bright yellow. I mean, what a contrast this one is. What a contrast. Small repeats. So again, if you are wanting to use this maybe with a solid, if you've got like the solid yellow and you've managed to get a good match with that one, or the red, perfect. Perfect as your edging. Love it. Lovely fluid feel with it as well. And again, a good size piece. ½ metre. £3.99 this one. Lots of you going for these. Keep checking those baskets out. It's not yours until you complete that purchase. And if you are jumping ahead and having a look on the website and you check out your basket, you will still pay that lowest price. So even if you add it into your basket and you check out at £6.99, your card won't be debited until all of your orders for the day are batched up. Are all batched up at midnight. So, yeah, beautiful. So that's a gorgeous one. Put that there. Should we keep going down that yellow theme with this one that we've got here? And this one, this is an ombre. Gorgeous ombre. Ombre. Well, ole, but yeah, you know what I mean. These both have got the same print, but very, very contrast with regards to this one as well. So let's flip this one over. This one is CYU I28. Now, it might look a little bit different on your website, because look at that. This is an ombre. Look at that. And I like an ombre because it's almost like you've got 3 fabrics for the price of one. So you're going from that gorgeous orange through your yellow tones into your grey, right the way through to a very dark charcoal grey. Does it go beyond that? Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, it goes the other way then. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to open this one up for you. Can I hold this one up to show you? Because, do you see? So it's almost like you've got 3 different fabrics in that, doesn't it? So it's an ombre going in and coming out. Now, there may be a phrase for that. I must admit I'm not sure. I don't know. I've not heard of it. So if you know, let me know. Love it. Oh, we're kind of talking of the graphical, in the graphical sense. Oh, I don't know. So it kind of comes in and out. I like that. Brilliant idea. And it is like you're getting several fabrics for the price of one. And you could be doing, nice if you're looking at doing something like a bargello, because you've got the different colours almost there as well. So, yeah. Beautiful. They're giggling at me. They're taking the mick. And I don't mind at all. I don't mind. Saying how I struggled with Sewing Street this morning, but bargello just rolled off the tongue. I'm awake now. I'm awake. I've gone past 7:30. I'm awake. So that is fabulous. This next one is really pretty one. Really pretty. And this, if you like your monochromatic look, if you do a lot of monochromatic quilts, which I know many of you do, it's another big word for 7:30 in the morning, isn't it? This one is beautiful. Again, a small repeat. Again, dare I say, if you've got your fabric pens and you fancy adding colour with this one. Now, this one, what's the on this one? This one is, where am I? GJUI84. So it's the same print. £2.99 this one. Well, that one, wasn't that £3.99? Ooh, so you've got an extra little pound off. Might be because you've not got the colour content. I don't know how they work these things out. Yeah, I'm much the same. Laura's saying, I just do as I told. This one is over allocated. I'm not surprised. That is going to go in that pile over there because that's not going to last the hour. So absolutely beautiful. Love that one as well. Now, there's one that I need to let you look at before. Oh, gosh, the Autumn Stars. That one. Oh, hold on, that one there. Is it that one? Is it that one? Yes, try again. ORUI47. See, this is something that's interesting because Laura just said to me, oh, it's like stars. Well, for me, it almost looks like little dandelion clocks. You know, when you blow them, the little tiny little bits there. So there you go. It is what you want it to be. But whatever you want it to be, it's £2.99. And it's lovely. Again, a nice alternative to your solid whites, your solid creams, because it's got that little fleck of colour in there. Lovely, almost like claret colour in there, or burgundy. Lovely vintage blue and a gorgeous kind of latte. I'm going to call that one latte because it is a light brown. So really, really pretty. And yeah, a great alternative. Nice for your sashing, that one is. That's going to be one of those ones you can use to have your larger pieces and have a little rest. Gorgeous fit. Is that from that vintage range? Oh no, it's not from the vintage range. Ah, what's the stuff? Oh, nice. See, it's got a vintage feel to it, but it's not necessarily from that range. So that one, is that heading? Oh my goodness. So many of you going for multiples of these, and if you have just joined us, they are cut to order. So do give us the time to actually get those orders out to you. But what it means is if you are going for your multiples, like Deborah has done, like Meg has done, like Valerie's done, and Sandra as well. We're going all from the, where are we going? We're going up to Scotland, we're in Buckinghamshire, we've gone over to County Armagh as well, so we're all over the place. Oh, Alison, you're local. You can pop round and pick yours up. You're in the West Midlands. No, don't do that because I'll get into trouble. There'll be a queue of people waiting for their orders. We don't do that. So, there you go. Anyway, is that going in that pile over there? Is that going to sell out, that one? That's going to go over there. So look at all of these that have sold out already. And that's before we've actually got to some of the others. Right. Oh, the little flay I heard, that one. That one has definitely gone now, so yeah, thank you to everybody. And there's quite a few that have almost sold out as well. I've just spied one with little cats on. I better show you that one next, I think, because it is beautiful. So, right, so yeah, be quick. I think that's the kind of the moral of the story today. Now, with this one, it feels a little weightier, this fabric. I don't know. Oh, it's still 100% cotton. Perhaps it's just in my head. But you wait till you see this. You wait. Are you ready for this? Because you're going to get crazy for this. Da, 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 da. Look at that. And this is really interesting because you've got your ribbons with this one. So this is brilliant. This is brilliant. All you need to do is cut along that, get your roll, cut with your rotary cutter. You've got some fabulous borders that you're going to be able to incorporate. You've got cats, you've got houses. You've got, with these, they're like little llamas. Little llamas. Aren't they cute? When I first looked at them, I thought they've got an Egyptian feel to them because they've got quite a pixelated look, all of the different designs, and it's almost like a cross-stitch effect, I suppose you could say, with them. But you've got your little llamas in there. You've got this gorgeous, almost like an Aztec ribbon. But have you look at this? Look at this. They're little sheep. They're like looking at you. Look at these, all lined up. You would never, ever get your sheeps all lined up like that, would you? Your sheep. They're fabulous. I love it. What a lovely fabric. And you've got a nice repeat with this one as well. So in your half metre, it might not cut exactly the same as this one because obviously it just depends on where it is on the bolt. But what I'm finding here is I've got kind of 1, 2, 3 repeats of that particular one. The houses, 1, 2, 3 repeats of that. The cats, 1, 2, 3 repeats of that. The sheep, 1, 2, 3 repeats. And you've probably got, you've got a couple of repeats of the Aztec one. So one of the designs you're potentially going to find that you're going to get 2 repeats of, but the others you might get 3. So it just depends on how it comes from the bolt. But again, if you fancy going for multiples, it's almost got like a woolly feel to it. Not a feel to it, but when you look at it, it almost looks like it's been knitted, but it hasn't. It is your fabulous fabric. That is going to go, and that one is going to go. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm glad you like that one as much as I did. I just saw it and thought, I'm going to tell you about that one next, because sometimes I can do that. So let me, I didn't fold that one up very well at all, did I? Where are we going next? We've got another purple one. Is it this one here? Oh, okay. Now, this is an interesting one. What are we calling this one? Knitting. Oh, look at that knitting nook. I knew there was a kind of like a knitting feel to it. Now, this one is, it's like little patterns. Isn't that clever? And you've almost got like, you know, when you've got a knitting or a cross-stitch pattern and you've kind of got it laid out. But equally so, I looked at that and first of all, I thought it was a Sakudo board with your layout, but a very geometric look. Purples in there, deeper berry tones in there, lighter purples, pale tones in there as well. And that little pop of that kind of peachy tone in there as well. So nice one, that one. Half metre piece, £2.99. Very nice, brilliant value for fabric. And if you like your geometrics, which I know many of you do, that is definitely one to go for. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. Brilliant quality throughout. Oh, I am so glad that you've tuned in because we never really know. I mean, this is a bit of an impromptu extra hour. And there's a lot of you that have tuned in because, and this, I did have a bit of a panic, and I know some of you have messaged to say the same, that your clock didn't automatically change because sometimes you have to, it's like the one on the cooker and the one on the side of your bedside. You have to actually physically change it, don't you? And if you're a bit kind of blurry-eyed as you're waking up, you'll probably look at it and think, oh, it says 8 o'clock, I'll put Sewing Street on. And obviously, if we weren't live, because technically we wouldn't normally be here until 8 a.m, then you'd be getting a repeat of Through the Night. But no, we thought there's going to be people that, just like you, have tuned in thinking it is 8 o'clock, so that's why we're here. But usually at 8 o'clock, we will bring you that early bird. We've not done it yet. We've not done it yet because we know lots of you will have changed your clocks, and you'd be rather cross with us if we've had an early bird at 7 a.m. and you missed it. So that is still coming up at 8 o'clock, and you'll all want to get hold of those. Now, where should we go? Now, we've got some, this is almost like a canvas feel, these ones. So these are definitely geometrics, aren't they? Look at those. So with these ones, you've got, where am I? CSF 173. Now, you've got a similar kind of print on each one of these. Should we go the pinky purples to start with, I think, since that one's that I've got here. And this is nice. You've got teals in here as well. Now, this one, I'm feeling it. It's more of a weight of a Panama, this one, or a canvas, maybe. What are we calling this one? So this one is, let me just double check the code. Ooh, where is it? There we go. This one is 173. So this, okay. So with this, I mean, you can see it is a different weight. So this one is more of a kind of a Panama or a canvas type. So brilliant for bags. Again, you've got that strip detail almost with this one, haven't you? So if you did want to use it in your bags and you're wanting to kind of cut them in strips, maybe the edge of a pocket, picking out that denim blue, picking out that pink, that dusky pink, gorgeous teal that you've got in there as well. Soft greys, really nice fabric. And again, if you're wanting it, if I just kind of try and separate it out for you to give you an idea of what it would look like. That, if you wanted to use that on the edge of a project, it's almost got those triangle feel, hasn't it, to it? But equally so, nice if you're using it in its entirety. Nice if you're wanting to make a geometric cushion. So if I kind of show you roughly a square piece of that, These are cut to order as well. Now, excuse the way that I've kind of bunched that up, but I'm trying to give you the illusion of if you're cutting a square with that. So if you wanted to do a cushion, it would look something along the lines of those. It's a perfect one for home decor, isn't it? Who's gone for 4 repeats of this one? Leanne. Good shopping. What are you making with it, though? I'm intrigued. But you could be making quite easily out of that piece. If you're doing, you could do 2 cushions or 1 cushion if you're using the fabric on the front and the back, and still have a little bit left over. The little bit that you've got left over, very cleverly, you could just use a strip of that, or have several strips that you're kind of piecing together with other fabrics that you've got of a similar weight. So a very usable ½ metre. Or 2 metres if you're Leanne, because she's gone for 4 of those. Very nice. Now, we've got other colour options with these ones. We've got some lovely kind of terracotta. So this one's got the sage green in it. This one is, where am I? HKF163. And we've called this pomegranate. Oh, pomegranates. Pomegranates are very good for you, aren't they? They're one of those power fruits, aren't they, I think, or super fruits. They're a bit of a pain. I remember as a child, my dad would buy a pomegranate, cut it in half, and me and my sister would sit there with a little pin and eat all the berries. Oh, memories. I love it. Now, this is a gorgeous one. You've got that gorgeous pomegranate colour coming through. Oh, Leanne's message back in. What are you shopping? Love this fabric. I'm going to use it for home decor. Absolutely. Absolutely home decor. There you go. We're on the same wavelength, Leanne. Good shopping. Thank you for letting me know, because I'm incredibly nosy. I'm not going to apologise for it either, because I look for ideas from you guys as much as the other way around. Again, similar print that we saw earlier on, just a different colour palette. So your home decor might be more of those kind of berry tones, those more sage green tones, maybe the darker grey, charcoal kind of grey that you've got in there. But again, ½ metre piece, £3.99. You see why it's been called pomegranate. You're liking that one a lot. So again, that is the second of the 3 different colour options that we've got for that one. You wait till you see the last one, because the last one is very on trend. We've called this one burnt orange, and you will see the burnt orange in this one, but I almost feel that this one should have been called mustard, because you've got that lovely mustard pop, which is everywhere, isn't it? Mustard and grey together, everywhere you go on the high street for your home decor. Beautiful. And it might well have been one of the Pantones of the colour. Oh, they did 2 colours that year, did they? 2020. Oh, okay, that's why it will have been everywhere then. So there you go. Yellow and grey, that would work well. That gorgeous mustard tone, isn't it lovely? That lovely denim kind of bluey grey that you've got. And again, you've got that lovely kind of warm kind of, well, I don't know what you'd call that. Nice kind of brown tone that you've got there. And of course, that pop of orange, which is kind of our lead fabric, burnt orange, with regards to the name. Maurice. 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 I love it. Love it. Maurice. Or Maurice. Love it. Perfect. So there you go. So I think, have we completed all of the ½ metre fabrics? So those are all of our ½ metre fabrics. So have a look on the website. We won't potentially go through them all again, because it's taken us best part of an hour to go through those, and I've still got loads more to show you. So do look on the website if you have just joined us. You'll be able to see all the fabrics. Some of them may well, I don't know how it appears. I don't know whether they still appear on the website, but then it's, oh, there you go, it says sold out. I wasn't quite sure how it works, so you can't add it to your basket. So we're not teasing you, because you wouldn't want to add it to your basket and then you get to that final point and then it says, sorry, too late. So yes, yeah. Keep in touch, social media. Cheryl, is this not a yesterday programme? Oh, I don't know. If you're finding that you've not got, well, how would you know if you're not watching me? But just refresh your screen. Kind of go through the sentence, and when I think it through, I think, hang on, yeah, how would you know? Because you can't hear me, but yeah. So just refresh the page. So Donna, good morning to you as well. Right. So panels, where should we go with the panels? We've got all of the, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is brilliant. Now, obviously, Halloween is Tuesday, isn't it? So it's very unlikely that you will receive this in time. But do you know what? I know lots of you love that kind of Halloween-y kind of theme throughout the year. This is brilliant. especially because some projects do take a bit of time to come together, don't they? And I love this because this is a panel made up of so many incredible pieces. I mean, look at this, $5.99. I'm going to put my hand over the spider because I know lots of people don't like spiders. So you've got your skeleton down there, very happy looking skeleton, a peace-loving skeleton as well. You've got your pumpkins, you've got, oh, I don't know what you'd call that, a little bit of a scary person. You've got your Dracula in there as well. You've also got your trick-or-treat ghost. That's cute. You've got, I'm trying to keep the spider covered up. Birds, I know some people don't like birds either, do they? This is a funky one. Look at that, Funky Frankenstein, banging out the tunes. See, that's what he must do for the rest of the year. He's out on the road gigging. Oh, look at that. That is pretty. Beautiful cat there. And then you've got some really fun and funky pieces in there. So this panel has come from $9.99 down to $5.99. And again, look at that. I love a selvage. Sometimes the selvages are really good fun, aren't they? Little pumpkins, jack-o'-lanterns down there as well. So I know it's going to be a little bit too late for this Halloween potentially as well, but loads of colourways in here, gorgeous oranges and obviously your browns as well. So yeah, do like that one. I'm going to put that one away because I know sometimes people aren't keen on birds and spiders. So beautiful. But this is one to have ready for next year, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. Love it. Right, so I'm going to pop that one to that side. Can we go from kind of dark to pretty? This is beautiful. This one is your Henry Glass Tweet and Treats. And you will know why. Look at that. That is so sweet. Now, I think this is going to be a panel that I'm going to need to hold up. So with this one, it's a ½ metre. Is it a ½ metre piece? Oh, it's slightly, right, okay, I understand. It's 0.6, so it's slightly bigger, and you'll understand why when I hold it up, because I'm not the tallest of people, but hopefully you'll be able to see it in its entirety. So it's a full panel. So this is very easy going to be a centrepiece for any quilt, and it is going to look beautiful. Could be a table runner with that. You've got obviously all those cakes. Look at all those cakes, a beautiful little bird sat on the top there. And then you have got all the gorgeous little teacups, tumbling teacups. You've got your teapot there as well. And down at the bottom, which potentially, if I kind of move it up a little bit, you might be able to see. Sorry, that's probably going to look really weird on your screen as I'm jiggling it around. But you've got little borders at the bottom there as well. This is where I wish I was about 4 inches taller. But I'm not. So there we go. Isn't that pretty? Really pretty. Nice, easy project, that one as well. So, yeah, like that one a lot. It's down to $5.99. Really pretty one. So, yeah, liking that one a lot. So, now, dare I say, have we got Christmas ones? Oh, let's have a look at those next then, because you will have time to make those up, won't you? So, what we've got, that one, is that a Christmassy one? Christmas tree, that looks like a Christmas tree one. Halloweeny ones there, that's a Christmassy one as well. So, right, okay, so these are the Christmas ones. So, where should we go first? Should we start off with this lovely grey one, this soft grey one? So, this one is BRU I59. Now, this is pretty. This one has actually got like a silver fleck coming through it. And this is a brilliant, this is almost like a project panel. So, it's not a specific project, but it could be whatever you want it to be. So this is going to go down to $5.99. Now, bear in mind, there's still plenty of time for you to do your Christmas projects. And this one, you've got a nice space between these. So if you're wanting to add your 1/4 inch in, you can do that quite comfortably. You've got your large panels, as you can see there. Now, I'm going to get my tape measure out if I can, because if I get my tape measure out, I can tell you how big these panels are. And it should be in here somewhere, along with all my other survival kit. There it is. So there we go, all sorts of goodies in there. So the larger pieces, I'm going to do them in inches to start with. So they are just about 5 3/4. So 5 3/4 roughly square. They're slightly taller actually, so they're not complete squares, but it gives you an idea with the sizing. If you want your metric, then you're looking at about 14.5 centimetres. So those are the larger pieces. The smaller ones, which would make fabulous little gift bags, in fact, those larger ones would as well, you're looking at 3 inches, which is going to turn around at just over about 7.5 centimetres. So good sized pieces, and you're getting a lot of them. So I'm going to hold this one up again because you'll be able to see that you've got the larger panels and you've got quite a few. And I don't think you've got any repeats in here. When I look at them, I'm just doing, you've got similar, so you'll have baubles, you've got some that have got little phrases on their sentiments. Dare I say, I haven't counted them up, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so that's 20. You could potentially be making an advent calendar with these, to be honest. The smaller ones, you've got 20 of those. The larger ones, you've got, 12. So you might need, yeah. So there's plenty there to make an advent calendar, but so pretty, like that one. Really, really pretty, so absolutely beautiful. So gorgeous. I love it, absolutely beautiful. Now, we are rapidly approaching 8 o'clock. So brace yourself, because you know what happens at 8 o'clock. I'm going to be introducing something to you in a few moments, which I know you love, and I know many of you have been waiting for. So brace yourselves, we're going to be telling you all about the early bird. That's fine. Oh, where is the early bird? Oh, is it this? There's me looking for it. I was picking up the wrong thing. I do apologise. It's worth the wait, though. Honestly, it's worth the wait. So if you have tuned in, 8 o'clock, it's one of those deals that we bring to you at 8 o'clock. It is our early bird deal. And it's always a deal that is very, very popular because you wait for it and you look forward to it. And today, this is our early bird. Early bird time, and this is a classic. It's one that we have seen before, but it's one that is always incredibly popular. And you're getting 2.5 metres of this one, and it is a beautiful weight fabric. So with this one, you're looking at $18.95, or are you? You know, you're not. So this is beautiful. Now, when you actually look at the price that we're going to be bringing to you, it's almost like you're paying for 2 of the metres and half a metre is coming to you as a bit of a bonus. £14.95 for 2.5 metres worth of fabric. Now, the width on this one, it's a good size width, this one. Do you know? I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, I think it's about 145, the width on this one. Really good size, big piece. If you're looking at backing a quilt, then you could quite easily go for a couple of these, because with your 2.5 metres length, whether you're using that across your width, which you could do, couldn't you? You could go across your width. So it's 122, so I wasn't quite right with that one. So inch-wise, did we say 44? Yeah, 44. I like to double check, because you can't assume anything, can you, nowadays? But this, oh, it's too big for me to handle. Hold on, let's give that off there. So this, you're starting off at this point, and then as I bring it towards me, you have got 2.5 metres. It's still going, it's still going, it's still going, it's still going, it's still going. And there we go, that is the end point there. It's too big for me to hold up in its entirety. So 44 inches wide, 120 centimetres, perfect for backing a quilt, beautifully soft as well. It's got like a lovely kind of natural feel to it. It's like a seeded cotton, so you've got little tiny flecks in there, which I think give it personality as well. It's at first sight, and you could be forgiven for thinking this if you're looking at it through the camera. It might look a little bit like a calico, but it's not. It's a lighter weight than a calico potentially. 100% cotton, a natural seeded bundle. 20% of the stock has gone. Now, it's not limited to one per customer, so if you are thinking about backing quilts and using it for multiple projects, by all means do go for a couple of sets of these. But absolutely beautiful. Now, I opened that out and I didn't really think about it, did I? Because once you open it out, it's got to be put back together. But please keep shopping for this one. I can see lots of you coming in. It's literally flying out. So, yeah, this is your early bird. If you have just joined us, good morning. We've actually been here already an hour, but You missed out. You missed out. We've had some fabulous prices, but we wanted to make sure that if you were tuning in at 8 o'clock, then you would still be able to take advantage of the early bird, which is why we've kept it at 8 o'clock. The fabrics that we were looking at, we've still got some amazing deals, so do have a little look. We had some sellouts. We didn't have huge quantities of some of those. Talking about not huge quantities, half of the stock has gone of this one. So yeah, if you're wanting this one, then the details are on your screen there. PM6684. Brilliant one to go for. Soft enough to use for your backing. You could also use it if you're wanting to do something with a vintage feel with regards to these. So you could use it for a separation. So if you're working with things like your sepia tone fabrics, it would look beautiful. So it's a nice, very affordable way for you to back your quilts, and lots of you going for this. I hope we've got enough for everybody to take advantage of it as well, because there is a lot of you getting involved for this one. So yeah, good shopping. You've bagging some bargains. Looking like around 60% of the stock having gone. It's going that quickly. The updates are kind of catching up with us. So around 60% we're looking at having gone. This isn't going to last the whole of the day. Obviously, if it does, you can still get hold of it. But I'd be surprised if it lasts through till 1 o'clock, which is obviously when we say goodbye to you from Sewing Street here. So yeah, we're looking at single figures now with that one. It's going to go. So thank you to everybody who took advantage. Don't forget, tomorrow there will be another early bird at 8 o'clock. So make sure you tune in for that one as well. But we've got some fabulous things to share with you. We've got some lovely deals. We've got a clearance. We're making space. And we've got some fabulous Christmas panels we were looking at, actually. So I'm going to show you more of those. Now, lots of you have been getting in touch. Loads of you have been getting in touch. We're live on Facebook, which I know lots of you have been messaging through to the studio as well. So thank you. It's nice to have your company. Cuteness alert. This is so good. Oh my goodness, you're going to love this. Look at these. Now I'm going to waft it. I know that's irritating when I waft it like that, but you need to see this in its entirety. Oh my goodness, cuteness alert. Lots of kitten joy, as you can see there. So this is your Furry and Bright patchwork panel. It's just over 1/2 metre wide at 62 centimetres, and that's because that's your panel width. And you've been shopping for this one on the website already, you found this one. But this is going to be brilliant for all of your different kind of gift bags. Again, panels to use on quilts. You've got your main centre panel there. We've just looked at 2 pieces that could very easily be very large cornerstones. But look how it spells out joy and kind of like the candy canes. I'm going to move it up a little bit so you can see the bottom ones. Oh, look at this. That is a sight that many of you will see, I'm sure. The kittens are in amongst all of the different gifts that you've got. So Christmas trees take a bit of battering, don't they, if you've got cats in the house. And there is a kitty delivering all of those gifts. That is so cute. I love the separation fabric as well with that polka dot. Isn't that cute? Oh my goodness, look at the price, $6.99 on this one. And this is flying out. This is flying out. So I'm not going to take time to fold that one up because I want to show you the next one as well. Got loads to get through. Half an hour, I've got a guest turning up. I need to get myself sorted. Now, if dogs are more your thing, I think this is a doggy one. This is a project kit. And this one is where you're going to be making a little doggy toy. Well, not a toy for your dog, but a dog-style toy. So look at this. This is cute. So with this one, you have got your fabulous little character who, when you cut him out, has got no ears, or her. But then you've got all the elements there to not only create your fabulous project, you've got all the instructions there, and you've got little kind of shorts, dungaree shorts that you're going to be making with regards to this one as well. And absolutely adorable. Beautiful colour palette as well. Nice one. Maybe you've got a young sewer in the family. Maybe you're teaching somebody to sew. Well, you could be very easily teaching them how to sew, and they've got a little project that they're going to be able to keep for years and years to come. These are the kind of gifts that you're either making and giving or helping somebody put together that they will be having. They'll be making it for this Christmas, but they'll probably use it for Christmas when they're 18, 21, passing it on maybe to their own children and their own grandchildren with the memories that you're making of putting that together. So beautiful. $9.99. First time we've seen it at that price. Not surprised. Flying out. Don't forget, midnight tonight, all the prices are going to go back up to those top prices, which, to be fair, $14.99 for that panel, I'd pay that anyway. So, but it could be a case that the stock will have gone with that. Very, very quickly, I'm going to show you this one because this one is kind of like a pumpkin theme one, just so as we've kind of ticked all the boxes and we've gone through everything. So this one is called Pumpkin Patch. And with this one, you've kind of got, I suppose it's the equivalent of 4 fat quarters with this one. So you kind of got contrast in fabric. So you can see with this one, you've got that fabric there, which is your kind of your half of your width. That one there, and I'm going to flip it over to show you the other, and you've got, there you go. So you've kind of got 4 fabrics within the one panel, $6.99. Obviously, as I've said before, we won't get it into you in time for Halloween, but it's autumn themed. So yeah, autumn themed. Then you're still going to be able to use it right the way through, because I don't know when autumn officially finishes, really. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I suppose, is it mid-winter's days, the 21st of December, is it something like that? So that's the shortest day, isn't it? So anyway, I don't know, potentially. I'm not sure. Oh, November the 30th apparently is the last kind of official autumnal day. I don't know. It can be whenever you want. I'm not a big rule follower, shall we say. Now, panel-wise, this one here, I haven't given you an item number for this one. Excuse me. I think we might already have it there. Oh, can I just clear my throat a moment? Sorry for that. Right, here you go. Another panel piece. This one is giving me the vibe of postage stamps. So this is brilliant. Starting off at the top, you've got your fabulous phrase there, love. Some of them are being a similar width, so nice if you are constructing a quilt and keeping your kind of continuity going, working your way down. And I love this, and I'm just going to give it a little bit of a tug, because again, I'm not tall enough. But down at the bottom there, it's almost like a stencil flower. You could actually quite easily be doing a bit of kind of faux, almost like a stained glass window look with that, couldn't you, if you got your narrow bias tape out. Home sweet home, how cute is that? So like that. So projects are a brilliant way for you to kind of work and make a project out of the panels, should I say. Brilliant for your projects. Kits as well are another lovely way for you to actually have a final project that you've created. And we've got quite a few kits that we've got here. Some for quilts and some, which is a lovely applique one as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now, these are all from the lovely Yvonne and Village Fabrics, so you know she takes pride in her kits. She gives you that difficulty level. I think I put too many syllables in that word there. This one is kind of like a middle-of-the-road one. So nice if you're a confident sewer, shall we say. But look at the price. £64.99. Is that not our final price? Oh, look at those fabrics. I'm going to treat you an extra tenner coming off that price. And the colours coming together, absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm just trying to look to see, do we know what size? Oh, there you go. 51 inches wide by 51 inches high. So a really good size and a lovely pattern. I mean, look at that. That gorgeous spiral there. Learning lots of techniques potentially with this one. You've got obviously your piecing coming together. You're going to learn about your sashing with this one. You're going to learn about your cornerstones with this one. Piecing here as well. Absolutely beautiful, but safe in the knowledge that you've got all of the fabrics that you need to create your quilt top. You need a little bit of freezer paper, which you've all got in our stash. Your wadding, very much a personal affair, depending on what you're wanting, and your backing fabric, which could quite easily be the early bird if you got hold of that, because that would work with this beautifully. $54.99, that's what you're paying. All of your fabrics in the right quantity, so you haven't had to go and shop for a ½ metre when you only need a small piece of it. So that's what Yvonne does. Make sure you've got the right amount of fabrics, helps keep that price down. So $54.99. Loads of you going for that one, so love that one as well. We've only got one of those left, I think, so yeah, you need to be quick. Now, Amelia's Wheel is another one. Now, this one is a lap quilt. At first sight, I looked at this and I thought it was a Christmas project, because it looks very Christmassy, doesn't it, with your reds and greens. But when you look closer, you've actually got little flowers around here. So this is one that you could quite easily be using around Christmas time, but it'll see you right the way through the year. So this one's called Amelia Wheel. You can see just a little over that kind of intermediate difficulty level. Again, look at the price, $49.99. Oh, beautiful fabrics, Yvonne, you've chosen wisely. Absolutely gorgeous. Dare I say, just going back a little bit, if you've actually shopped for any of those little ditzy flowers that we've got and you wanted to add anything extra in or take advantage of those leftover pieces, do check out some of those ditzy flowers, those vintage fabrics that we've got, because they would work beautifully. But look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Again, everything to create your 52-inch square quilt top, just adding your own wadding, adding your own backing. But that is a project in a bag there, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you're not ready to do it straight away. You might be thinking, well, I'll leave that till, I don't know, later in the year. I've got other things to go with. Maybe next summer you're going to work on it for next winter. It doesn't matter. The fabrics aren't going to go off. But what you know is you've got enough fabrics there for you to create that project. So you don't have to worry. It's all in there. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. Really clever design, that one as well. Now, I know lots of you do like to use your quilts on the wall and kind of create your wall hangings, and this is lovely. This is a smaller project. You're looking at 13.5 inches by 11.5 inches, which is the project, but there is nothing stopping you using this as the centre of your quilt. So with this one, you've got your beautiful florals in the foreground here. You've got your fabulous little pansies. They're not, they're poppies, aren't they? I knew it began with a P. Little daisies that you've got in there as well. The cutest little bumblebees just dotted around. You've got your scene, almost like a cornfield. Well, here you go, cornfield. That'll be it. That's a good sign when it looks like it's what it's meant to, isn't it? So you've got your cornfield there. You've got your hedges in the back there and those fabulous trees. I love that applique stitch, one of my favourites. And then you've got the swooping birds in the background. Could they be swifts? I'm not sure. Flip that over and you can see, and this is what I love about Yvonne. She goes to so much trouble to make sure you've got enough fabric for that particular element of your applique. So again, rather than you having to break into a fat quarter or a half metre to get that piece of yellow, you've got it included in here. And this is brilliant, $19.99, a really nice project. And a nice way for you to kind of confidently do something that's going to be work with if you're wanting to kind of do a little bit of applique, learn about applique. And I have to say, Yvonne is one of the masters of applique. She does it so, so well. Beautiful. A little bit of hand stitching in there as well, which is always a bit nice, isn't it? Now this one, we have got a cracking deal with this one. Does it come with the contents as well? Ooh, okay. Now, this is something that we've not seen for 6 months. So you might look at this and think, I remember this. You can get involved. And to be honest, when we actually looked at the show to start with and we saw the price of this, we thought it was going to be the early bird, but it's not. So what you've got is a fabulous solid case to start with. Now, your solid case, you've got your little clasp, and this is something else I like. Sometimes the clasps on boxes can be a little bit fiddly if you've got dexterity issues or longer nails, and you can struggle to open them. With this one, it's simply just the edge of your thumb, and that will open up like so. But look at this. So these skeins are usually $1.99 each. We're looking at, look at these beautiful colours with regards to these. They're DMC threads as well. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know if they all are, but normally be looking at $1.99 for these. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do we know, are they exactly the same colours as these, or is it just a variation? Okay, so yeah, they could well be exactly, we'll try and keep them as close as we can to these. So what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if we're saying $1.99, can we round it up to £2 for my simple head? It's £20 worth of threads. So that's what you would pay. DMC threads, and it's already $9.99. Hello! Even if you just want the threads, absolutely amazing. You're paying half the price that you would do normally for those. But you're not just getting the threads, you are getting the box with your different kind of sections. They are solid, they are fixed. I know sometimes we like to move them around, but sometimes when you move them around, they don't necessarily stay put, do they? So I do like the solid and kind of fused versions as well. But have you noticed what we've got up here? You've got your little cardboard bobbins. And these are perfect for you to actually decant your threads onto. $9.99 is incredible. It's sold out the last couple of times it's been on air. We've not seen it for months. And you know at $9.99 that is worth shopping for at that price. And that's exactly what lots of you have been doing. Last time we had it at $9.99 it sold out. stands a chance that at $7.99 it's going to sell out as well. Again, lots of you shopping for multiples of these. So even if you're not into your embroidery, then yeah, don't worry about, not your embroidery, won't cross stitch. Don't worry about the skeins. You'll use those in loads of different ways. You can even gift those. Kids like to do things like the little friendship bracelets and things like that, don't they, with those? So $7.99. If the embroidery skeins are important to you, 10 of those for $7.99. It works out at what we're looking at now. It was 20 of those, wasn't there? Wasn't 10. No, there's 10 of those, sorry. They were £2 each, that's where I got the 20 from. So with these, you're looking at, does that now give them 80 pence each if you're just looking at $7.99 for those? So 80 pence a skein, which you know is fabulous value for money. And then you're getting the bonus of the box as well as the cardboard bobbins being sent along as well. Or it could be the other way around, you're looking at the box. The box at $7.99 with those bobbins in there, phenomenal value for money. You might be using it for your jewellery making. You might be using it for, well, whatever you want, it's your box. You could be putting your little kind of bobbins in there or your threads. It might be that this is the box that you keep your embroidery threads in, your rayon threads, as in your machine embroidery, and you could fit those in there. In fact, have I got any spools? Have I got any spools handy? I don't want to touch the backdrop because it looks so pretty. But let me just get into this box, if I can get into this box and see. Just out of interest, I'm going to kind of sneak one of those spools out, if I can get my fingers in there. They fit in. I thought they might do. Even those taller ones, you know how sometimes the Gutterman threads are a little bit taller. Potentially you could fit one down the side. So again, if you wanted to, you could fit them that way around so as you can actually see. And it might be that you're keeping your spool of thread and your little pre-wound bobbin, or the bobbin that's left over from the project, together. So straight away you can go to that thread and the bobbin that marries up with it. Brilliant ideas, loads of different ideas. Flying out. Now we do have good quantities of these, but looking at the numbers coming through and lots of people that are coming through, that's a brilliant idea, Debbie. I like that idea, your sewing machine feet. Debbie, thank you. Absolute genius. And what you could do potentially is put your feet in there, and then if you've got a labelling machine, you could actually echo what you've got there, so you know that that one down at the bottom is going to be your zipper foot. Or you've actually got room down the sides there, so you could actually put your little stickers there as well if you wanted to, so as you know what the foot is for. Just so useful, so useful. I've got to move on because I've got loads of other things to share with those, but these are flying out. They're still available. While you've got the opportunity, get hold of them. I'll try and keep you updated with regards to those as well. But can I just ask as well, I've just seen a little version of the box. Since we're talking about boxes, have we got this on the show as well? Just very, very quickly, only because we're talking storage, and then we'll go on to those threads. So if you shop for the large one, you'll definitely want this smaller one as well. $1.99. Ooh, not a lot to say about it really, is there? I mean, $1.99, it's an essential. You've even got, if I just show you, I don't know if you could pick that up, you've actually got your little ruler in there as well. So centimetres and your inches there, which is useful to have, isn't it? There you go. Centimetres, inches. Now, oh, sorry, I was having a moment then. I've lost my sticky notelet. Oh my goodness, what are we doing? £1? Oh, you definitely couldn't get. This is an item. I love this. It's £1 for this, but $3.95 for your post and packing. But you've already got your baskets open. I know you have because you've been shopping wisely today. So it is literally £1. You're going to be paying for that. And again, those spools. Will those spools fit in there? Not, oh, maybe snugly. They might do. I don't want to force it in, but yeah, a little bit of a wiggle with it. Oh, hello. Hello. Now you can play around with these as well. So yeah, you're shopping for those in your multiples. It's not going to last the hour. I'm glad that we mentioned that one because you might not have come across it. Now, the threads. Keep bringing the threads out, don't I? Now, this one is a bumper bundle. Any colour you like, as long as you want black. So there you go. So with this one, that is actually a little phrase from, I think it was Henry Ford. Is it Henry Ford? No, Henry Ford's the actor, isn't it? The guy who set up the motor company Ford, because they only had one colour to start with. This is a pub quiz question for you, isn't it? And he's the one that came up with the phrase, and he says, you can have any colour you like as long as it's black. So that's where it originated from as well. Is it Henry Ford? It is Henry Ford. There you go. A little bit of trivia for you there. So in 1908, I wasn't around when that I only know that because somebody's told me. I wasn't like watching it on reading it in the newspaper at the time. So $12.99. That's your price on these. You've got 36 spools. Not a lot to say about them other than you've got 100 yards on there and they are polyester thread, so perfect as well. Absolutely brilliant as well. Keep an eye on the time. We've got lovely Jenny joining me in a little while as well. So a couple of the panels that we haven't done. I think these I don't think that we've actually, I think these are the only fabric panels that we've not looked at as yet. So we'll have a quick look at those. We've got some scissors as well. There's loads of other things that they're on the website now. So go and have a look. We won't have time to show you those, but these are beautiful. So this one, this feels like a bigger piece of fabric. Now this is the one with all the kind of the cooking paraphernalia. LIUU 8E7, this one. And this feels like a big piece. This is bigger than a ½ metre, isn't it? So this, you've got, well, I suppose it is still 4 fat quarters because you've got kind of your width, fat quarter plus. And we're looking at baking. So you've got your fabulous cooking paraphernalia there. Down the bottom you've got it again, but the word bakes into kind of dispersed with that as well. If I flip it over, you've got that more peachy tone with that one, and then at the top you've got that teal. I'll open it up quickly. We haven't got a huge amount of time, but this one, I think you're looking at a full metre with this one. Oh gosh, nearly knocked the iPad over. Full metre, but it's kind of divided into quarters for your fat quarters, so to speak. So there you go. Brilliant value. I'm going to say goodbye to that one though, because we've got more to share with you and we've not got a lot of time. So next one, project panel, this one. And this, we've done well to get through everything, to be fair, haven't we? And I don't feel as if we've been rushed. You guys have been rushing. The only thing that we haven't looked at are the scissors, which are on the website. But they're $1.99, so there you go. They're live on the website. So this one is a big panel. So with this one, what's it called? Hello Pumpkin. Hello Pumpkin. And it's a tote bag project. So we've got instructions for a tote bag, but you know what? We won't come back and pinch it back from you if you don't use it for a tote bag. If you want to use it for cushions, then you can do. Nice autumnal project again. Good sized panels there if you do want to make it into a cushion. I'm going to hold this one up again because it's one that you need to see in its entirety to see. So you can see you've got your Hello Pumpkin panel, which I'm guessing will go on the front of your bag. You've also got that lovely soft check fabric, which I'm guessing is going to be the back panel there. It's all detailed, all labelled up. And of course, over in this far corner, you've got your full instructions in there as well, so you're not left on your own. Absolutely brilliant panel, like that one, and definitely worth going for. But I'm going to quickly bundle that one up because we've got 4 minutes to the end of the show. We've got lovely Jenny joining us, but I need to show you one more. And this is it's kind of got a vibe of an kind of like a lizard skin, maybe. I'm going to hold this one up. This is funky, isn't it? Look at that. Now, I don't know if this is actually a project. Not sure whether it's an actual project, but I love the way that the centrepiece there, even if you didn't want to stitch this together, then you could literally just cut out those 4 squares as one big piece because you've almost got your sashing in between them, and then you've got your side panels there for you to do whatever you like. $9.99. All the colours of the rainbow feature in there, like that one. Isn't that funky? It looks even better. Look at that on there. See, I couldn't see from behind here, but when I look at it on the tablet, which is a bit of a delay, it looks amazing. Very funky, festival feel, $9.99. So there we go. That's everything. So thank you so much. Before I say goodbye to you, though, I am just going to mention the skein box is still available. It's hanging on by a thread. Did you see what I did there? So this is your skein box where you're going to get your solid divisions on these with your 10 skeins that you'd normally be paying $1.99 a piece. They're DMC threads. So the skeins themselves have got a value of £20 there or thereabouts. Take your pennies off because they're $1.99. Now, with that price on your screen, $7.99 for those skeins alone, it works out at 80p per skein, which is fabulous because it means that the box is the effect of a freebie, as are the bobbins that you've got over here. Or it may be that you're turning it on the head and you're thinking of those skeins being a bit of a bonus because you're paying $7.99 for the box and then the bobbins that you've got over there. Whichever way you look at it, loads of you going for these. Lots of you going for them in your multiples. We had lovely Deborah come up with a suggestion of using it for your sewing feet, which is brilliant because you could actually use your one-step buttonhole foot there, couldn't you? That longer or maybe you've got a walking foot, that could sit in there. Individual feet could sit there very, very easily. But at the end of the day, you use it for whatever you want to use it for. I probably would be putting the little bobbin in there, my spool of thread and the little bobbin that goes in there underneath in your sewing machine with them. Whichever way, just don't miss out on them. £7.99. Couple of little kind of pin cushions and things, scissors, they're all on the website. Check them out. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and I am coming back with the next hour and a half with a lovely Jenny. She's going to be joining us, and she's going to be showing you the latest strip in that beautiful quilt that she's created. So I'll see you the other side of this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hello there, good morning. Look who's here, lovely Jenny. We are having a very, very busy morning, folks. Lots of you up bright and early. Well, I said bright and early. Maybe your body clock is actually telling you it's closer to 9:30 at the moment. It all goes a bit weird, doesn't it, when the clocks change?
Do you know what? I saw my clock change this morning.
Did you really?
I couldn't
So that must be
sleep.
about like 2 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. I couldn't sleep, and I was looking on my phone, and I saw it go back to 1, and I was just like, just sleep a bit longer.
Oh, bless you. Why are you awake at that
I
hour?
have no idea. I just couldn't sleep.
I think sometimes that happens when you come in. I know it happens for me when I have a Handmade by Hayley show, because everything is so precious to you. It's like, oh, well, I hope people like it. And with this hour, I have to say you like it, because we're looking at a series. Now, I'm new to the party.
Yes.
So if you don't
You
mind...
haven't done one with the show before, have you, with this?
I have worked with you previously.
Oh, yes,
in
you
a
have.
previous life. But this is a new story to me. So explain to me what we've got here.
Right, so it's the FPP quilt.
Okay.
And it's strip of the month. So
Right.
each month you get the pattern and the template
Okay.
to make the whole strip.
Okay.
And then each
Oh,
month
so-
we've released
So
a new
it's,
one.
in my head, I'm thinking it's a bit like when I've seen Block of the Month. It's a kind of module, works on,
Yes.
works on, works on.
Yeah.
So which month are we looking at on the
Oh,
quilt
so
here?
now we're all the way down
Sorry, we're
here.
wandering off.
Sorry, we're all the way down here now. We're on this one.
Oh,
this
I
month.
see.
Yep. So
That's
it's October,
pretty.
November, December. We're nearly done.
Oh, I love that. So it's literally, so it's January at the top and then so on.
Yeah, so it's all gone down. each
I
month.
love that. I love a logical system.
And in the patterns, you get enough templates to just go straight ahead and get on with it.
Oh, I
you don't
love
have
it.
to do any photocopying. They're all there, correct
That is
size, ready to
brilliant,
go.
isn't it?
And you get a master copy, so that if you want to make it again, you can just photocopy the master copy.
Oh, I love that. Now, lots of you have got involved already because you've worked your way through. I don't know when you got involved, whether it was January, March, April. We've got all of the kind of the back catalogue available as well, which we'll get to later on. But we are so busy for the October release that's the one that we're going to put our attention to start with. Loads of you started shopping this before we even got to the show. So, yeah, thank you for getting involved with regards to those. But where are we going first? Sorry. The pastel one.
Oh,
now,
we've made, so every month I'm making the pastel one as I go.
Oh, okay,
So,
so is
that
this the
everyone,
same-
it's the
same
same
but
quilt,
different
but
colours?
it's just so everyone can see and envisage
help
what it's going to
you.
look like in pastel, because it looks like a completely different quilt.
this is
So we're getting
beautiful.
down there.
Oh,
So that's the
look
pastel
at
one.
that. That is gorgeous.
Because sometimes it's quite hard to tell what it's going to look like when you can see
yeah.
the blue
I'm going to move
one,
out a little bit.
because it
to
looks
pull it.
completely different than the blue.
Doesn't it?
It's more of a
just?
traditional kind of.
So this is a lot bigger than I anticipated.
Yeah,
I mean,
so this
what
is
sort of
this
size
month.
are we looking at with this?
Do you know what? It's been so long. It does say it in the pattern on the inside of it.
Oh, I'll
but
find it in a
It's
minute.
kind of just, it's a single quilt,
Yes.
but a big single quilt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And of course, if you double up on everything, then you've got a king-size quilt with it, really, haven't you? So, which you could quite easily do if you wanted to. Well, I say it quite easily. When so many of them are flying out, maybe not so easily. So, and it's brilliant. Now, the panel itself, we're going to hold the panel up to show you, because the fabrics in their own right are beautiful.
Yeah.
I think, and these are all panels that you bring to us here, particularly for this project. So you've
Yeah.
got exactly the right amount of fabric.
It's always 10 for 8s every
Oh, is that
time.
the way it
Yeah.
works? But you know what, even if you're not making, I mean, why wouldn't you want to make the quilt, to be honest? But even if you just wanted to buy this because you like the range of fabrics, at $19.99, I think that's a brilliant idea. You'll get the pattern anyway, so you might have a go at the pattern.
I know there's
But
quite a few
beautiful.
people that are doing both colourways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine.
And I know one lady, she's doing one colourway and then she's doing another version in some of her own fabrics.
At
the same time.
Clever. I'm almost thinking you could almost do like a reversible quilt, couldn't you? So you have one on one side and one on the other.
I want to do it again in Christmas fabrics.
Oh,
That'd be so good.
you do realise that we are at the end of October.
Yeah, it's not
though.
going to happen this year.
No, that's all right. Thank you, my darling. So that is your pastel version. Now, the details are up on the screen. We do obviously have the blue version, which we're going to be looking at as well. But loads of you have been shopping for this one, whether you're already on that journey. And if you are, let us know. How much fun have you been having with those? I bet you get loads of fabulous feedback, don't you?
It's been great. There's been so many people who'd never done FPP before because they couldn't get their heads around it.
Yes.
They joined in January and now they're just obsessed.
Yeah.
And it's my mission's accomplished.
And it is one of those crafts that sometimes and I'm myself, I've looked at it many years ago, it just blew my mind and it was too much for me to cope with. But then once you kind of take the time and you have a good teacher, then the light bulb comes on and there's no looking back.
Yeah.
No looking back at all. Because
Exactly
once that penny drops. So that is the pastel option, details on your screen. But we must tell you about the blue option as well, because that's the one that we've got hanging, which looks absolutely gorgeous. And this one, similar sort of idea. Just because we should really do it, should we hold this one up as well?
Sure.
Sorry, we're doing lots of folding today.
We're going back, starting to go back to the darker tones now.
Okay, beautiful. And don't forget, this is October. If you have just joined us today, don't worry, you're not too late for the party. We have got all the previous months available. And it doesn't really matter where you get started, I suppose, does it, with this? You can start October, work your way backwards, or... Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Love it, gorgeous fabrics, one of my favourite colours, the blue, so I do like that one a lot as well. So there you go, $19.99, thank you. $19.99, and again, you're going to get all of those fabulous pieces of fabric along with your instructions. And the instructions will have everything that you need in there. Obviously, we will go through those with Jenny in a few moments, but you've got your illustration on the front of your quilt, so you know exactly where you're going with regards to your design. And you've kind of got your 12 strips, because you're creating each of these strips each month.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Simple.
Full colour instructions as well, loads of pictures. I am a very pictorial person when it comes to learning, so I do like the idea that we've got those in there.
The pictures are specific for the pattern as well. It's not just standard FPP. It's actually for the month that you're doing.
So this will look different to the previous month.
Yeah.
Right.
So, you know, it's to try and really help people through it if they've just
Literally, this is what you've got, and this,
Yeah.
I like that idea. So actually, when you put them all together, it's almost like a book, really, that you're creating, isn't it, month on month? Now, these are the templates that you were talking about.
So that one is the one to photocopy if you want to make it again. So it's on slightly thicker paper. It's on the same as the...
noticed that,
so that's
yeah.
on the same as the pattern paper. And then the 9 templates at the back are ready to use. Just cut and go ahead.
And we don't have to kind of, you say about the photocopy, it's exactly the same size, there's no increase.
There's nothing. You're ready to go. You don't have to do
simple
anything.
as. I love it. I love it when it's simple. Makes it nice and easy. It means that if it's simple, you're enjoying the sewing, which is what you're meant to be doing, really.
Yeah, and I
isn't it?
know people don't necessarily have access to printers or
that's a fair point, yeah.
anywhere to make them bigger or anything now. So I just
And
thought
it's
for this.
confusing.
Yeah, exactly. And I hate printers as well.
I can't do maths at the best of times.
Phone my dad constantly. He's my maths man.
Oh, I love it. What's your dad's name?
Tim.
Will you be watching?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Tim. Good to have you come.
Everyone knows he's pretty famous because he does all my EPP templates.
Oh, okay.
He's the cutter.
Fair enough. Oh, there you go.
My mum wraps the patterns.
Oh, proper little family concern.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Everybody gets involved as well. So he's not sitting with his feet up during his retirement. You've got him back out.
He'd be bored.
Exactly. Who knows what he might get up to if you're not keeping him busy.
Exactly that.
Right, so for anybody that's new to this, we're going to be concentrating on October.
Yep.
Don't be put off, though. We will be going to the previous months in both the blue and the pastels. We've got an hour and a half with Jenny, so we're really going to enjoy ourselves this morning. I'm going to learn loads. So put your feet up. Any questions? If I don't ask them, I'll try and ask the questions that I think that you're wanting to know. And it's one of those situations that, be interactive. Message us through the app, through the website. Email the studio if you prefer, but I'll try and ask all the questions that I think you might ask. So hopefully I'll cover them anyway. Right, so what do we need to do?
I've made one block already for October's in blue, just so you can see it clearly.
Beautiful.
And then we're just going to start with the fabric. So in the patterns, I always tell you how much fabric you need for one block.
Okay.
So for this one, it works really well using 3 fabrics.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you from one fabric, cut this, from the next, from the second fabric, cut this, from the third fabric, cut this, and then just repeat that using different fabrics for the other blocks.
Got you.
And I always suggest you make all the blocks first before you sew them together.
Okay, good
then
advice.
Then you get your month before out.
Yes.
And then you place them underneath.
Nice.
So then you know that you've not got 2 things touching if you don't want.
Yes.
I quite like just going for it.
I suppose at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you. To be honest, I mean, put together in the rows, it looks amazing. So, yeah.
I've had so much fun.
I bet.
So for this particular one, I've got 4 fabrics for that.
Okay.
And then I've got 2 rectangles, which I just need to cut on the diagonal.
Okay.
So although this is where it, some people would get confused and cut the wrong size if they didn't have the guidance.
Right.
So even though these shapes are all exactly the same, one of them needs to be bigger, the fabric, because it's one-sided fabric.
Right, of
It's not like if you're using solids, it doesn't really matter.
Yes, yeah.
But when you're using prints, depending on where your angle's going, it wouldn't cover the shape once you flip it over. But don't worry, because I've worked it all out.
And that's the bit that sometimes is confusing, because you kind of always have to be forward thinking and kind of knowing what it's going to look like when it's flipped over.
Exactly that.
And that's the bit that I struggled with.
Yep. So I've done all the measurements for you, and there's plenty of fabric on these.
Fabulous.
So there's just, and it's easier to cut rectangles than it is to say cut a triangle this size.
Yes.
No one needs that in their lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Way too much
incidentally, we've got some fabulous rulers on the show as well. So everything that you see being used today, you will be able to shop for.
Yeah. Right. Done that. So this is what your template looks like.
Okay.
Because I knew you usually do this before the show starts, but because we've got loads of time today, I thought I would go very from the beginning. So this particular one is made up from part A, part B, part C and part D.
I like that.
So
Keeps it
what I've
simple.
tried to do, some of them have just one part,
Yeah.
but I've tried to mix it up a bit, but none of it's hard.
Okay.
So I've just done it easy. So that's the plan. So you want to always cut out just beyond the dashed lines. This is so you know that so long as the dashed lines are covered at the back, your fabric's big enough.
Okay.
So you don't need to cut far from, but don't cut on the dashed lines. It's nice to be able to trim those off at the end.
And it's, yeah, like you say, that's the neatening up, isn't it? So if you've got excess fabric there, then it is much easier for you to neaten up. So,
And it's really satisfying at the end when because you finish the block and it looks really weird. There's fabric hanging all over the place. And then once you've trimmed it, it just looks brilliant.
nice and tidy.
Yeah. So we're going to make all these pieces today because there's not too many pieces per part. There's only 3 pieces of fabric per part. Where's the bin these days? Oh, there. It's my first time in the new studio. Yeah.
It's a bit weird to start with.
It always is. The amount of times you've moved studios, it's like getting used to a new one.
Oh, bless you.
Right. So I always say pre-fold along the lines that you're going to sew along.
Okay.
Always, because it makes it easier at later stages when you are going to be folding fabric back and folding the paper back.
Okay.
Then it just makes it so much easier.
Want me to fold any of those for you?
It's fine. We've got plenty of time today.
Yeah, but I feel as if I want to get involved.
Just get on with it, yeah, no problem.
So just straight along.
The 3 lines, well, there's only
lines
2
in there.
lines that you're going to sew
Actually,
along in
yeah,
each of
there is
these. Yeah.
Oh, that's easy enough done. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, there you go.
Nice, easy pattern today.
Like it.
But we'll have lots of chatting to do because it's going to be quite a quick demo.
But is
Well,
this something
all
that
my
people
pins.
could hand sew if they wanted to?
If you're really confident, I'm just down here looking
all
for me pins. If you're really confident at hand piecing, then I don't see why not. But you would need to mark all the lines to sew along.
Right, fair enough.
I just wouldn't. And I'm like a major hand sewer, obviously. I'm like obsessed with EPP.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe I'll just have to release it again, but as EPP.
Well, do you know what? People have been asking for that. So I think that has been quite a few messages.
Big pieces. I could do a mini version.
Oh, that'd be fabulous.
Yeah, just to make the pieces smaller.
Yeah.
That could be fun. I'll have to speak to the bosses upstairs.
I'm sure they'd love that.
Right, so with foundation paper piecing, it is always the wrong side of the fabric against the wrong side of the template.
Okay.
So I always pin my first piece on.
Okay.
A lot of people use a dab of glue,
Yeah.
but I use so much for EPP.
Yes.
I'm not using it.
Okay, no, that's
Just
fair
not
enough.
using it. I'm just checking I've definitely got the right size pieces.
If you do want to do your glued version, then we have actually got the glue pens and the refills on the show as well.
Yeah. So you just want to make sure, so we're not starting with this piece of fabric, we're starting with A1. I'm just looking at that one there. So you want to make sure that your first piece of fabric is covering all of the shape that you're going to be sewing,
Okay.
plus 1/4 of an inch around the shape.
Okay.
So this side as well as around the edge. So obviously, because I've told you what size to cut the papers, you're going to know. But I always just pop it to a piece of light to make sure that it's covered.
Oh, so if you've got like a light box or a window or bright studio lights.
Yeah, the paper's thin, so you can see through it easily. So that is the wrong side of fabric against the wrong side of the template.
Okay.
Then you're going to fold your paper back along the line between A1 and A2. This is where the pre-folding comes in handy.
Yes, because
We've already folded it, so
got
we
the
can just
markings
fold
there,
it back.
yeah.
Yep. And you're going to trim off the excess fabric by using add-a-quarter rulers.
These are brilliant.
Oh, I couldn't do it without it.
I've just got the little
You just
one.
don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
I've got both. Yeah, I love them.
I'm going to bring, we've actually got, I've got three. So I've got those two. I think, do those two come together? And then that's a separate one?
Double pack.
So, there's two inside
Yeah.
there, right? Sorry, I didn't notice
That's
that.
all right.
So yeah, that's the, I think mine's a thinner version of that one, but anyway, we digress. So this one is the duo. So this is where you're going to get the larger one, the 6-inch one. In fact, you can't quite see it really, can you? Can I just take it out? Because when they're sat on top of each other, you can't really see them in the packaging. But there you go, you're going to get both of those. And these are brilliant. The idea behind these is amazing.
Genius.
Absolutely genius. The reason that they are a little bit different, because you might look and think, oh, I've got a 6-inch roller, I've got a 12-inch roller. Now, these are going to be different. So if I hold that flat, hopefully you will be able to see that you have got that lip. So you've kind of got a raised bit there, and then you've got a flatter bit there. So if I hold that still, can you see? Oh, you can see it quite clearly, can't you there? So it's sticking up. And that is important when you come to your trimming.
Yeah, and it's 1/4 of an inch exactly, that little lip bit. And you just don't have to think about it because you folded your paper over, so you've got a raised bit of paper here, and you just go boom, and it's stuck there.
And that lip that you've got locks in to the fabric because you've kind of got 2 different layers of your fabric at this stage, and it kind of just fills in. It's such a clever
Really
idea.
handy. Obviously, if you don't have one, you can still make it. You just get a normal ruler and you just measure up your 1/4 inch mark like this against that fold of the paper.
That's it.
So it's still fine, but
If you
quick and
can.
easy without having to think. You don't have to do any
Absolutely,
measuring.
yeah.
You just knock it against
Always popular item. You've got your duo, you've got 6-inch as well as your 12-inch. I've popped them both into the packaging. Full illustrations there as well and all your instructions there. But to be honest, it's so simple, but it's one of those tools, you know, when you kind of like, I'm glad I bought that.
Yeah, and you know what? They last forever. This
Exactly.
is still one that I must have had from, 5-6 years.
Yeah,
I use
yeah.
it constantly, and you can even it still looks new.
And if you look after it, then yes, you
Yeah.
are able to. They are available individually as well, but if you want to go for those, you can do. But the best value for money is to go for them both together. So those are the ones that I've just given you the details for. Lovely, okie
It
dokie.
is handy to have the little one for when you're doing smaller ones.
Yes.
But if you did only want to go for one, get the bigger one,
Yes,
because then
yeah.
you can do the larger pieces.
Yeah, that's true as well. The big one by itself, $17.99, so you can shop for it by itself. And details popped up on your screen there. If you're wanting to go for that one, you can do. Details on your screen now are for the October panel, which is the one that we're working with.
All right, so I've just popped that against there. I'm going to trim off that excess fabric, like so. Then you're going to open it out. You're going to get your next piece of fabric. I always say as well, is once you've cut everything, you know those tiny little sticky notes that you
Yes.
can get? I get through so many. I love them. I actually recycle them as well. Because
Okay.
I'll write like A1, A2, A3. I know I'm going to do another project with A1, A2, A3
That's a
on.
good
So I
point.
just pop them in a little box and I
That
shuffle
is
through them.
clever.
I do it with EPP as well for rows, 1, 2, and I clip them. So they're all in the right order.
That is a clever idea. I often use a heat erasable pen on things like that
Yeah.
because then I just iron it
Yeah.
and then I can write whatever I like on it again.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's
Yeah,
quite
I
repetitive.
usually just clip them, so then I just know.
Yeah.
By the time you've made a couple of the blocks, you're going to know anyway. It just goes into your head. But sometimes I just have moments and I can't remember anything. So.
Bless you.
Honestly. Right, so the next one is you want to cover A2.
Okay.
So now it's the fabrics right sides together. So you're going to line those up,
Right.
just where you've just trimmed that fabric.
That fresh edge.
But what I always do, however confident you are, always check. Always fold the fabric back and double check you've placed it right.
Absolutely.
To make sure it's going to cover. Because what you could do is think, oh yeah, it's just the points there, so I'm going to do it there. And then you might, this one doesn't matter because there's plenty of fabric, but you might end up missing part of
Yes,
it.
you get those
and there's
little
nothing
bits.
worse than undoing a 1.2 stitch length.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, there's nothing worse than
You
that.
want to double check, but yeah,
So
definitely.
I always say, pop it on, fold it roughly 1/4 of an inch back like that. You can see that it's completely
So
covered.
you just need to make sure that it's overhanging
so
the
you're
square.
good to go, yeah.
Lovely.
So you always stitch FPP on around a one. I would use 1.2
Okay.
because then it's a tiny stitch. It's not going to come undone,
Yes.
but also you can fray the paper really easily afterwards.
Yeah, it's going to perforate the papers because the papers, you don't reuse the papers, which is why Jenny's put that template in there that you can reprint, either photocopy. Could you scan it, so keep it on your computer and then print it from there if you wanted to?
Of course you could.
Yeah.
If when you're printing though, if you scanned it in, make sure when you print it, you then measure it against the original because
Right.
printers seem to have this weird
They
thing
do,
about.
don't they?
So my printer, me and my dad had the same printer, and if I print at 100%, it comes out at 100%. If Dad prints at 100%, it's too small. He has to print at 103%.
Oh, how weird.
To make it the same size as my 100%.
Yeah.
So if you are scanning in and then printing, keep that paper one.
Just to
Double
make sure.
check it against it. Or actually in the pattern it says
Yeah.
what size the finished one is, but sometimes that's hard to work out with
Yeah.
seam allowances.
Yes, yeah.
So just keep that original one so you can.
Good advice.
But I've also said, once you've made it, though you could use any of these blocks, shrink them down and use them as borders around other quilts.
Oh, that's a clever idea.
Or make them bigger.
Yeah.
Do one quilt with with just one, or scatter them around. They'll all fit together depending on the length.
Yes.
They're all the same width, all
Yeah.
the blocks, but some of them are longer.
Ah,
but you could
okay.
just use one and do rows of it like this. You could use them as
Well, it's almost
a
like you're
block on a
investing in a
cushion.
book of blocks, really,
Right.
isn't it, when you look at it.
done everyone a solid with it.
Brilliant. Okay.
Right, so when you're sewing FPP, you always start a few stitches before the line that you're going to sew along,
Okay.
and finish a few stitches after.
Fair enough.
This is so when you're adding other pieces, you might have to rip fold the paper back slightly, and it rips the stitches a little bit, but it doesn't undo them because they're 1.2.
Yes.
So always, always, always start just a couple of stitches before and finish a couple of stitches after.
So this is the seam connecting 1 and 2.
It is indeed. So you're just tracing over the line on the paper.
Okay.
So if you can't sew in a straight line, well, it's okay because you're just tracing.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
true.
all good.
Yeah.
I always say that I'm never
And
great
it's
at
lovely
a
because
straight
you're
line.
not stitching with a 1/4 inch seam allowance or anything. It's
No.
literally on the line.
on the line, and then if you've done normal piecing before and you struggle to get your points, well, you don't have to worry about this because it's all going to work.
And that's a reason why a lot of people get involved, because it's so much easier to get that precision, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Right, so I've sewn along between A1 and A2 just before and finished just after that line. So now it's flip it over and you fold that fabric you've just sewn back like this. And I always, always use a seam roller.
Oh, these
do
are
not,
brilliant.
Do not sew. Don't just fold it and then sew your next piece. Either use an iron or a seam roller, because if not, when you come to quilt it eventually, you're going to get fabric folding over.
These are brilliant. If you've never invested in one of these little rollers, we have got them on the
they're
show.
genius.
I've got in fact, I've got several of them because they're just so useful. When you just got a little bit of pressing to do, sometimes you don't want to have your iron out. I mean, most times mine's plugged in, to be fair. But £6.90, it's just quick and easy.
Yeah, I have to move to the iron.
Oh, there you go.
I'll have to go across the room to the iron.
Yeah, they're all the same, aren't they? If you can reach out and get it, then it's much easier than having to walk.
Sewing machine, a small cutting mat, and a roller.
That's it.
Good to go.
Good to go, absolutely. And when I'm actually doing my foundation work, I kind of have a little bit of a little kind of, I suppose you call it, not a song, but a little routine in my head. So it's stitch, flip, press, and then trim, because obviously you're going on to the next bit. And it's kind of very repetitive.
Oh, it
isn't
is.
when you
It
work
is.
with
Once you get your head around it, but then if
Yeah.
you find you don't do it for a while, you'll sit there for ages like, what is that first step again?
Yes, yeah. And
It did that
the
for
first
me.
bit is slightly different to when you kind of go on to the next.
when you start
isn't it?
adding pieces,
So,
yeah. Right, I can get rid of my pin for now.
Lovely. Got the details up on the screen for the October panel, which obviously is the latest in the series, but we have got the previous ones, which we will go to. So if you're waiting to see those, I know lots of you jumped ahead. The principle's the same whichever month you go for, though, isn't it? So yeah.
Always get the templates, always get the pattern. It's all good.
Perfect.
Right, so now we want to add number 3. So you fold on the line between A2 and A3. Again, it's already pre-folded. So this is what I mean by those extra stitches.
Yes.
Just there, I folded,
yes.
but the stitches are still all in place.
Yeah.
So it's all good. And then we're going to use our ruler again, line it up with the folded part of the paper.
So it's fold, trim.
Trim off that excess fabric. Flip over and open that fabric out again. And then you're going to add this. So this is the reason why we have a bigger square triangle for this.
Okay.
Because naturally you would think you're going to line it up using the diagonal cut here.
Yeah.
But you're not, because if you had to do that,
Oh.
it'd be over there, right?
See, this is why.
So this is why you always check, because naturally that's exactly what you would do.
You would do, yeah. And I've done it myself when I
100%.
got started, yeah.
So what you're actually going to do, you can see this is where the rectangle was, and I trimmed across that line.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to line it up with the straight line.
Ah, so it's kind of like the right angle side.
Yep. And it fits perfect.
There you go.
But that's the reason why this piece had to be slightly bigger than
Yes.
this. So my dad checks my patterns through for me.
Okay.
It's genius. Such a legend. And he'll always just double check my measurements and maths, because he's actually a genius. And the first thing, when I sent him this pattern over for the first check, he messaged me back and he was like, just checking, why are those two rectangles different sizes? Because I've measured bit A1 and A3 and they're the exact same size.
Ah, there you
See, he
go.
noticed it and I had to explain why. He was like, oh, perfect sense, no problem.
It's always
to
good
print.
to have a fresh pair of eyes, isn't it? Looking
Yeah.
at things as well. So, no, that's good.
It's great that he notices those
Yeah,
things as well.
absolutely.
Honestly, if he actually got on a machine, I think he'd be a whiz now.
Oh, there's a challenge.
Well, I have a stand at Ardingly Quilt Show because it's the closest one to me.
Okay, yeah.
And I think I'd popped to the loo or anything. I came back, my dad's on the stand demonstrating
Ooh.
EPP.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like,
There you
yes,
go.
Dad.
Good teacher. Good teacher.
It's brilliant. Right, so we've lined this up. We've double checked that it is going to cover all of that triangle. Hold it in place. Again, if you're not confident, you can you can pin it. There's not a problem if you want to pin
Okay.
that in place.
And you might find yourself doing that for the first few
Yeah.
pieces while you're gaining your confidence.
Yep, and then we're going to flip it over and we're going to start stitching along the line between A2 and A3, but start before the line and then stitch a couple of stitches beyond the line.
And this is nice because you're using the simplest of stitches. So even if you've got a starter machine, it could be many years
yeah.
old. It could even just be a straight stitch machine
Yep.
that you've kind of almost inherited, I suppose
Yeah,
the phrase is.
yeah.
You know, sometimes like the old treadle machine, sometimes
Yeah.
those
So
get
long as
passed
you
on,
can
yeah.
adjust the stitch length
Yeah, that's all
of
you
the
need,
straight stitch,
yeah.
then you're good to go. There we go. So now we're going to fold this one over and just seam roll that seam open nicely.
And you're so right. I mean, you do get some really interesting shapes
Yeah,
as
I
you're
know.
working through. I mean, you'd
So you
look at that and you might
think,
question,
have I done
this?
that wrong?
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll trim this off first before we do the other 4 blocks.
Lovely.
This is how relaxing it is because it's the same block.
Now, this time, we don't need to add a 1/4 inch to this one?
We don't usually add a 1/4 inch ruler to this because it will slide around now.
Okay.
So I always use this, right. So this is the other thing I've said numerous times. People are probably bored of hearing me say it.
I doubt it very much.
When you're trimming off your block, always line up your 1/4 inch with the solid line.
Okay.
Don't line it up with the dash line because everyone's ruler is slightly different, even if
Yes.
it's like a millimetre out. Printing issues,
Yep.
everything. So always do your 1/4 inch mark on that solid line
Okay.
and then trim off,
Fair enough.
because that way you will get a proper 1/4 inch.
Perfect. And as long as you keep that throughout and you're doing it with all of them, then you've got the uniformity of the pieces.
Because it's really easy just to line it up on the dash line, but don't do that. Then we just trim all the way around, line it up nicely, and take your time when lining up because it's easy to think, oh, that's pretty, that's all right. And
Do you know what? I've been that busy concentrating. I forgot about the tablet. People could be messaging through and I'm completely ignoring you, sorry. Very selfish moments there. They're probably all shouting at me on social media now. Or you could be just like me and you're watching, mesmerised, because it is. We've got loads of things that came through for the last show. So, good morning, Jenny Jackson. Happy Sunday, that's from Christine. And Christine is loving your quilt and your nails. I must admit, I did notice your nails. They look amazing.
Well, I've never done brown and gold before.
Love
I
it.
usually have, everyone knows, pink, purple, all different colours.
Proper
but I've gone
autumnal
brown.
colours.
Yeah, and they're my natural nails now, guys.
I love it.
Everyone's always known me for having the acrylics. They're my
Yeah.
natural nails
They've
now.
grown to
They've
that
grown
length.
that much. Yeah.
They look
so I'm
amazing.
very excited about that.
Lovely.
But yeah, I thought autumnal, it's that time of the year.
Beautiful.
Right, so now
that.
that we've trimmed that off and flipped it over, there you go. Now it looks
So
right.
where does that sit in the finished
So
quilt?
A1 is, so this is the other thing that people will get used to. So A1 is here when you're looking at it template side.
Okay.
When you flip it over and you're looking over here, A1 is over
Oh,
there.
so it's kind of that angle of that almost star
Yes.
that you've got,
Yeah.
right.
So then we're going to go on to make B. Then we'll sew those two together.
So
and then
it's
we'll do
exactly the
others.
same procedure for each one?
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's what I'm
nice,
saying.
isn't it?
We are chilling today, Hayley.
We are chilling. Chilling on
We
a
are.
Sunday.
Oh, that's what it needs to be.
Oh, definitely. Now, don't forget, if you have got involved with this quilt already, you're potentially well on your way because we're looking at October, the 10th strip with regards to this one. But I promised you that we have got all the others available, which we have. So what I might do is might let Jenny carry on as she's going if she wanted. I don't know
I'll
what she
do
wants to
one
do.
more. I'll do because I'm seeing it's only 4 minutes past 9, isn't it? We've got plenty of time. So
It's funny having that extra half an hour,
Oh,
isn't
it's
it, to
insane.
think about.
I might
Yeah.
make B and then we can make C and D together.
Okay, all
Just
right.
while
Sounds
we're
good.
doing.
Well, you carry on, and I'm going to show everybody the previous month. So we've got obviously the pastel versions, we've got the blue versions, the blue being behind us, and we've got all of the months available. I think last time Jenny was here, we didn't have them all available, which made it a little bit tricky. But we are firing on all cylinders now, and look at this. Absolutely beautiful. So next one, we're going kind of backwards. So this one is September. Now, I'm not going to open it out. This is the blue version. I'm not going to open out the fabric panel because you've seen the idea. They're going to be those 8s that we saw earlier on, fat 8s. But you are going to get your templates for each one of these. So as I fold it down, you'll see you will have different kind of patches and blocks that you're going to be creating, but all using your FPP, which is such a fabulous way to craft. And again, you've got your blue. Every single one of these is available in the pastel version as well. So if you're looking at these and thinking, yeah, but I want the pastel, I'll show you those in a minute, but they are available as well. So what comes before September? August. Should we do all the blues first? Or should we do across? We'll keep going. I don't mind, you can do pastel and blue, which is month by month. So hold on, let's do it that way. Got to keep it in order. Confuse myself. Right, let me slide that over there and just bring those in. Whoops-a-daisy. Keeping it all in order. So I'm going to put that one there because I've done that one. The equivalent for your September in your pastel is available as well. I'm going to pop those details up on the screen there as well. So $19.99. You will notice that you've got a repetitive nature, not only with the technique, but it's also with the pricing. So everything has got different item numbers. So you've got your pastel, you've also got your blue, and then you've got your different months. So this one is September, and you're working on the kind of 9th strip from the top there. And it's a strip-by-strip project, so lovely idea. You're going to have loads of fun. I can't wait to see how you put these all together in the final results. So, blue. We're going back to blue for August. And again, you can get involved at any time that you're liking well as well. So if you've got any gaps, you can go back and get hold of these. Now, August is one of the ones that we did struggle with last month, and it has sold out. It might be because we didn't have it available last month, because some of them weren't available, were they?
Yeah, so we had them all printed, but the panel, because they order so many, the poor panel printer, it just couldn't get
cope with
them
it.
all done, in time.
So, but don't forget, Jenny's going to be back kind of this time next month with November. So So we may have those available then, but at the moment we
Most
haven't got
likely.
August. You can dip in and dip out and fill in those gaps, so don't worry.
Yeah,
those.
they've said that they'll always make sure they do get them back in stock,
Absolutely.
so no one misses out on them.
Now, the daisy, the pastoral, should I say, with August. So this one is available, but we only have a handful of them available. Whenever you see Jenny here, you know that you have to get involved as soon as you possibly can. So if you love the pastel tones and you are missing August, then the details are up on your screen. So £19.99 again, very affordable, but be quick, only a handful of those available. July, that is the next one we're looking at, and that is with your blue to start with. Again, single figures. So we're filling in the gaps, so you won't get on the repeat shows as many quantities available in the past months, because lots of you go for them when they're launched, and that's always the best idea, because that's when we've got the healthiest stock, and that's exactly what we've got for October. But saying that, they are flying out for the October one as well. So if you are missing July, then there you go. This one is for your blue, and again we have got July for your pastel as well, and it's beautiful. I mean, the fabrics are absolutely gorgeous throughout, and this one is your July strip. So there you go. You're going to get your panel with all of your pieces in there and your patterns, as well as that pattern piece that you can reprint, scan, photocopy, however you choose. Just make sure you've got the right sizes with those. June. It seems like ages ago, doesn't it, really? But it's not. It's only 4 months ago. The June one, you can see this one with your blues. Absolutely beautiful. £19.99. So, again, very limited with that one. As we get further and further back into the year, I think you'll find that we've got fewer and fewer of these. So, if you've got any gaps, you need to be filling those gaps as we go through. June for the beautiful pastels is one that I've got here. Which again is kind of your halfway point, I suppose, isn't it, Jenny, when you think about it? June in the 6 months. So yeah, there you go, halfway point with June in your pastels, which is beautiful. Incidentally, if you have just joined us and you're wondering what on earth I am waffling on about with the different months, the quilt behind us is the blue version. Shall I show it to you? Shall we? Let's do a walk. Let's walk. We did it so well last time.
Exactly.
Now this is beautiful. We're just going to get the camera too, because we've kind of just done this a bit impromptu. Because that's the kind of girls we are, aren't we?
Exactly.
It's rogue. Now this is brilliant. Now it starts month by month. So the deeper, darker tone at the top is January. You've got that echoed at the bottom as well, haven't you? So it kind of comes in and goes out.
Yeah, different block, but the same kind of tones, lighter in the middle.
Beautiful. So yeah, literally from each at the top there, so right at the top there, just off your camera, is January. So it kind of works January, February, March, April, May, and we were just looking at June, which is your 6th strip that works along here. So we will show you all of the different bundles to go, but all the panels, should I say, to go back to January. And it's exactly the same pattern in the pastel tones as well.
Should we hold that one up again?
Should we
It's
do that
nice
just
to
to
show
really
it all.
wind that up? So here you go. Look.
Oh, no.
Oh, that way.
You want that corner.
That corner
yeah,
there.
we go.
So there's the pastel one. I mean, it's a difficult one to call, isn't it?
I kept changing my mind.
Yes.
I thought the blue would be my favourite throughout because I
Yes.
love blues.
I love
But
the
then
freshness.
this one, it just looks so traditional.
It's got like an airy feel to it, fresh, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's exactly the same. So when you look at these, so for instance, when we're looking at, where am I? This one here, I think. Is that June? I can't remember if that one was a June
Oh, no,
one or not.
June was down
it's
here.
it's the equivalent to this
Oh,
one,
this,
isn't it?
this one here.
Yeah, so that is the equivalent of that, but obviously in different colours. So as you work your way down from January, you can see that these kind of, they echo the designs. The pattern, the construction is exactly the same. It's just a different colour pattern that you can see with it. Don't they look different when you have them in?
Completely
They're
different.
Yeah.
This is why I'm determined. I'm going to make a Christmas one. I've got to do it.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, at the moment, we're concentrating on January through to December. We're on the 10th strip. Sorry, we've gone completely off camera there. I do apologise. Breaking all the rules today. But there you go. Why not? Why not? So that was June that we were up to. Shall I continue with the other months? Yeah, let's do it quickly. I'll speed up a little bit because obviously we've got quite a lot, although we've got plenty of time.
We've got so much time.
So May in your blue. So that one is your 5th strip from the top. So this particular one, oh, is it pastels? you want me to put the pastels up? Let me bring the pastels. There we go. That's all right. I'm terribly accommodating. It's not an issue at all. So there you go. So this one is May. So the instructions will be identical across both of them. What you're choosing is your colourway with this one there as well, as you can see. So absolutely brilliant. And as you can see at the top there, it is showing you that strip. So you kind of can separate it from the main quilts. That's a clever idea.
I did it on all of them.
Yeah, makes it easy. Told you she was a good teacher, didn't I? So there you go. There's the one that we were looking at. So that one is your May. Pastel, we've just looked at there, but if you're wanting to go down the blue route, then you can do, because that is available as well. Pattern instructions identical on both of them. You're choosing which colourway you're going for. So $19.99 for that one as well, if you fancy getting hold of those. Absolutely beautiful. So that one is the blue. Are we going blue or pastel next? Pastel. Oh, pastel. We're going pastel.
I always
now.
say pastel.
Pastel. Very totally posh. So again, all those gorgeous pastel tones, those lovely ditzy daisies coming through, as you can see. And you can see, oh, this is a nice one. You've kind of got lots of windmills going on with this one, Jenny.
It's like a pinwheel.
Oh, I love it. Love a pinwheel. And again, that is going to be your 4th row if you're working from the top down. And again, beautiful fabrics, as you can see. That one is in your pastel or pastels. And then your blues.
It's worked out really nice that they all worked out 10 fat 8s.
Yes, yeah.
Per panel, because when I first designed it, I was like, oh, gosh, some might need fat quarters. I don't know yet.
Yes, yeah.
But they all have so far. We've only got 2 months to go.
Is it the first time that you've done this strip by strip?
Yeah. We launched it in January, and I feel like this is the reason why the year's gone so far.
Yes, yeah.
Because I've just been thinking about it.
Are we going to have another one for 2024?
I have spoken to them. Hopefully, I think we'll be maybe start in March.
Okay, yeah.
I would love to do another.
But I mean, you could do the Christmas one, couldn't you? If you can manage to get a show around the 25th of each month, that'd be perfect. Because each time you're going to be doing a strip towards your Christmas one. So there you go.
True.
And then by the time Christmas is there, you finish it. Love it. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of your blue, there we go. Keeping everything in order. Excuse me. Pastel with March. That's the next one. And again, some of these are big size pieces as well. So obviously Jenny's been working on smaller pieces. I'm just going to slide this page of the pattern out on this occasion because that's quite a big panel.
Yep, so that's different. It's the same width. It's the same finish width as this one, but this one's just the length is higher.
Like a diamond,
yeah.
or a kite.
Yeah, a fan.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, you're learning the knowledge that you might think, actually, I love that particular piece. I'm going to make lots more of those and use that almost as in a quilt in its entirety.
I have
if you
seen a
wanted
lady made a small wall hanging using this one. She
Ah.
used, I think she did 9.
Okay.
Sewed them in rows of 3, and I'm pretty sure she put some ribbons or some. She put some trimmings
nice.
on it as well. It's really, really cute.
See, once you've got the pattern and the knowledge, there's all sorts you could be doing with these. All sorts. So that one is March in your pastel. The March blue, again. And the continuity of the panels. I mean, the fat 8s aren't the same every single month, are they?
No. Always different. So like we said, with the blues, they start off darker and they get lighter and then go darker again. And the pastels, loads of different prints and stuff, but they all go together, so it's fine.
Perfect. This one is your March in your blue, then February in your pastels, and that one is, again, a panel with your fat 8s on there as well. It doesn't, I mean, February seems, I suppose we're closer to next February than we are last February, really, when you think about it. But that is the February panel. In your pastel, £19.99. And again, in your blue, and you'll notice that this one, I'm going to open it up a little bit. This is where you've got some of your darker fabrics in there. So that one is a February. And that is your blue. So it's the second row down, as you can see with that. Beautiful fabrics, fabulous pattern as well, nice and easy. So there we go. I'm going to pop that down on there. And then the last month, except it's the first month.
Yep.
Last month, but it's the first one. Yep. But this one, February in the blue. We've only got 2 left, to be quick. Back to the beginning, which is January, and in your pastels, we have got this one available. So if you've got a gap or you're just getting started, you will need January at some point. You might start in the middle and work your way backwards, or do evens and then odds. It's entirely up to you, but you'll need all 12 of them, and it's a good idea to get them while we've got them available, because some of them haven't been available today, and I'd hate for you to have a gap in the middle. January, in the blue, and again, the deeper, darker tones there. So back to the very beginning, which is a very good place to start.
I've
I think,
absolutely loved doing these each month.
Have
It's been
you?
so much fun, yeah.
Oh, I'll do it again for next year. Because do you know what? I do like a digital advent calendar and with sewing projects, and that's the thing. People kind of like, oh, I feel kind of sad when it's come to an end.
I know,
I wanna
and it's
start
just
again.
nice that you can just, if you can't fit in doing it 1 month, well, you've got it there. It doesn't matter. There's no timing.
No
it's not
expiry
a
date.
sew-along
Yeah.
as such.
Yeah.
But it's just strip of the month, so you can just do a couple each month, or, you know, if you're going on holiday, leave it, and then when you come
And it
back,
might
do
be
more.
that you're literally just working on a little bit each evening.
Yeah,
You don't win a
yeah.
prize because you've done it in a fortnight.
Oh,
or
yeah,
anything like
yeah.
that. So
Or
it
if
doesn't
you get it
work
done
that
by
way.
the end of December. No,
Exactly.
just keep going.
I love it. Talking about keep going, we are turning our attention back to October, which is the brand new panel that we've released today. It's been incredibly popular because so many of you going on this journey with Jenny and creating this fabulous panel. So what have we got next?
Right, so I've made B.
Okay.
So we've got A and B, so you want to place them like that. But remember, when you have them that way, they go like that.
Perfect.
So what you want to do is you want to put A on top of B.
Okay.
And just,
Can I ask just before, just in case anybody will be watching and this is the first time.
Yeah.
When you look at the corners, it kind of looks a bit skewy wiffy.
Yep, so those are going to be sewn into a seam.
So you'll
the
lose that extra quarter of the
Yeah,
right-
so that one
right.
will be sewn into the row above.
Right.
This bit will be sewn to another block.
So when you're looking at it, if you've got that little kind of quirky corner, as
Yeah.
I call it,
Yeah.
it's not wrong.
No.
Don't trim it. Don't think, oh no,
No,
I've
no,
done
no.
it wrong. That's the way it's meant to be.
'Cause once-
Trust the pattern.
Yeah, once you've sewn 1/4 of an inch there to the row above and 1/4 of an inch down, that point will miraculously just be on
Disappear
point.
into the back of your quilt, and it'll
Yeah.
all be on point, which is the beauty of it. Okay.
Right, so it's right sides together for the 2 blocks. When you're sewing like a part A and a part B together, now you're going to sew from the very end, from the very edge, the top,
So for the edge of the quilt
all
piece.
the way off the bottom of the piece.
Oh, okay.
Not just a few stitches, because
Yeah.
this is going to be going into your seam allowance now, so you want that sewn all the way to the top.
Gosh, if you were piecing this together, I mean, it'd be, with your traditional pieces, I mean, this is where it can kind of, if you're cutting things on the bias, if you're playing around with your fabrics and you're handling them, sometimes by the time you come to do your square, it's kind of more of a parallelogram. It's not necessarily square.
yeah.
The papers are going to support your fabrics as you sew, and that is the beauty of
Exactly
it.
that.
And it's such a lovely, lovely way to craft, I have to say. Even if you've never ever done EPP and you're thinking, do you know what, I fancy having a go, but I don't know if I want to commit to the whole of the quilt, that's okay. Just try a strip. They kind of go in different kind of colourways, so check out on the website, you'll find them all detailed on there. So if you like your dark blues, then maybe go for January or February, because they're getting lighter as you work your way through the year. And just go for one of them, because you're going to be making multiple blocks of the same size, which could be a cushion cover or something like that if you wanted to. couldn't it? Yeah,
completely.
It doesn't have to be the whole thing, but you're getting the knowledge for somebody who knows foundation piecing inside out, and that is valuable. Kind of the expert in doing those.
Well, I've told everyone my original FPP story.
No.
It was a disaster. I've told everyone before.
Oh,
Oh my
really?
goodness me.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I went to a retreat.
Yes.
And I wanted to make my dad a kingfisher.
Okay.
And it was quite a complex pattern.
Yes.
Never done it before. By the end of
Yes.
it, the kingfisher had 2 beaks.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It's a novel
And
look.
the people that I was with at the retreat, we all just sat there and we just, how? What have you done? I mean, it was still fine.
But you know what? I think that's a good story, because sometimes we do look at something and we think, oh, I love it. I want to create that. I want to do it now. And it's like I say to somebody who's buying a sewing machine, don't make a wedding dress as your first project.
Exactly. Yep. Everyone
Keep
was
it
laughing
simple.
at me.
Yeah.
And it became, no, but in a lovely way. I've got
Okay.
great friendships with these ladies. And I was teaching FPP for Sewing Street at Festival of Quilts.
Okay.
And one of the ladies from that retreat was there.
She was there?
And
Oh.
underneath my name, it had expert FPP. She took a photo of it and sent to me, crying, laughing face. When did that happen?
I love it. But it's funny, because when I was actually doing sewing at school, the first garment that I ever made, wait for this, it was an A-line gingham skirt, red and white. I don't think I ever wore it, but I took it home and my mum had to unpick it because it was just that awful.
Yeah.
And here I am presenting now on Sewing Street and having my own range.
Yeah.
Funny how it works out. Now, quite a few of you have been going for the glue pens as well, and obviously we're going to see this come together, but the glue pens is a way that sometimes you will be using and putting your pieces together, because it's kind of like foundation. I've actually got, just very quickly, they're always popular items, these. So we've got the glue pen by itself. It actually comes with 2 refills in, one that's actually within the pen to start with, and then you've got your refill that is there. So if you're wanting to go for this, you will need that main pen to start with. So if you've not got anything at all, then definitely go for this one to start with, $6.99. Then as time goes on, you will be able to get your refills, which we have got available for you as well. So if you want your refills, then yeah, you can get hold of those. And in there, you're getting 6. So it's going to last you quite a while, unless you are like Jenny. Jenny buys these in bulk.
6 like that.
$7.99 if you're going for the refills, and it's really easy. You just literally unscrew your pen, pop that in place, and then you've got your glue stick there that you're going to be able to use. So we've got those on the show, which I know some of you do like to use that technique. It's very personal though, isn't it?
Yeah,
when you do
it's completely up to you.
Right, so where are we up to?
So I've just sewn A and B together. So what I am going to do now is I'm going to remove the paper just within the seam that I've stitched. This is so when you're sewing the A and B to C and D, a little square of paper isn't going to get caught in a seam, and then you get your tweezers out just to try and get that piece of paper in. Right, so now it's totally preference. You can either press the seams open or to one side. If you press them to one side, when you sew B and C C and D together, just make sure you press them the other way.
Oh, I see.
So that they fit nicely. So what I'll do is, because I've done it like that on that one, I'll press these seams open, just so you can see that actually it's not going to make the finished result any different.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
Sorry, that's all.
That's all right. It's
so I tend to press
cable.
and not roll these seams open.
Okay.
Only because it's just like, it's an actual seam as such. Does that make sense? It's not just folding fabric over.
Yes, yeah.
I tend to press it, and that's why I would
How satisfying
never
is
do
that?
without
Looking at that.
a little iron ever again in my life. I think I only got my little iron 2 years ago.
Oh,
I'd done everything
really?
with a big iron before that, and I
yeah.
couldn't live without it now.
Yeah.
It's so handy.
Especially when you're doing these little projects, definitely.
Exactly right. So we'll move that out of the way.
Okay.
And then we'll get back to FPPing.
Wonderful. And this is the subject of the last, well, it's 90 minutes actually. So we're seeing ourselves right the way through until 10 o'clock, and then we're back on schedule. So an hour and a half with our lovely Jenny, and you're going to be back a little bit later on as well.
Yes, I am. I'm back in an hour.
Totally different though, isn't it? So when you're back at 11 o'clock.
APPing.
I love it. So yeah, we know you love it as well. But this, it's almost like an hour of education as much as anything. We've got the quilt behind us, which I'm sure you will have spied. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's a month by month project. You're working on a strip at a time from January at the top right the way through to December, which we haven't got to yet because it's only October. But launching the October panel today, which has been incredibly popular, and lots of you getting involved at different stages as well, because you might have got involved, I don't know, June time, and you kind of get in the back catalogue as well, which you have got available. Well, I say available, not all of them potentially, but we will hopefully see more of those as time goes on. So it's kind of just filling in those little gaps, isn't it? Right, so where are we up to?
Right, so we're just going to do exactly the same, but it's like I said, it's so repetitive. The more you see it, the more you get the hang of it.
Yes.
So I've done the wrong side of the fabric to the wrong side of the template, making sure all the fabric covers C1 plus the seam allowance around. Remember, through this line here, you need 1/4 of an inch beyond that line.
And you can double check that by holding it up to the light.
Yeah, fold it over.
You?
Well, yeah, and also with this one, you can fold it over and
Oh,
make sure you've got
course,
1/4 of an inch to trim off.
And this fabulous yellow ruler that you can see, very, very clever device. It helps you add that little kind of 1/4 inch. In fact, I'm going to get that to show you because it's been a really popular way of getting hold of it. We've actually got 2 different ways that you can get hold of it. I'm just going to move those over there. We've got a duo pack because there's 2 different sizes of this ruler. The 12-inch one that Jenny's been working with and the small one. I've got the small one and I didn't even know the larger one existed when I got hold of mine, but it's brilliant. I'm just going to show you why this is absolutely amazing when you're doing your foundation work, because when you look at it, you will notice, if I step back a little bit there, you've kind of got your traditional flat ruler, which we've all experienced, but then you've got this little step, and that little step is actually 1/4 of an inch. And the way that it works is when it sits on that seam, it will literally lock in when you move it to the side, because that is filling that kind of recess that you've got for the drop of fabric, and it means that you can trim it off and get that 1/4 of an inch. Couldn't be without it. The duo pack is the way that most of you have been going for these. You've got your 6-inch and your 12-inch there, but half the stock has gone, and you've got full instructions on there, but once you use it, it's simple to use.
I've got a pink one, you know.
Have you?
It was
How did you get a
I
pink
think it was a
one?
limited edition of breast cancer
Okay,
research
yes,
one.
yeah.
It was years ago. I've
Yeah,
still got it.
yeah.
I just don't know where it is.
Well, then it's tucked away somewhere. But they're tools for life, aren't they, as long as you look after them. So, yeah. And you will get your advice on there with regards to it. The cutting edge is the doubled up edge, if you will, so the thicker step edge. So you don't use it in a traditional way that you would do with a quilting ruler. Still use your quilting ruler for that, but you're using that thicker edge. Love it. There you go. They are available individually. Most of you are going for the set.
Right, so now it's to cover the C2.
Okay.
So right sides fabric together, like so. And like I always say, just double check you've placed that well, so it's covering the whole of the paper and shape.
Lovely.
There we go. And flip it over and start sewing. So because you're just sewing the pieces together, it's just a few stitches before the line and a few stitches after the line.
Once you've done a couple of these, you get yourself into the swing of it. So.
Oh yeah, do you know what I tend to do with the ones that have like part A, part B? I will make all of the parts, and then I'll probably make a few.
Yes,
like another block,
Yeah.
and then I'll go back and sew them together. So then I've got my iron out. I'd have to move too much. Then.
There you go. Keep it convenient. Makes it sound like you're living in Buckingham Palace. And you've got to go to the West Wing for your iron.
It's just to stand up and walk about. I don't know, 5 steps.
We all get a bit lazy, don't we? Sometimes get comfortable.
Oh yeah. So I've got also a habit of sitting and crossing my legs in between doing this as well when I'm
Okay.
sewing. Then I've got to uncross my legs to put my foot on the pedal. But I will just, by the time I've taken it off the machine, folded the fabric over, I've got my legs crossed, doing this, trimming this off, and then I'm like, oh.
I love it.
Right, so we folded it over, flip it so the paper's at the top, get rid of that pin, and then fold between the line C2 and C3. Like I said, always pre-fold, honestly, it makes life so much easier. And then trim off that excess fabric.
Add a 1/4, yeah.
Open it out, including the paper. Find your next piece of fabric. And remember what I said, you're lining it up with, like you said, the right angle part of the fabric. Just checking that that's going to cover it.
And I think this is kind of why people get confused and maybe don't give foundation piecing a go, because it is difficult to kind of pre-think what a piece is going to look like when you put it in place.
And flip it over.
Yeah.
What I always say as well, in all the patterns, I've pretty much given you the cutting instructions for much more fabric than you need for it. And don't worry, you get plenty of fabric on the fat 8.
Yes.
But it's just so you're less stressed about, oh, if I just place it slightly wrong, it's not going to cover it. I've tried to, in some of them, I've tried to take you a step forward and done them a bit smaller so that you learn something.
Yes, yeah.
But in general, especially if it's triangles or slightly odd shapes, you will get more fabric than you need.
Yes, yeah.
And then as you get more confident, you could have a go at actually printing off a template and actually cutting these shapes out.
Yes, yeah.
Placing them on your fabric and drawing 1/4 inch round.
Yes, yeah.
And cutting, or just more than 1/4 inch, and then that's a bit more of a challenge then for you. If you get really confident, you really like it, and then you do waste less fabric.
Yes,
It's quite
this is the thing, I think many of us, it's you look at the fabric that you're not using, isn't it more? We seem to concentrate on that sometimes more so than the fabric that we are using, and you're thinking that you're wasting it. But I think it's a clever way of learning, and do stick with the way that Jenny teaches you initially. But then as time goes on, as Jenny said there, she's very clever in the way that she's taking you almost on a course with your FPP, because you won't even realise what you're learning at the time when you're learning it, because it's not always that obvious. But the fabrics pieces may be getting smaller to make you think about more how it works. So yeah.
I'm so proud. One person I know that's bought it is a lady called Hayley.
Okay.
And she had like phobia FPP, and she's got it.
Such a satisfying feeling, isn't it?
I think Hayley's sewn at least 7 months now.
Wow.
Of them. I'm so proud of her.
Talking about the previous months, incidentally, August in the pastel, was it, or in the blue? Oh, in both, it's sold out now. When we finish this little patch that we're working on here, we will show you the pastel quilt, because I know some of you have asked about that as well. July as well, and March as well, those are very limited now across both of the two different colourways. So, yeah.
So that is done.
Lovely.
So handy only having 3 pieces. So I'm going to trim this off as I go.
Okay.
And then I'll go on and do the final D.
Lovely. And we'll have a look at that pastel quilt, I think, as well before we get onto that, because I know lots of you joining us at different points during the show. Yeah, wanting to see how it looks.
I had to make the pastel D so people could see what, the pastel version.
Yes.
So people could see what it was, because you can't really tell if I was just making 2 blocks of the pastel each month. You couldn't really envisage it as much, so I was like, no, I'll just take one from the team and make it all. There we go. So
beautiful.
Then
we've ended up with 2 beautiful quilts, haven't we? So, yeah.
I know. Do you know what? If I've got time for December show, I'll try and quilt it and have it finished instead of just a quilt top. And some other people came up with a great suggestion for the binding. So around the edge of all the panels is white fabric. So along the bottom, it's thick enough. Along the bottom of a panel and down the sides, it's actually thick enough that you could keep that and turn it into your binding. So I'll probably do white binding on both of them anyway, because there's so many colours.
That's it.
So you could keep that and
that is a perfect
sew
way.
loads of strips together and make your binding.
And I always suggest that, because I've started doing panels myself, and you do have those bits in between. And because if it's the same weight of fabric, this is the thing, sometimes it's tricky. You can go out shopping for a contrast fabric, or it might be a printed panel, but it's one of those situations that getting the exact same weight can be quite tricky. So always, whoever panels you buy, whether they're mine, whether they are, it's a case that you're buying Jenny's, whether you're buying any of Becca's, Stuart's, John, it doesn't matter. Keep that fabric, because it's similar weight fabric, and you'll find yourself using it over and over again.
Yeah, it is handy for that. Did you want to show the,
should we show the
pastel before I go on to doing the final
beautiful. And this is lovely, because you might be done with your winter projects by now and your Christmas projects, and you're thinking, I want something that's got a spring feel to it. Well, that is exactly what you are getting with this. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Exactly the same. So do you remember those large patterns I was showing you, which was almost like the kite shape, which was March? You can see that's featuring there, topping and tailing them as they go. But it looks very different when you compare this to the blue version.
Yeah, and for that one, for example, if you didn't want to top and tail them, you don't have to. They'll still fit together. If you wanted them all going one way, it's totally up to you. Again, with this month here, don't know which month it is, this one, I've lost count of the months. For this one, you could have all these kind of kites.
I think that might be September.
You could have all these kites pointing one way. You don't have to have them pointing each other.
That's a nice idea.
It's totally up to you.
Because the uniformity of the blocks, some of them are a little taller than others, aren't they? Some are square, some are more rectangular.
Same width, but some are rectangles.
So yeah, put them together in whatever combination you like. But there you go. You asked, and so we have shown. There you go, the lovely pink. Pastel, should I say. It is. It's a lovely size. Single bed size, incidentally, with regards to it. But if you do want to double up on them, then obviously you can make it for a larger quilt. Or you might want to add your sashing to make it larger, or put sashing in between. I know how creative you guys are at home, so you'll play around with it. And do share, though. Do please, please, please.
I have been loving seeing people's progress with them.
Can people share them with social media? You've got social media pages and things like that?
Yeah. So I've got my Facebook page, which is Jenny Jackson, and it is a picture of me and my friend Hannah, because I've got another Facebook page which is Jenny Jackson.
Okay.
Which is me and my boy. So if you go on my business one, then you can tag me, show them away, and my Instagram's #sew, which is my business name. So
And have you
tag
got
away.
details on the pattern?
Yeah, so
you
it's
can
got my
find it.
website is on the bottom of each page.
Oh, okay, there
And
you
then
go.
my contact details are on the back page.
And are you okay for people to contact you if they do get into a bit of a pickle?
I love helping.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Look.
it's no problem. Right, so the final part is part D, so exactly the same, wrong side of fabric against the wrong side of the template. Just checking that that's covering nicely.
And incidentally, when you are creating this, if you have just joined us, because people join at different points, this is the October panel for the quilt behind. But what you're actually starting off is with rectangles. And if you do go back to the beginning of the show, which was 8:30 this morning, we're kind of a bit out of sync with the hours because we've had 2 90-minute shows this morning. So go back to 8:30, and that's where Jenny takes you right the way back to the beginning. So if you have just come in and thought, I'd love to get involved, but I'm not quite sure how these pieces are cut, that's where she talks about the rectangles, and then you're cutting them on the diagonal, which is where we're at the moment.
Right, so now it's to cover D2. So line it up, give it a quick flip and check. And then
never get
take
out of
it
that
to-
habit of checking.
Honestly.
Yeah, don't get complacent
And
with it.
yeah, and also when you have brought it over to the machine, always make sure your fabric hasn't just done that.
Oh, okay,
I posted
right.
a picture on Facebook the other day. I was making one of these blocks and I'd been really confident and just whizzing through it, and I sewed a whole line, I turned it back, and my fabric had got caught. So I double
like a
sewn the
little pleat,
fabric, so I
right,
had to unpick 1.2
And
stitch.
tiny stitches you're going to be stitching with on these as well, because it helps with the construction. It means that everything is locked in place when you're stitching it, but also it makes it nice and easy for when you're actually perforating or cutting away those perforations. I've just had a little look on Facebook, so thank you again. Loads of lovely comments coming through. Kim, Jen, you look gorgeous as usual.
Oh,
That's
thanks, Kimmy B.
the lovely Kimmy B. I love it. Morning, gorgeous Jenny Jackson. Happy Sunday from Christine there as well. We commented about the nails as well. And Laurie as well. Looking lovely as always. Got my October kit. Well done. Say hello to Dylan and loads of loads of hugs and kisses.
I will say hello to him. Right, so just flip that fabric over, give it a quick seam roll.
And the little seam rollers, we've got those in stock as well today.
Fabric, flip it over so your template's on top, and fold between lines 2D and D2 and D3.
Lovely.
Just losing my mind now. And
That's all right.
trim off that excess fabric. So much quicker using that ruler though, not having to check that you've measured it.
Exactly, yeah. It's brilliant.
And then we'll add the final bit of fabric again. Line it up.
Do your check.
Do your little check. And then grab it. See, I've moved it there when I've grabbed it, so.
Now, I know
Just
some
gonna
of you are
double check.
asking about the creative grid ruler that Jenny's working with. We have got an hour with the lovely Suzie Duncan. It's a bit of a masterclass. I don't know whether that's actually going to be.
It won't be.
Is it the 2 by 12?
Do you know how many times I've asked them, please get it, please get it? It's my
Okay.
favourite ruler in the entire universe.
2 by 12. Do we not start this one?
2.5 by 12.5.
Okay.
No, and I just find it so handy. Everyone knows I bring it with me every time.
Oh,
It's
we
my handy
need to
ruler.
do something about
I know,
that. then,
it is
don't
my
we?
handy ruler. I absolutely love it because it's just not too small,
Yes.
but it's not big at all.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's just no faffing, because my
like a
other favourite
Goldilocks
ruler
rule.
is my 8.5 by 24.5
Which
inch
isn't
ruler,
so
my
easy
big
to
one.
transport,
Yeah,
is it?
but
Yeah.
you just don't need it
Yeah.
for this tiny little sewing. But I really don't like tiny things. It's just perfect.
So we've got a 2.5 by 4.5, which is quite little, to be honest, but it's there. If you're looking for 2.5, that's the closest one that we've got to it. But yeah, I think you're right, Jenny. We do need that one.
You do. It's the
Yeah.
best. Right, so there we go. The weird shape block is about to look beautiful like this block.
I love it.
So we fold it over. Again, always line up with that solid line, not with the dashed line. And cut your 1/4 of an inch from the solid line.
Beautiful. I'm quiet because I'm concentrating.
Yeah, I'm really quiet.
Fascinating to watch, isn't it? But I love it because it's kind of, ironically, piece by piece. So it's kind of that modular system. And it's one of those things, It isn't an area of quilting that you do need to concentrate a little bit on, but when you've got the repetitive nature where you're creating 4 patches coming together to make that square block on this occasion, obviously each of the panels can be a little bit different, you have got that kind of familiarity as well, which we do like.
And what I like to do is I like to cut it all out first.
Yes.
And I have, so that I don't repeat the same fabric in one block or such, I'll cut all of one size of these out.
Okay.
So all of the rectangles for that. So 4 from this fabric, I'll cut 4 from another, 4 from another, and I'll line them up next to me. Okay. Then I'll go to the next fabric and I'll cut the required amount from that fabric.
Yes.
And then I'll place them on top of one of the other fabrics.
Oh, I see.
And then I'll go through and do 9 of those. And then I'll get the next ones and do the same. So then I can look at my line of all the 9 blocks and make sure that they're not all, there's not the same fabric in the same block.
Okay,
Just
right.
So, yeah, I love doing
But
that.
you
I find
might-
it really good fun.
You might get repeats, I'm guessing, like
You'll get
between the
repeats
months.
in, yes,
Yeah.
and no, you'll get repeats of like this fabric. So for example, I've
Yeah.
used this fabric, for A2.
Yes.
Well, I will use it again, but it will be for one of those shapes.
Yes.
I won't use it again for that shape.
So that might, I mean, this is October, but it might
Yeah.
be there in, I don't know, December.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it is, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
different
yeah.
one.
So that's just how I like to do it. So this block, this fabric, I probably actually used for A3s and A1s.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have 2 using for the A2s.
Got you. Makes sense.
How I am. You don't have to do that at
I
all.
love it.
Right, so we've got C2 and D2 now. Obviously, they're like this when you're looking at them, but when you put them that way, they flip to that way. And then it is C on top of D. And you are going to sew these 2 together. Remember, you are going to sew from the very top all the way off the bottom,
Okay.
not just a few stitches above the line, all the way from the top to the bottom.
Now, just as Jenny is doing her stitching, lots of questions coming in about the rotating cutting mat that we've got here. This gorgeous, bright pink. I
always pick the bright
Do
pink.
you? You always go for your pink. So this one is your rotating cutting mat. We have actually got this on the show, and yeah, it's actually a bigger version of it though.
Oh,
So this one that we've got, Jenny's is 12 inches, so I don't know if we've got the 12-inch one, but I feel like I should be doing that, looking over the top. So this one is 18 inches. It is larger. We haven't got a smaller one to hand, but we might have it on the website, I don't know. But this is where you've kind of got the ability. Oh, we've got the 12-inch. We're going to get the 12-inch on the show. 18 inch is brilliant if you're working on your larger blocks, because obviously you've got the ability to trim those down. But because we're working on the smaller pieces, we are going to get the 12-inch square one on the show as well. But details at $32.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. We're going to try and get it loaded, but we'll see how it goes.
do you know what's hilarious? I always forget it's a rotating cutting mat. So I just pick my thing up and then it rotates it manually. And I've got one at home and I still do the same thing.
I'm the same with the Eliso iron. I still put it up on its end.
Oh, yeah, I don't even use it. Because I just, yeah. I'm not an advertiser for that. There'll be no point because I don't use the main feature. Because I forget. It's a habit, isn't it, though?
It's just like, it's,
Yeah.
I was having this conversation yesterday with John about kind of needle thread, not needle threaders, cutting your threads.
Yeah.
And that you can literally kind of pull it over you. You might have a little pair of scissors on your machine,
Yeah.
but I still use the cutter on the side.
Oh, see, I don't. I press the
Do
button.
you?
Yeah, yeah.
You save threads actually if you use the scissors.
There we go.
Oh, the
sorry.
12 inch is featured in the next show. Oh, in fact, we've got it up on the screen there. $16.99, that's very affordable.
Brilliant. Right, so I've just removed the paper just from the seam allowance that I just sewed. And now
That's a
we're
good
going to
tip.
open it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this open again. Like I said, you can press them to the opposite sides. That's what I
Okay.
did in the original one. But I just thought I'd show you the other way.
But keep it continuity
Yeah,
with
yeah.
it. Yeah. And pressing them open sometimes is easier because you don't always necessarily know how they're going to lock together as time goes on, do you? So, yeah, I do like to press the seams open. Obviously, you're taking the paper away with the seam allowance. You keep it in, though, for the rest of it for
so
the time being.
I tend to keep it in there until I've sewn it to the next, to the row above.
Okay. It's a reference, isn't it? I suppose,
Yeah, and then I'll remove them because when I sew the next block, I'll be using the next row, I'll be using the new row's paper as a reference.
Yes, yeah.
Or it does get really, really heavy.
Yes, yeah.
So I've taken them all out. I was going to try and keep them in, but because I have to keep bringing this piece up, I was like,
Surprising how weighty they can get.
exactly. Right, so that's the 2 blocks. So then you're going to put the the part A and B on top of the C and D, and now when you're looking down at it, the writing for A and B will be upside down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm going to line up that middle seam. So if I said, if you'd pressed to the side, you would have pressed one to the left and one to the right, and then it would have nested nicely together.
Okay.
So that's why I tend to press to the side more, because I like them nesting
I do.
into each other. Yeah.
It's personal preference.
Sometimes I find I go a bit off kilter if I press the seams open for this bit.
Okay.
I have to concentrate more, that's for sure, with lining myself up. Right, so when you sew across this line here, again, because you're sewing 2 pieces together, you're going to sew right from the end all the way off the other end.
Perfect.
And
again,
you're still using that 1.2 stitch length, because you're still needing to go through that paper and perforate it.
and stitch on the line, so you're not needing to take any accommodation for 1/4 inch seams or anything like that. And the beauty is it's very repetitive in the way that you're actually creating these little patches that are going to come together. Obviously lots of different styles, because that's what adds to the design of the quilt. But each one you will find yourself doing repeats of the same block. Is it the same number of blocks that you're making for each of the rows?
Yep, it's always 9 across.
Okay.
The width is always the same. It's only the height of some blocks which is different.
And of course, the beauty is it all comes together as a quilt, single-size quilt, but you could be using it in whatever way. You might want to make loads of cushions with it, or get 2 sets, because you're going to be making your quilt, and then the other one is going to be either the flip side, or you're making it into a double quilt. It's entirely up to you.
Right, so I'm going to remove the paper from the seams I've just sewn on both sides. See, this is where I've sewn a few stitches above.
Okay,
so
yes.
you're going to fold that, and you're not going to have to worry about those stitches coming in, because they've been trapped inside the seam, and they're not going to come undone because they're so tiny. And that is why I say always remove the paper from these seams, because if not, you would have had a little square in there that you would have had to try and get out.
Yeah.
You can just use tweezers anyway, but
It's just easier.
I'm all
isn't
about
it?
easier, yeah.
So when was your first introduction to foundation piecing? Was it the Kingfisher?
Yeah.
So when was that?
5 or 6 years
Oh,
ago
and you
now.
got bitten by the bug from there.
Yeah,
on in, so,
yeah, I do love it. It took me a while to start designing my own, because obviously I'm EPP obsessed.
Yes.
And I just got, but I've always loved FPP, so I was like, yeah, I can do that. I love teaching FPP.
Yes,
It is
yeah.
definitely my favourite thing to sit down and
Yes.
teach people. I
think
love
it's-
doing workshops.
It's that look that you get on people's faces, isn't
The,
it?
"Oh,
Where,
I get it!
I get it, yeah.
After all of this, yeah.
I love it. If you are into your EPP though, do make sure you tune in for Jenny's show at 11 o'clock, because we are going to be concentrating on Jenny's during that hour as well. Incidentally, looking at the back catalogue of the panels, March is looking at very, very vulnerable at the moment. So yeah, if you are having a gap to fill and you need your March one across the blue or the pastel, then please do make sure you're adding that one into your basket and checking your baskets out, more importantly. We haven't got a huge amount of time left.
No, I know, but we
Quite
could.
quickly,
It
really,
has,
isn't it?
hasn't it? What I was thinking is we'll sew the 2 blocks together as well.
That sounds
And I
like
think
that.
that's
We've
literally
got
going to be
time.
perfect timing.
Yeah, I think that'll
There
come
we
together.
go. So I've pressed those seams.
And literally
open.
pressing, not...
Yeah, I did do a little bit of that because I was just carried away. But because you've got the paper inside, the fabric's not going anywhere.
Supporting them.
So actually, if you do whiz across like that, you're not going to stretch your fabric because it can't go anywhere.
And this is the beauty, because obviously you've got the template on the back now, so you've kind of got an indication of what it looks like, but it's when you turn it
Exactly.
over. Look at that! Beautiful.
There we go.
Absolute perfection.
Yeah.
Absolute.
See, if I was here and I had more blocks, I wouldn't sew those 2 together,
Okay,
because those 2 are really similar.
fair enough.
I would prefer something like, it's not going to work, is it?
But it's only because of the nature
Yeah,
of what you've
that's
got.
because,
Yeah.
so I would have found another block
Yeah.
from my 9. This
Yes.
is why I don't sew them together straight away. And I would have popped this one over here and had a block in between them that maybe had a lighter colour on this one.
So get them to this stage, but don't do any stitching together necessarily at
Yeah,
this point.
wait until
Yeah.
you've made all 9 before you start sewing. And like I said, I also like to get my last month's row out.
Yeah.
So then I can place them underneath as well as next to each other and just have a little bit of a play around.
And also, if you're a sashing fan, you might want to put a little bit of sashing in between and make it into a larger quilt in quite a clever way, really, isn't it? Adding those sashings in.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
For demo's sake, I'll sew them together. And what you want to do...
You're going to use a larger stitch, though, because of
No,
unpicking
you're
it.
still going to... No, I won't unpick it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's fine. Right sides together, and you're going to sew along the right side, again, straight from right at the top, all the way, using that line as your guide, all the way down and off the bottom.
Perfect.
Do you know how many part-made blocks I've got from the demos over the past year?
I dread to think a lot. Do you want to make almost like a scrappy? Well, it doesn't have to be a quilt, does it? If you just kind of choose in small quantities. I mean, these, if you were to put 4 of these together, it's almost like a bag panel, maybe?
Yeah, or a cushion panel, and you just add some sashing around 4 of them to make it that little bit bigger.
And I think that's the beauty, because you're actually getting 9 of the kind of blocks that you're creating with this. So if you wanted to put them in groups of 4, that's the front and the back of your bag made, isn't it, if you wanted to do so?
Yeah.
And you've got a couple of extras left over, maybe pockets and things.
I was thinking this, and usually when I'm designing as well, I won't, once I've made the pattern once, I won't just cut the panel.
Yes.
I'll do it out of my scrap fabrics to check. So I've got like 12, just random. They will not go together though, 'cause it's whatever's closest to me that I don't need. I'm like, let's just to make sure it works before I...
And I think that's a good point, because you might be looking at this thinking, do you know what, 19.99, I don't mind committing to 19.99. That's a give it a go kind of price, isn't it? But you might be thinking, I don't know whether I want the commitment of making the whole quilt, because obviously you've got your 12 months, so yeah, you will need to keep buying those different panels. But I think this is the thing, even if you're wanting to learn how to do your FPP, just investing in one of those panels, you don't have to go on and do the whole quilt, although lots of people will be doing that. You could very easily be making, it depends on which one you go for. They're all on the web, well, most of them are on the website, some have sold out. But you don't have to put them together in a quilt. So you might enjoy it, but not want to be in it for the long haul, which is okay.
Yeah.
Make it as little or as much as you want.
Oh yeah, there's definitely, you definitely don't have to do them all if you don't want to.
It's beautiful. Always handy as well to have the little iron as well. So we do usually sell these. We've got a few of these.
I'm going to unplug it now before I forget.
That's the thing, isn't it, remembering? So yeah, if you want your little iron, it's invaluable. It's a little prim one. It's brilliant because it's got all the settings of your regular iron, so you can alter the temperature. You can have it with steam, have it as a dry iron if you wanted to. But when you're working with your small pieces, it's definitely worth going for. Have a look at this. This looks beautiful. That is gorgeous.
The 2 blocks sewn together.
Absolutely. Let's hold that up so you can see. Because this is where, if you were actually doing things and you were doing it in your traditional quilting, you would potentially be like, oh, but don't look at the joins.
First
Don't
thing
look at the
joins.
joins. Don't look at the points. Yeah.
Don't look at the seams.
But
don't match.
that is something that when
don't have to stress
you don't
yourself.
have to know. And it's lovely. And this is nice as well, because I know lots of people that will use FPP for traditional blocks as well, because they struggle. And there's no reason to not do it. When you actually look at the quilt, you don't know. When you look at it, you wouldn't know which method you used. You're the only person that knows.
Sometimes with some FPPs though, if you didn't use FPP, the Y seams you would have to try and do.
It wouldn't even exist, yeah, and that's the thing.
No thanks.
That's a big vote for FPP if you dreaded Y seam.
Yeah, you don't have them with FPP,
It's true, actually,
so it's all good.
So there you go, October panel. If you've not shopped for yours yet, then you need to be going for it now, because it is a very, very popular one. It's always incredibly popular. So yeah, and I know lots of you will be watching right towards the end of the show. There's lots of you've got this in baskets as well, and I know you will all be checking out at the same time. I only hope we've got enough stock to see everybody fulfilling their order. So as soon as we finish the show, please do go and complete your purchases to make sure, whether it's the blue option, or should we show the pastel one just so we've got the end of the show?
Again.
Because you've got 2 different versions for every single month. You've got the pastel or you've got the blue. The blue obviously is hanging behind us, but the pastel, beautiful tones. It just depends on what you like, really, doesn't it? Both look very different. They're exactly the same knowledge that you're going to gain from both of them. It's purely down to your preference of colour, and it's a beautiful colour palette. Lovely, fresh, airy feel to this one. Maybe a nice one as a baby quilt, potentially, but I think this is one of these ones that you might be making with a recipient in mind, but then when you start getting towards the end, you're like, I don't know if I can actually part with it. So yeah.
That's me. I always do that.
I love it. Jenny,
Well, I always think I'm
thoroughly
going to
enjoyed
sell
it.
my samples and just get rid, and then I'm like,
You can't part with it, all part of the journey, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very difficult to part
They
with.
really are.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Jenny, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
So much. Learned so much in that hour, and I hope, well, hour and a half. I hope you've learnt a lot as well, and I know lots of you have been shopping. As I say, if you've got goodies in your basket, some of those different elements have been quite, very popular. Some sellouts. The rulers have been incredibly popular as well. So if you are looking for your add a quarter, it's a tool that you're going to use over and over again, and you've got your two different sizes in there, and I know it's been a popular item, as has the rotary mat, which I think we're going to see in the next hour as well, and it's only $16.99, so it's worth going for that as well. Jenny, loads of fun. We're doing a little bit of paper piecing in the next hour, EPP?
Yep, we are indeed.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing a lot of construction of the projects in the next
Have
hour.
you got the projects handy?
Yeah, they're just behind us.
You grab that one, and I'll grab this one. So, is this what's coming up in the next hour
It
then?
is indeed.
So, quickly talk us around what we've got.
So we've got the EPP storage box, which is the perfect size as a rectangle to put your fat quarters in.
Wonderful.
Because then you can just access them easily, and it's just got handles because I love handles.
I love it, and I love this because this is a really clever design because it's got a little drawstring
Yeah,
inside
so it's
it.
a lunch bag.
Nice.
If you want to use it as a lunch bag, but if you don't, then it's just a perfect little project bag.
I like
Keep
that.
your projects in it.
That is a useful one for knitting or crochet because when you do the drawstring, you've still got like a little hole in the middle
Yeah.
that your yarn could come out of. So, yeah.
Or your needles or
Yeah,
anything.
absolutely. I love it. And we'll be concentrating on those in the next hour when we are looking at 11 o'clock. So you take yourself off.
Yep, I will.
Have a cuppa. And I'm going to be teaming up with the lovely Suzie Duncan in the hour that follows us, which is now back on track, and it's at 10 o'clock. So I will see you in a few minutes. Thank you, Jenny.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello there and welcome. I am having a jolly good Sunday. I hope you are as well. We've had a lovely day here already at Sewing Street. We have been live since 7 a.m. and I know you've been watching throughout the morning as well. And I've gone and left the tablet over there, but I will get that in a moment. So if you do want to chat to me via Facebook, you can do. And this is going to be an absolutely delightful hour because we have the delightful Suzie Duncan joining us. How are you doing? Good, thank you. It's a long time since I've done a show alongside you, isn't it? Because I've seen you obviously in the green. I don't think we've done a show together yet. Yeah, but we have worked together in the past as well. And I love working with Suzie. Now, this is going to be an hour where we're going to be learning loads. We learnt loads in the last hour as well with Jenny Jackson. And I love this because we've got so many fabulous things that we're going to be sharing with you. And you're going to be learning all sorts of wonderful knowledge. And safe in the knowledge that when you are shopping for this quilt, potentially, you have got everything in there that you need to create your quilt top. And it's an absolutely beautiful quilt. Gorgeous quilt, and you are going to love it. You're going to love it when you see it. Good size quilt as well, and we're looking at Bamboo Bird being the name of this one. We've got some lovely supportive fabrics as well, so if you are looking for fabrics for your backing and things like your wadding, we've got everything here. So it's almost like a one-stop shop, to be honest. So details popping up on your screen. On your screen. What is a scroon? On your screen. And Suzie, if you don't mind taking us through what we're going to get, that'd be fabulous.
Of course I will. Yeah, I mean, it's lovely when you open it. It's like Christmas because you open the box and you don't actually want to undo the wrapping because they beautifully wrap the fabrics in tissue with a ribbon. It's literally like receiving a present for Christmas for your birthday. And then inside are all the fabrics you need for the front and the binding of your quilt. So the first thing you need to do is to get all of them out and familiarise yourself with those fabrics. There is a really detailed colour chart on the first, it's page 2 of your quilt. So you can work out which fabric is which. What I did was went through them, made sure I'd got everything there. I knew what everything was, and I actually stacked them in the order of the cutting, crib sheet, because then I knew which one I was dealing with.
That's a good bit of advice.
And then the next thing I did was press everything, and I pressed it, and then I starch savvy or best press, and then pressed it again.
Lovely.
Because a lot of this is going to be on the bias.
Okay.
Eventually, you can see from the pattern, it's all triangles.
Yes, yeah.
So if you best press and starch savvy your fabric first, then you're going to get your best shot at really nice even seams. Beautiful. Without stretching the fabric. So I did all that prep work whilst getting very excited, and there's so many elements in all the fabrics to look at. It's just fab. And they give you enough fabric, plenty of fabric, so don't panic about cutting. And when you come to do your cutting, another tip for when you're pressing, once you've pressed, not before, if you want to label the fabrics on the reverse, I just, with my friction pen, just put A, B, C, etc.
Okay.
So I've got to double check every time, or in the selvage or something. But don't do it before you press, because it will just rub out.
Yeah, I've done that before now as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We've all done that before now.
You do it
Our
once.
square triangles, you think, oh, just give it a quick press. Oh, okay.
Gorgeous.
So then you're going to come to cutting. Now, the majority, there's 4 different blocks. Ignoring the middle, you've got 4 blocks which are identical apart from these little bits round the edge. Everything else stays the same.
Beautiful.
So what you have to watch is that you are cutting the right things for the right block, and that you are following the instructions, because some of them are, I won't say odd measurements, but they're unusual measurements. We don't always cut 4 7/8, for example.
Okay, right.
So do watch your measurements each time. And because I had them stacked A to I or J, I cut them A to J.
Got you.
And that way they were all lined up on my desk in the right order.
Perfect.
Not that I'm sad.
Good advice. No, but it's good advice. And I think sometimes when you're working on a project that looks so amazing, that methodical kind of treatment of it, I think is a really clever way and a good way for you to actually to work with it. So don't be in too much of a rush to get in there. The preparation is as important as the sewing.
Absolutely, yes.
So yeah, take your time.
One thing I will just point out on the pattern, we've noticed that they've repeated the cutting instruction for fabric I.
Okay.
It's just an error in printing. You don't have to cut it twice.
Okay, so just ignore that bit.
Just ignore that bit. And on mine, you can see I've just cross-hashed
okay, yeah,
through the
that's
bit.
fair enough.
But all of that is already written there. And as I cut it, I thought, well, that's very odd. How many squares do I need? And then I just did the maths on the finished quilt and then thought, yeah, okay, I can see what's happened. So just ignore that second printing. They just got over enthusiastic. As I said, you're going to make 4 blocks. So once you've cut everything, if you then want to pile them into the 4 blocks, again, it means that one evening you can make block A. Next evening you can make the next block. So that way you're not trying to tackle something all at once, and you haven't got bits everywhere. You've just got 4 discrete piles plus your binding. So, and the construction is super, super easy, very methodical. It talks you through it, even down to the pressing, gets you to just double check the measurements all the way through. So you end up with a block that works, not a block that's slightly iff.
Yes, yeah, ish. That fabulous ish word. That isn't a word.
The quirky side. So yeah, everything is there that you need to know. As Hayley said, all you'll need extra from what's in the box is your wadding and your choice of backing. And with the number of colours in this quilt, that is your choice. I mean, there is just so much there.
With that one.
It's beautiful.
Got beautiful green fabric that would work.
Yeah, I've just been eyeing that
It's
up.
gorgeous tone, isn't
That
it?
bamboo,
It's like an
yeah.
olive green.
Yeah.
Beautiful as well. So the details are up on your screen. Should have been £169.99, but that price has literally plummeted down to £119.99. That equates to a £50 saving, and with your 3-way split on this one, makes it a very affordable way for you to invest in this one. It's 150 centimetres square, so you're looking at 1.5 metres in square. Brilliant size, a very sizable project. Sometimes lap quilts are lovely, but that's all you can use them for. But with this one, you could quite easily snuggle underneath it, couldn't you? Look beautiful as a decorative quilt hanging as well, because I mean it is absolutely a work of art when you see it. Very much got that kind of oriental feel to it as well. Which
It has,
I think
yeah.
is lovely,
And I
so.
actually think it looks a bit Christmassy because it's stars.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
So
Actually,
it is one that I would repeat in Christmas fabrics.
Do you know what? Talking of Christmas, I think this would be an amazing gift for somebody as the kit, because when you see that box that was being opened up, as Susie said, it is like Christmas when you open that box, and that is something. If you don't know your way around sewing, you're watching with your other half who is watching the show. Obviously, don't make any signals so as they know. But if they're showing an interest in this one, what an amazing gift. I mean, everything that you need for your quilt top is in the box. Full instructions, all the dimensions, everything. And it's an easy box to wrap.
That's what I was going to say.
Easy box to wrap.
Actually, if you buy an extra ½ metre of fabric, you could actually wrap it in the backing fabric.
Oh, that's a nice idea, isn't it?
And then
Yeah,
they've got
if you're
the
going
whole
for it. I mean,
caboose.
that's just very quickly, we'll show you this on in closer detail, but that's the backing fabric that I'm talking about, which is actually on the website. We're not calling it chartreuse, it's sage. Yeah, I'll go with sage on that one.
Yeah.
We have got almost like, is it a seeded cotton that we've got as well? I don't know, actually it's not a seeded cotton, but we've got like a cream tone. So you have got cream, it depends on which way you want to put it together really, isn't it, on the
Absolutely.
backing?
Yeah.
But we'll chat about those more as the hour
Yeah.
goes on. So yeah, if you wanting those, we have got those available for you as well. And quickly, just while I've got your attention, I'm going to hand you back to Susie any moment now, but this is very important. We had a lovely message come through from Christine, and it's her husband's 60th birthday, and they're watching together. The gorgeous Gary Cummings is 60 today, so happy birthday to you all here
birthday.
from Sanderson Street. I would sing you happy birthday, but we can't afford the royalties, so you'll have to sing it to yourself. Could you please wish him, and this is coming from your lovely wife, Christine, could you please wish him a very happy birthday from Sewing Street? Of course, it'd be our pleasure. Happy birthday, Gary. He always gets me anything I want or need and never asks for anything in return. Oh, he sounds like he's an absolutely gorgeous diamond. So he's my world, the love of my life, a wonderful father and my hero. Love you so much, Gary. And we all do as well. So, yeah, happy birthday, Gary. Enjoy your day. Oh, a lovely little one. And, that's lovely. And on the bottom of that, Christine says, I'm looking forward to this hour with Susie and also the Creative Grids show, which will be at 12 o'clock. So there you go.
Yeah,
Everybody's winning
you.
today.
I know, it's brilliant.
Over to you, Susie.
I just thought I'd show you where 7/8 is on a ruler.
That's a good point.
Because some people may not be... If you're like me and we grew up metric and you're now learning inches, 7/8, it's like, what? Where do you go with that? All the Creative Grids rulers have got your 1/8 markings. We're used to the quarter and we're used to the half. But if you count along between an inch, I think hopefully the overhead can zoom in and pick it up. Yeah. So these lines across here are your 1/8 of an inch markings. So it's literally the last line before your next inch marking is your 7/8. So for 4 7/8 on this ruler, I was trying to get a bigger piece of paper so I could show you, just about got it here. So I count in my 4 inches and then I go up to 5 and it's in 1. So if I'm cutting at 4 7/8, that is where my edge of fabric will be on that bit there.
Okay.
So that I can then cut down.
Do you know what I've done in the past as well? If you are doing a lot of repetitive cutting and it is that kind of funny little 7/8, sometimes I've used like a sticker or something that you can take off, or a sticky note, and put like a little arrow.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is the mark that you want.
Absolutely. Or washi tape, I use a lot. I stretch washi tape because it's straight edge.
Yes.
And I put that along that line.
Yes.
So I've got a longer length.
That's
and I
a good
can
bit of
see it
advice as
along.
well, yeah.
So yeah, washi tape. Yeah, it's the crossover with papercraft, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Can't avoid it. So let's get started. I am going to get the destructions, so I'll make sure I do it in the right order because I have a tendency to just think, oh yeah, that goes like that and that goes like that, and I'll just do that.
Yeah, sometimes you can trick your brain, can't you, when you're doing these things? You
Absolutely.
think it's a certain way when it's not necessarily the case.
So all the centres are made of the same fabric.
Okay.
So that is the same for all of them. You haven't got to worry, as are these little snowball corners on the quilt.
Lovely.
So you can make that bit all at the same time if you wanted to. So the first thing you're going to do is mark the back of those little squares with a diagonal line. Now I like to use, and this is, I know is coming up in my next hour, the little seam guide rulers to mark my diagonals.
Nice, yeah.
Because I know that I've got an accurate straight line. I use it to mark my half square triangles as well. So they are just a handy little ruler to have. And like Jenny was doing a FPP, I use it with FPP if I can't find my add a quarter ruler.
They're brilliant rulers, those.
The add a quarters, yeah. Again, I've got those as well. Yeah, because having a tool that does a specific job makes that job so much easier. I mean, you wouldn't try and vacuum the house with something other than a vacuum, would you? So
Exactly, that is a really good analogy.
why have something there and not use it?
With your experience of this quilt, I'm just looking at, we've got lots and lots of people that have got this in your basket, so make sure you do check those baskets out. You might be a little hesitant because obviously it's a considered purchase, and I get that. That's why we've got the split pay with this one. People might be hesitating because it looks like a very complex quilt. What level of sewing are we looking at with this one?
I would say I wouldn't tackle this as your first one, because I think it would be scary doing lots of triangles. But if
somebody is relatively confident.
Yeah, I don't think it's certainly not advanced. It's sort of beginner intermediate, I would have said.
That's fair enough.
Mainly because you do need to watch your placement and you do need to cut accurately. So I wouldn't be your first tackle.
I'm looking at it. You've got kind of a mixture of things like half square triangles and straight pieces as well alongside them. So yeah, you're learning a new kind of style of sewing with these. So yeah, if you've been doing lots of half square triangles, then tick, you've done that. You're not going to have an issue with those. But then you're learning kind of like an add-on skill.
Absolutely.
By those kind of solid straight edges to them.
Yeah. And just so you know, the construction is on point. So this you make separately, and you add that way, this way,
so you turn it
this way, and you add in extra triangles of the backing fabric to bring it all together into a square. Yeah. So this is the size of block you're making. I mean, it's not a small size block.
And that's good if you are kind of gaining confidence.
Absolutely.
Not working with little tiny pieces.
Little tiny pieces. It's also forgiving. If you're slightly out, does it matter? It's a quilt that hopefully someone's going to use.
That's the whole point, isn't it,
Yeah.
really? It's the comfort of it more so than the kind of point.
And you don't have to get too hung up about fabric direction either, because, again, we've just stood here and said, have we got it the right way up?
Yes.
Because all the fabrics go everywhere, so it doesn't matter. And you're not going to sit there with a quilt, are you, and say, now, which way up do I put it on my lap? Yeah. You just put it on your lap because you want to get warm. So don't worry too much when you're cutting about how you're cutting, what you're cutting, which matches with which, because it won't matter in the grand scheme of things. It'll all come together in the end, and these are going to end up on point. They're not straight.
Yes, yeah.
So you can spend hours trying to work it all out and it'll be pointless.
Okie dokie.
So we've got our pieces marked, and then you're just going to place them over the corners. Now, if you want to pin them, you can, just to safeguard, or you can clip, whatever works for you. Most people know I love a magic pin, so I'm just going to pop one of those in. And I tend to pop it on the inside edge. Just be aware that as you stitch, I take them out as I stitch, don't sew over them, but they can shift the fabric, so make sure that you take them out before you start sewing and realign if necessary.
And the ones that you're working with are the same ones that we've got on the show, which are your quilting ones. So they're nice because they're 1 3/4 inches, so a good length to them, and you can get 100 of those. They come in a handy little pack as well, which is brilliant. So nice and easy. Keep them all together, and that is the beauty of these. So if you're wanting to go for these, you keep them all. Each of the magic pins, when you do collect these over time, they've all got different kind of coloured little handles with them. So yeah, it's a brilliant one to go for. Come in their little case, and then you can go to them time and time again when you need them. So if you fancy getting hold of those, they'll be on the website if you want those.
I'm just going to grab, I've normally got a piece of fabric that I can, here we go, that I can just start off with, because I'm starting on a point. It's better, although I have got on the 780, I've got my HP foot in, so I can't drop fabric into the feed dogs. But I tend to start on an extra piece of fabric. I know people call them donkeys, all sorts of things, don't they? For me, it's just an extra scrap of fabric that I have in my box, and it just means that I'm not starting out on a point, and then I'm just running down those lines
Susie,
I've
could
drawn.
I trouble you to
Yeah.
move the box in front of you?
certainly. That can
Thank
go
you,
now.
my darling. Just so,
There you
is it
go.
getting distracted by a cardboard box, and that's not the way I want it to be in this hour.
Right, so I'm just going to move round and do each of those as I go, making sure I align up.
Love it now as Jenny is working her. Oh, Jenny, I do apologise. Susie is working her way around this one. I need to address that price because I know lots of you have been checking out your baskets, and that is brilliant because it means you've been able to get hold of this fabulous kit. But do you know what? The price that you've checked out at is not the price you are going to be paying.
Wow.
Now, brace yourself. We have got a Sunday special happening. The chevrons are back in place. The price has now dropped to below £100. You are saving whopping great £70 on this one. What an amazing deal. Now we're getting busier and busier. Lots of you had added this into your basket, and quite rightly, you were not checking your baskets out because we've been watching the demonstrations and hearing Susie talk about the construction of this fabulous quilt. But now that price has dropped, you are fulfilling those orders, you're completing those purchasing, and you need to be doing that when we've got something that is so amazing as this beautiful quilt that we're looking at here, your quilt top kit. You need to be checking those baskets out. We don't have a bountiful supply of the kits, which is why the sooner you get involved, the sooner you check your basket out, the sooner you can rest and enjoy knowing that you've actually got that quilt kit coming on its way to you. So thank you for completing your purchases there. Many of you going for this one, and it's coming together beautifully. You can see there the finished construction and the gorgeous fabrics that you've got in there as well. I think that's got very much an oriental feel
It
to
has,
this one,
I
hasn't
thought
it?
that.
It's beautiful.
We haven't mentioned, I forgot to mention, I do apologise, when I was unpacking, there's William Morris fabrics
Excuse
in this
me,
kit.
shut the front door.
Yeah, so all of your backing is William Morris.
Okay, right.
All of the centres of the blocks are William Morris.
Oh,
and then
right.
you've got the stunning Sanderson fabrics coming through
Beautiful.
to bring those bird and butterfly highlights into
My
it.
goodness.
So yeah, I totally forgot that because I mean, as you people know, I am
Featuring
a
William
lover of
Morris,
William
a
Morris.
quilt kit, a quilt top kit for less than £100. That doesn't happen very often, does it? 150 centimetres square, so 1.5 metres square. Really good size.
It is, yeah,
Beautiful.
perfect size, good for a picnic as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a nice
Yeah.
idea.
And each person's got a space for their plate.
I like that.
There's no infringement. So once you've done your corners, you then trim off. Sorry, I've just gone ahead.
That's all right.
I'm in my own world. It's Sunday. I'm just zooming ahead. So use your ruler to get your 1/4 inch. I've used the edge of the Creative Grids because they've got that non-stick 1/4 inch edge, which makes it super easy. So I've lined the 1/4 inch on my stitch line and just trimmed off. You can, of course, use your seam guide. You can place the centre of it down your stitch line and trim off against it if you wanted to. So either way, you want to trim those off. And the reason you want to trim is because you want to reduce the bulk. So then I'm just going to gently press those outwards.
Wonderful. Pop in the details of those rules that I've been speaking of, Susie's been speaking of. Susie's back with us at 12 o'clock today for a fabulous hour of Creative Grids, and we've got brand new rules featuring in there as well, which is very exciting.
It is,
Looking forward to
very
that one.
exciting.
So yeah, if you cannot wait until that hour, do shop ahead, have a little look. But this is a very useful rule. This is what I think. This is the size, the first one that I got. I think 6.5 inches by the 12, because it's a nice. It's a good size to take with you. It's a good size for storage as well, but it's big enough that it's not going to be too small for your projects.
It's great for if you're doing fat quarter cutting and all of that.
Yes,
so it's really good. So once you've got it to that size, you're then going to start adding your triangles, and you want your feature triangles. Mine have just completely disappeared. It's because in the green room I've been trying to get organised and do some. Here we go. Found them. So this is this glorious, look at the detail in this. And the colours all go together so well. Now the trick to getting these lined up, you're going to work opposite sides because that makes life a lot easier. So if you fold the main square right sides together and just finger press, or press with the iron, whichever you prefer. I tend to finger press because I've already just pressed this, so it's pretty good anyway.
We had the little seam roller in the last show. Could you use that?
You could use that, yeah. If you're not good at, if you can't press, then use seam roller, or I've got the seam wand, Taylor Magic seam wand. So you want to mark the centres there, but with your triangles, fold them to find the centre along that long edge, wrong sides together. So we find the centre in the opposite way round, and the reason for that is when we then bring them together, those two indentations you've marked with your finger just nestle completely together. They cup each other.
Okay.
So do one way and one the other, and then I just pop a pin along that centre edge so I know that they're lined up, and I'm going to do the same that side. So this one, because I folded that one right sides together, this one I fold wrong sides together. Give it a bit of a pinch and line those up. And you should have overhang either side, and in the middle the point should come in one line. If that's not happening, I would just double check your measurement.
Okay, but don't trim off anything.
No, don't
Trust
trim.
the pattern. Trust the pattern.
Yeah, just check you. And the other thing I would always do is check your 1/4 inch setting on your machine before you start. Don't
Can
just
vary, can't it?
Well, I have several machines, but the 780 and my other machine at home that I use a lot, their 1/4 inch is literally a fraction difference, and it does make a huge difference, because I made the sample one on my other machine at home.
Right.
And I've made half of this on this machine this
Oh,
morning.
right. Okay, yes.
And they're coming up different sizes.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
when you
surprising.
get that talk of the scant as well, don't
Yeah.
you? Because obviously the way that your fabrics behave can make a
Absolutely,
difference
yeah.
as well. So, talking about 1/4 inches, we had a little comment pop up on social media from Marie, and Marie said, "Oh my goodness, I didn't know that there were people who didn't know about inches. Makes me feel ancient." But you know what? I was chatting to somebody with regards to now teaching nowadays in the current day, you have to quote inches as well as your metric.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, when you come to quilting, I mean, if you think 7/8 of an inch is a tricky one to actually kind of get across in your instructions, can you imagine doing it in your centimetres and your millimetres? But yeah, we are meant to actually use both nowadays. But obviously inch is traditional with quilting, but not necessarily in the education system. But yeah,
It
whole
is
world.
funny, isn't it? Yeah. But I have found that it's in Europe they still use centimetres all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always done both. But yeah, I had
with quilting,
to
does it tend to be in metric or do they
even
kind of adopt
yeah,
it?
even quilting in
Oh,
Europe
right.
they do in metric. So
Okay.
yeah.
So there you go.
They went fully metric when we all said, right, let's go metric.
Yes.
Europe embraced it
Yeah.
and went for it. We sort of dithered.
We kind of just like dipped one toe in the water, didn't we? Not the whole foot.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're actually... Yeah, the toe keeps leaping out, doesn't it?
That's it, yeah.
So these seams you're going to press open.
Okay.
And in fact, most of the seams from now on are pressed open, and it just reduces bulk as you go through. And my advice is press it on the seam side, turn it over, and give it another press on the front as well. Your block is beautifully pressed by the end of this, by the way. So we've done 2. Now you could trim at this point so that you're not trying to sew through extras.
Oh, the
so
little
I
ears,
just
yeah.
So I'm just going to take those off. So they're out of my way. But you can do all this at the end of each stage. And at the end of each stage, I would do a bit of housekeeping and make sure everything's a bit tidier than it was. I'm not just chucking that, there is a pot there. So we're going to repeat that folding process. Now this time we've got our 1/4 inch in our seam. So we
Okay.
need to make sure those seams align as we fold in order to find the middle. So I'm going to do that side and repeat it that side. Just line up those seams. I have to say these fabrics are so busy that sometimes it's really hard to see.
Yeah.
So you may want to mark it with a pen. So repeating that process, wrong sides together for my triangles on the long edge. You'll get used to doing this because by the end of it, you'll have done it for every block a few times. And you'll then think, wow, that's a genius idea. I'll use that all the time.
So line it up at the centre.
Line it up so you've got that overhang either side. Pop a pin in.
Perfect. Now,
And I'll
Susie,
do
just
that
as you're
side,
stitching
yeah.
that, is it okay if I show the backing
Absolutely,
fabrics
go
that we've
for
got?
it,
Because
yeah.
if you're checking your basket, if you like the look of the quilt, choosing your backing fabric is something that's very key as well. We've actually got 3 or 4 different kind of options with regards to this. In fact, lots of you have been going for this fabulous kind of leaf print one that you've got as well. So you've got fabulous print. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful.
That is stunning.
Dan Morris, so beautiful design. You've actually got little dragonflies tucked away inside of that one as well, which is really pretty fabric. And you've almost got like that ombre, almost like you're looking through the canopy of a tree, isn't it? Where you kind of got the dappled lights and darks with regards to that one. Now, I've got a ½ metre piece with this one. I don't know how we're shopping for this one. Oh, it is ½ metres. I'm guessing it's cut to order. So if you are going for multiples, then you can do. And remember, the quilt that we're looking at is 150 centimetres square. So make sure. This is actually extra wide. So it's 274 centimetres. That's only half of it. So it's double the width of that one. So more than enough for you when you're actually doing going acrossways. So if you are going to go for the length as well, you're going to need your 150 centimetres, a little over. Yeah, going down, because obviously you're going to be doing your seams and things like that on the
3
edges. So
units would be
yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Half the stock of that one has gone. And if you are increasing your quantities, that quantity of stock that we have available is going to go sooner, because it obviously increasing the quantities there. We've got a lovely kind of a crew, which it's kind of got like a little almost like peachy tone in there as well. Another nice one to use as a backing. It's not too overpowering. A little bit of a kind of almost like a distressed geometric look to it as well. So quite a subtle, almost like a tartan check in there. Tartan's probably not the right phrase, but you can almost see the cross hatch with that. So yeah, and again, another lovely one that is that extra wide, so 274 centimetres wide. ½ metre, that's how you repeat. So you can go for just ½ metre if you're wanting to, but obviously if you're looking at backing your quilt, which you could quite easily be doing this one, bear in mind that 3 quantities of this is going to be the length. You will have fabric left over. You almost have like a metre from the actual width. So if you don't mind piecing your backing, you could do something fancy and use it that way, couldn't you?
Well, you'll have some fabrics left over from your cutting.
Yes.
So you could always do either a small scale version of the block or part of the block with your extras and piece that into your back as well, because I love my quilts to be double-sided.
Perfect, there you go. And that's true actually, because you do see both sides, don't you? Can I quickly do the sage before we go back to Suzie? Is that okay? So just so as I've kind of completed all of them, we did have another option that sold out. So yeah, you have to be quick with these when you get the chance. And this is that beautiful sage. It's quite a weighty piece, this one. So again, it's looking quite citrusy on your screen, actually, if you're seeing it the same way as I am. But a lovely sage tone with this one, because it has got more of a chartreuse, almost like a yellow undertone with it, but it hasn't in the flesh. It's absolutely perfect to use with the quilt that we've got. This one at £28.82. So this one, now this one you're getting 4 metres. Is that right? 4 metres. Saving £1.50. What does that mean? Is that saving £1.50 on the overall price? Okay, right, fair enough then. Fair enough. I wasn't sure whether it was saving £1.5 metres or something, but okay, I've never seen that on the screen before. But you have got a 4 metre length of that one. Do we know how wide this one is?
That's 42. I think.
42 is it? Thank you. Thank you, Suzie. So 42 with regards to this one. So yeah, if you wanted to go for that one, 4 metre piece, brilliant value for money, £28.82 as well. So there you go. And we did do an early bird this morning. I don't know if there's any stock of that one left. That one might be a nice one to use as a backing because it's a seeded cotton. And that one, There's just a couple of those left. I think, was it something like $17.99 or something like that? I can't remember what it went down to. Oh, $14.95. So, and you got a free half metre in with that one. So it'll be on the website. So you could go for that one. But that is a brilliant value bundle, £28.82p. Right, busy for the kit. Lots of you checking your baskets out. I can see lots of you hovering and hovering. So if there's any questions that you want to ask, anything that I haven't asked, anything that you're unsure of, then do message through and I'll put those questions to our lovely Susie. And I've got one eye on social media as well. And I will answer any of those questions that come through. We're getting lots of topics now, talking about imperial and metrics.
I know.
I'm learning a lot.
It is,
I'm learning a lot.
Well, it's a bit like when you're baking, isn't it? Which do you use?
Yes, yeah.
And I do a bit of both.
Yeah, well, they were talking about cups because cups, it's easier to scale up or drop down your
Cups I don't understand because you've got Australian and American and they're different.
I didn't know that.
And I've got both recipes and it's like, okay, this is I've lost this now.
We're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, now we are, yeah. Shouldn't have asked. So that is your centre of your block done. So everything's ready to go. I've trimmed off all my rubbishy bits so it's nice and square. So that you put to one side and you're then going to start on the bit that goes round the edge, this star effect. Now I will warn you, the fabric, I think it's F, let me just double check. No, it's H, sorry. You're going to cut into your strips, but please make sure that when you cut them, there are two different sizes. One's a 2-inch and one's a 1 7/8. Don't sew the wrong one on, the wrong piece.
Okay, good advice.
It won't work. So keep them separated. Either label some clips or just keep them in the right pile. And you're going to sew the strips onto the squares of your background. And you want 2 on the right and 2 on the left. Now you can just go for it and not worry about it, or if you want your birds the right way up, make sure that they're on the right side. So I've done 3 already ahead of schedule, so I'm just going to sew this one, and it is just a straight seam, not a steam. Gosh, we're all struggling today, aren't we? I think our brains switch off on a Sunday.
We're kind of going to relax mode, don't we, I think? Especially when we're doing so much lovely sewing.
I know, it's brilliant. And then what we're going to do is press this towards that strip. So just set your seam and then press out over towards that strip. And then you're going to put another piece on the bottom.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, so it makes like a corner. The way this quilt is constructed is really clever. So if you've never tackled somebody else's quilt kit before, it's a nice one to sort of do without having to learn someone's language. A bit like when you do a crossword in a paper.
Yes.
You know, until you've done a few, you're not really in their mindset,
Don't tune
are
in,
you?
do you? Yeah, no, that's so true. That's so
This
true.
is a really nice one to do.
And,
And in fact,
this little kind of patch, I suppose, that you're creating here, I mean, this is something that you might not necessarily come across usually
Absolutely.
in your day-to-day quilting. So
yeah, and again, I'm going to press that out towards that border. Just give it a really good press. So you're going to repeat that to get your 4 corners.
Wonderful.
So those get put aside for a minute. So you can see you're constructing it bit by bit.
Yes, yeah.
And you get, as the excitement builds, you think, oh, when am I ever going to finish this? So your next bit is where your triangles come in again. Don't do what I did earlier and pick up the wrong triangles. I thought, gosh, these triangles are really big. I don't remember that happening before. And then realised I picked up totally the wrong fabric. So these are your little background bits here.
Oh, they nestle into the little corners.
To give that point.
Nice.
So when you place these, place your square on point and put these either side so you know that you've got the triangles the right way up. And then do your flip. And you're just going to sew one on one side first. You can pin it if you want to, absolutely. Clip it, whatever you are happy doing. But it's just a 1/4 inch seam down. And then you're going to actually press these seams open because you've got a lot of things going on this block part of the block. So if we press that open, try not to iron my ruler, then it's not going to be so busy. And if you want to, you can trim off this, but I tended to wait till the end. The other side exactly the same. Line it up, make sure you've got the triangle in the right orientation. Follow that 90-degree angle and stitch down the right side, not the wrong side, Suze. It's very easy to just stitch it in the wrong place, but these should cross.
Beautiful. I love it, and this is the beauty of quilting, isn't it? I mean, sometimes people will, I don't understand why you take good fabric, chop it up and then sew it back together, but that's because, I mean, look how beautiful it is when you do put it back together. Creating the most incredible pieces of art. So whether it is a quilt that you're going to be hanging, whether it's a quilt that's just going to be a bit like what I call those posh cushions that you actually have on your sofa, but nobody's actually allowed to sit on them. We've all got them, haven't we? And we kind of, when we get up, we move them and position them. So yeah, we've all got them. And it is, I mean, it is a beautiful piece. But to be honest, use it. Use it because as you use it and as you wash it, it kind of gets that almost fluid feel with it. It's kind of that comforting look to it. And it's such a beautiful quilt, absolutely gorgeous.
It is.
So make sure that you go for these. So absolutely gorgeous. Now I am intrigued with this one because I can see that some of you have been shopping for multiples of these as well. So I think they are going to be gifts for people as well.
I think actually if you're going to make it, it would be a lovely Mothering Sunday present.
Absolutely. And if you went for a couple, I suppose you've got the length of it more so to make it into a bed quilt.
Yeah, you definitely could expand it and make it bigger. Yeah, be brilliant.
Beautiful.
So it doesn't tell you to do this in the instructions, but this is an extra tip that I'm going to give you.
Oh, Suzie special.
When you're trimming off your dog ears of your little triangles that you've just added, if you on your quilting ruler, you've got a beautiful 45-degree marking, and it's true of any of the creative grids and probably most of the quilting rulers, the Olfa ones, all of them have got these on. Use your 45 to run along the side of your triangle.
Okay.
And then you know that when you're trimming this, it is going to be a straight edge.
That is
and it's a 45
a brilliant
triangle.
tip. Star tip, that one. Okay.
Literally, I mean, nothing comes off other than the dog ear. So, and I know now that that is all as it should be. I haven't got to panic. So the next thing we're going to add is some little strips. And this is the one that you need to make sure you've picked up the right one.
Okay.
So this is the slightly smaller one. I'm not quite sure why it's slightly smaller, but obviously it makes a big difference. So I couldn't work out why it had to be 1/8 of an inch smaller. And that's going to go on one side, and you'll find it should fit perfectly. If you've got too much overhanging, you've picked up the wrong one.
Okay.
That's what I love about any quilt pattern or any pattern that I pick up. If it has got fail-safe bits to it, i.e. if I pick a piece up and it doesn't fit, or it's too long, or there's too much overhanging, I like that because then I know that I've got a double check all the way through.
It's good to kind of keep
because I am a bit of a skeptic.
And I love this. Did you know, spot that William Morris as Suzie was stitching there as well? Because when you actually look at the quilt, the backdrop, that kind of a creamy beige tone, that is a William Morris fabric that you've got featuring in here. So it's not often you can get a quilt top featuring William Morris fabrics for less than £100, but you can with this deal that we've got for you. And you're still creating a quilt that's a good size. I mean, 1.5 meters square is a fabulous size.
It is.
If you're wanting your inches, we're having a big debate on inches. I can't actually tell you the size of the quilt, I don't think, in inches.
2.54, so
yeah, we've only got metric. Apparently, people are saying that because of American kind of being, well, over in America, there's a lot of quilting originated over, and that's where that imperial sometimes goes. But you've got, it's 59 inches if you wanted to know that. You've actually got...
That is a big lap quilt.
And this is something that's worth talking about. You've got 10 different fabrics in this kit featuring within the quilt.
Yeah.
You've actually got over 4.5 metres of fabric. So if you take that £100 and you divide it by 4.5 metres, you can see you are getting your fabric at a fabulous price. And add into the equation that you've got William Morris in there as well as your Sanderson fabrics. This is a phenomenal kit. Now, if you do want to go shopping for additional fabrics, you can see it's featured in the Water Garden collection. And in the instructions, it will actually detail all of your different fabrics and kind of itemise them and show you the different ones. So if you do want to actually go for more fabrics as time goes on, don't know if it's something that we sell here, but obviously the Free Spirit name is one of the names that we recognise and love here at Sewing Street. But it is one of those ones that this could be potentially be the starting point of your quilt. It could be that you're going to go for a couple of them, as I know some of you have done, to kind of do your own kind of way of constructing the blocks if you're wanting to. But of course, because you've got a very kind of, how shall I phrase this? A common palette of colours. And I don't mean common as in looking down on people, but the kind of the familiarity of the colours. You may well have colours in your stash that you could work with alongside these. But definitely, if you do want to go for more of the fabrics, do check out the William Morris range, which obviously is going to work with these ones. William Morris in a quilt for less than £100.
Well, the William Morris part of it equates to 2.25 metres.
Wow, so that's pretty much half of it.
2.25 metres of William Morris fabrics.
Wow.
Which
that's
is
a
phenomenal.
lot, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. So I've sewn the other side as well.
Lovely.
So now
look at that.
we need to trim. Looks like a little, like
I love it.
pyramid, a mountain with a coat, doesn't it? Now, when you're trimming these, you're going to trim them so you square them off. So what we're aiming for is this effect. So we're trimming off those
could you
extra
bring
bits.
that more into the centre of your cutting?
there
Oh,
you
thank
go.
you.
Okay.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So if I do it up here, what I do is you want to look at where these points come, but you want that to be a 90-degree angle going up. So the easiest way to do it is find a line you're comfortable with on your ruler, line that along the base of your triangle, which you've already trimmed square,
Yeah.
and make sure that the edge of your ruler is on that point, and then you trim up. And you're just going to cut away that little bit.
Now, that could be quite an anxious moment.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
So this is where you're saying double check, triple check if you feel more comfortable.
But the
with
diagram in the instructions is
perfect.
phenomenal.
Yes.
So I have to say the diagrams are great in this. So repeat that. So find a line you're comfortable with, find the point, line up the edge of the ruler on it and cut. And that goes in my pot. And then I did take off, turn it round. Again, I line up on that edge. Everything's square. I've ticked that box. I'm a happy bunny. And I can take off those ends. Oh, I could have done if I'd actually pressed. There you go. There you are. So that I'm all neat and tidy. And if you do that as you go, it makes the whole thing so much easier.
Good bit of advice, that, yeah.
So the next bit is on this as well. We're going to add the last two triangles, and they're going to sit in here. So we end up with a rectangle. Now we've got to find the midpoint at this point. It's all points, sorry. It's literally the point. It's from this end to that end. So again, use your folding technique and fold and find the midpoint there. Finger press, seam roller, magic seam one, whatever you want to use. I'm just going to give that a press because it got a bit wrinkled in transit. And then this one, I'm putting wrong sides together so that it nestles nicely. And line those two up. This is one of those fabrics where you can't see where I've pressed. There you are. There it is. And again, you should have 1/4 inch overhang either side. And you're going to stitch that 1/4 inch seam all the way down. Don't pin the other one in place yet because you need to get this one pressed across before you stitch the other one in.
Wonderful. Just as Jenny's stitching that, I'm looking at all the different names, all those orders going through. We've got more and more of you adding this into your basket, so much so that if all of those orders are confirmed and you complete those purchases, 60% of the stock has gone. And as you can imagine, we don't have sizable stocks of this. We don't tend to start with huge quantities of kits like this because they're a sizable investment. But when you're looking at the price that was originally £169.99, you're saving £70, bringing it down to less than £100. We actually sneaked an extra £20 off. That was before we realised that there's William Morris fabric in there. So, yeah. We might not be here tomorrow, so that's all I'm saying. But yeah, 10 fabrics in your box, 4.5 metres of fabric, over 2 metres of that being your William Morris beige cream tone that you can see there. And of course, you're going to get your step-by-step tutorial and instructions, not only to put it all together and make a beautiful quilt top, but also for you to go on and create more of these as time goes on, potentially with your own fabrics.
Okay.
How are you getting on?
I'm good. So when you come to find the middle of the other side, we've got a 1/4 inch seam we can use as our edge. Just make sure that that lines up with the other point, and then you can find your midpoint. Or you could have done it before you added your first triangle and marked it. It's up to you, but don't position your triangle till you've done one side, because you need to press that out as I have before you stitch. So this is the last bit, and this is the last component before we start putting the block together in its final bit. So you can see it's one of these things that even if you're cooking the tea, and I'm just thinking of Mr. Duncan now, who constantly nags me because I am terrible for starting cooking something and think, oh, well, that's going to take half an hour, so I'll just go and quickly do a bit in my workroom.
I think that's a crafter's brain, because we don't want to waste any time at all,
Absolutely
do we? We try like, well, I've got 15 minutes.
That's
I'm just
how
hanging
I do
around.
it.
Can't just wait.
Don't need to stand and watch a pot boiling. I know exactly what happens when when water boils, so it's fine. But yeah, no, I'm always doing that. So it means that I can do these blocks. I can get this bit done, that bit done, and then they're all in piles ready for me to go.
I love this because we've literally seen it created before our very eyes, and it's just, yeah, it's going to give you confidence. Don't forget you can go back and watch the show as well, because I don't imagine there is a video tutorial with regards to this one.
No, there
it's a
isn't.
sizable project.
No.
But if you want to go back and watch, it's on YouTube, you'll be able to go back and watch. But obviously you can watch it. I don't know how long we keep the shows on our system. It's only about a week or so. But I think if you go to YouTube, that's where you can find it. And I think you just search for the item that we've got, or the date. I think sometimes you can go for the date as well.
Yeah. So you're then going to make sure you want to square these off now. Not that I say square, that's the terminology. It's not square because it's a rectangle.
Yes.
So you're going to use them, follow the instructions and just make sure everything is straight, shall we say.
Wonderful. Just to give you time check,
Yep.
we've got about 4 minutes or so
That's
left.
fine because we're almost there. So I'm just going to take off the dog ears on this occasion because it measures out exactly what I need.
Oh, doesn't it look beautiful?
It does. The fabrics are glorious together. And you know how sometimes when you've got designer fabrics, you're frightened to put a different designer fabric with it because you think, will it overshadow, will it not work?
Yeah.
But the combo of these Sanderson and the William Morris is just amazing. And I love the fact that each block has got that common middle theme, and the star border work is the same, but all the fabrics in between have got different elements.
Gorgeous fabrics.
So let's put this together.
Okay.
We're going to start back to our middle, and you're going to put 2 of your pieces that we've just finished either side. So what I'll do is lay the block out and you can see it.
Brilliant, thank you.
And then you can see how it's all
Yeah,
going
because
to
we
go.
probably won't have time for it to be sewn
Absolutely
together
won't.
in the way that it should be sewn. We could do
Yeah.
a rush job, but we don't do a rush job.
No. Anyone who knows me knows I'll never do anything. Never rush. No, that's not true.
And I love it. It's almost like a puzzle when you've got
It
those
is,
pieces.
and that's how I view quilting. It's my next puzzle.
And
So
this is
these
it. Lots
go
of us
out.
do things like word
You get
puzzles
this,
and
if
things.
you think
so,
of
yeah.
an M,
Yeah.
that's what you're trying to construct each time.
And once you've kind of got that first row, it's almost like
Yeah.
a mirror version for the bottom row, isn't it?
Absolutely. So
Oh,
that
look
is
at
what we'll
this.
do.
See, do you know what? That would be fabulous as an oversized cushion, wouldn't it?
Well,
If
that's
you don't want to make it into a
exactly-
quilt.
yeah,
Because you've got
exactly what
4
I
of
would
those.
use. Yeah, and they make up to be 20.5 inches, so that makes a fabulous size cushion.
And in fact, if you actually do look at it, yeah, I mean, you might need to kind of choose how you use your fabric to square off, because obviously it's not the way that it's designed, but if you use it just as it is,
Yeah.
then perfect. You've got that centre on-point square, which
Yeah.
again, you could use as another cushion or a little kind of table mat,
Yeah.
maybe a lamp stand or something
I
like
would
that.
also use this as the bag side for a tote bag.
Yeah, that's a good point,
So you
actually.
could do 2 and make yourself a tote bag from it.
So it
with
doesn't
line
matter
with
how
your
you
fabrics.
use it. If you just love the
Absolutely.
fabrics, then yeah, go for it that
for it.
way.
But so what you do from now on is construct the rows. And what's absolutely brilliant is 2 of the rows don't have any seam matching.
Oh, perfect.
which
Even
we love.
better.
So you're literally just going to flip, line them up and stitch down, which I know we're running out of time, so I won't do.
So
the
do you
one
do
to
rows-
watch, I'm going
row
to show
1,
you a
2 and
trick.
3, yeah.
Yeah, so you do row 1 together,
Yeah.
row 3 together,
Yep.
row 2 together. But the
Okay.
trick for row 2, I'm just going to move these out the way so I can show you how I line up the middle one, because obviously these points are a 1/4 inch away from the edge,
Yes.
hopefully. So when you line them up, my trick is get a pin, and this is where I love my wall pressing mat, because I use it, or the June Taylor cut and press too, whichever you've got. But push your pin through the seam.
Oh, almost like a
point
drawing pin
there.
kind of idea.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And
yeah.
push it down into the one below, right at the point, which is really hard to do when you're trying very hard not to shake on camera.
It's easier said than done sometimes, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is, isn't it? So then you can use that. That's not going anywhere. It's going to stay aligned. I can then just shuffle the rest of the fabric to even up at the sides. Keep that pin in there. Pick up a pin or a clip and pop it in to hold those other ends. And then I can just angle that pin down, and everything I know is then aligned.
That's a really good tip. Thank you for sharing that with us.
That's all right.
Isn't that brilliant? Incidentally, we've had lots of people asking about wadding. We have got wadding available for you. So if you do want to go for your wadding, we have got that. We've also got other things that we have heard being spoken of. Things like your best press, your friction pens, your pins, obviously rotary cutters and your quilt clips as well. So these are all available on the website. I'm not going to bore you going through all those details, but knowing that they are there is the key thing. But the wadding is one of the items that many of you have been asking about. So you can see the details up on your screen. For your ½ metre piece, you're looking at £6.99, which means if you are going for this one, it's actually a good size width, this one. You're looking at 244 centimetres, so more than big enough for the actual width of your quilt. That's folded over. Obviously, think about the drop of your quilt, because you're looking at 150 centimetres. So you could go for 3 repeats of these. You'd have lots of your wadding left over from the outside edge, but of course you can use that on another project. Or you can kind of go for maybe 2 of these repeats and hope that you can kind of piece your wadding together. Personally, I'd just go for 3 repeats if you're only looking at £6.99. It makes sense. And then just use what's left over for something else. What do you
bag.
reckon? Does that, yeah, a bag. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Make yourself a bag with the fabric that's left over,
Yeah.
or a cushion, and use your wadding to give it that quilted feel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And your best press, we've heard Suzie reference this. We don't always feature it on shows, and it is something that is going to be your friend when you do come to pressing. And this one has got a lovely fragrance to it as well. It's got a lavender vanilla combination, and $11.99. Obviously, you remove your cap, you pop your spray, your trigger in there, and then you can utilise that. But don't leave it lying around, because whoever's doing the ironing in the house will start using it, and you don't want them to use it. fabric, you want to use it for when you are doing your sewing projects. So there you go, I'll leave that with you there, details on your screen. Suzie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Another fabulous hour. Susie's going to be back in an hour, so I hope you can. We're going to be looking at Creative Grid rulers with the launch of a brand new one as well, which I can't wait to see. So we will see you in an hour, but do not go anywhere. The lovely Jenny is back with some English paper piecing, so I know I am going to love that hour. So Suzie, thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you in a bit.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello there and welcome. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, unless you haven't changed your clocks, and then it's 12 o'clock. I wonder if there will be people that will be wandering around thinking that the times, oh, the bus is late, or, it's supposed to have been here by now.
I think I've done it in the past, when mobile phones didn't used to update themselves.
That's true, yeah. It's all the twiddly clocks, like the one that's on your cooker.
Yeah.
That you have to get. And then if you've got multiples of those, and I get a bit OCD with this, David is as well, it's like you've got to have them all on exactly the same minute, because I can't have one that kind of is on like 1 minute past and the other one's at 2 minutes past. It just plays with my head.
Yeah.
But anyway, we digress. Welcome. We have got another lovely hour with the lovely Jenny Jackson, and we are talking about one that was kind of a love of your life, isn't it, really? English paper pieces. And I know loads of you guys love it as well. And as you all know, Jenny brings us the most incredible projects. She breaks everything down so easily. So if this is the hour for you to learn English paper piecing, then you certainly tuned in at the right time. But we've got brand new projects to share with you. 2 projects. The first of which is one of my favourites, although when I'll show you the other one, that will be my favourite as well. But this is beautiful. Have you seen this beautiful fabric to start with? I mean, this one is happiness in a kit, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Luce and Irene with this one.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
I loved it when I saw it. I was like, I'll do something with that.
Yes, yeah. It's been a popular one already. $28.99 will get you the fabrics that you require. You've also got your pattern with this on. We just need to add in a bit of wadding.
Yeah, I used H640 to make it a bit stiffer, and interfacing, lightweight iron, medium weight iron on interfacing on the lining.
Right.
Just to make it a bit stiffer.
A bit more oomph.
Yeah.
Because the idea with this one is it's going to store your fat quarters. You are also going to get your apple fabric with that beautiful colour that you can see in the middle there. And it's for your little handles as well. And these are usable handles. So this is going to be perfect. If you've got like a bookshelf in your craft room and you're wanting to kind of pull them off the shelf, then absolutely perfect, isn't it? So yeah, lovely kit for you to go for. And of course, a little bit of English paper piece. Nice project for anybody that's just got started.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's really easy construction. So today I'm going to be concentrating on the construction of both, but I've got loads of EPP shows from the past that you can just easily find.
Absolutely.
But next month I'm going to be doing loads of actual EPP.
Oh, there you go. So make sure you tune in. So if you like the idea of getting hold of this one, you're going to be in very good company, to be honest, because already half the stock has gone of it. And you've got your little bumblebees featuring in here, your gorgeous sunflowers, as you can see as well, and a really, really pretty combination of fabrics, and that apple green just shows it off to perfection, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Loads and loads of you shopping for this one. You're going to get your fat 8s in here, so let me show you fabrics that you're going to get so you can realise the quality that you're going to get with these. So you will have your fat 8s, so your fat 8s are in those gorgeous Lewis and Irene fabrics, so you're going to get your sunflowers, and obviously all part of the same collection because they're absolutely gorgeous to work alongside. There's your bumblebees. Perfect if you're wanting to kind of place them within your pieces. So there you go. That one's got more of that apple background. Little tiny sunflowers, as you can see. Almost like that bleached out paste effect that you've got there. And then your apple. Now your apple, you're going to get a full metre of this one in there as well. So 1 full metre and then 5 fat 8s with regards to those. And you're going to get a little bag of goodies. What's in your bag of goodies?
That is the paper pieces.
Oh, so we don't even need to cut those.
Oh, no, they're the exact size. I tend to, with my patterns, I never tend to go with the standard size.
Okay.
I like my own sizing.
Well, there you go. And they're going to be in there. I'm not going to open those.
Only the Hexies that are the standard sizes.
And then, of course, you're going to get your pattern. And the pattern is beautiful because it gives you all of the construction. I'm not going to open it all up, but you've got all the construction in there, all the direction that you need. And, of course, once you've got the knowledge that you've been taught, you can go on and create many more of these as time goes on. So there you go. That is your kit, pattern and your fabrics, all good to go. Just need to add a little bit of love, a little bit of time and a little bit of wadding maybe alongside that one there. We have got another colour option with regards to this one, though, as well. So if you like the sunflowers, brilliant. Have you got another example of the others?
Well, so this is what we're doing during the show.
Oh, wow.
That's the EPP all ready to sew.
Look at that.
So I've said this before.
That is amazing.
Whenever I do solid colourways, I pick all the colours because I absolutely love sitting with a colour card and choosing
I love
what
it.
I want. And I love
You know, one of my favourite times is sitting and looking at Pantone. You know the boxes?
Yeah,
I just love it. That looks beautiful. Now, if you do like your solid colours, then again, within your kit, you are going to get everything that I spoke of previously. So you're going to get your pattern with your little paper pieces in there. You're going to get your fabrics. So you're going to get your fat 8s again, but in your combination of 5 different colours. And your lining on this occasion is going to be that lovely, almost like a bluey grey. That is beautiful. What colour are we calling this? Do we know?
I think it's school grey or dark grey. I
Dark
can't
grey,
remember.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful, lovely colour. This is a popular one as well. So whichever you go for, you are safe in the knowledge you're going to have everything that you need. Bar your wadding, your thread, and maybe a little bit of interfacing or stabiliser, and $25.99 with regards to that. But of course, we have got those additional items on the show, so you can shop for them all at the same time. I love that combination as well. Gorgeous. Incidentally, I know many of you will be saying, but I've got my own favourite fabric that I want to use. We have got the pattern available by itself as well. And this comes with the paper pieces. So it's not just the pattern by itself. So it will be, in effect, just that. So if you are shopping for this, you're looking at $21.99. So that even kind of reinforces the value for money that you're getting with the kits, to be fair, because your fabric's included with those. So yeah, do kind of think about it before you check out your basket. I know some of us are very quick to go for the patterns and the pieces because we think we're getting a bargain. But when you compare the two, I mean, what was the difference between the two? What were we looking at? I've got the attention span of a goldfish today,
Honestly, I can't remember anything today.
It's only £4. That can't be right, really? £4 more, and you're going to get all the fabrics in there as well. So that is a reason to shop for it as a bundle, even if you're not planning on using the fabric in your kit.
Yeah, you'll always use the
You'll
solids
always
anyway,
use that, won't you?
Add it to the stash.
Absolutely.
And the paper pieces, so you can reuse those at least. With my card, we use the special card. It's like 7 or 8 times, depending on how careful you are. But you'll definitely, like, if you're really not careful with them, you will get 4 uses minimum. Yeah, perfect. I would say.
Love it, there you go. So do make sure you think about it before you check out your basket if you have just gone for the pattern, because I think it's worth it adding in. It makes it sense, doesn't it? I mean, £4 for all that fabric. Anyway, so when we get started with our project, what do we need to know?
Right, so with the EPP side of this project, it is very simple because you are just sewing. It's like working with hexagons. I know some of you might not have done that yet. But I'm going to show more EPP in my next show because there's loads of construction. Yeah, Dad, can you message in?
On the website, you can put a little message and it'll pop up on our screen.
What month is it next month?
It's November. Moving to November. We'll check that out.
Yeah, I'm here.
You've got kind of like YouTube and Facebook videos.
Oh,
and
yeah,
things like that,
yeah. And mostly the YouTube on Sewing Street. If you type my name in with Sewing Street, I've done so many
pops up
EPP shows.
Lovely.
But these are like the templates that you get. I've used these so many times and I can still get so many more uses out of them.
Oh, wow, yes.
So they're absolutely fine to keep going.
So they're not like photocopies, so yeah, there you go.
So if we've got time right at the end of the show, I can quickly show you how to baste and sew. But I thought often people who like EPP, they know how to EPP, but it's the construction that sometimes gets them because they're used to doing EPP on a quilt.
Yes.
And then all you've got to do is sandwich quilt and you're done.
Good call.
But I like to show that, you know, EPP doesn't just have to be a quilt. You can make all the things. So in the pattern as well, this one's got writing all over it because I don't like wasting paper. So I like to do like my checks. So you will get the layouts.
Lovely.
Of how to sew.
So clear.
Yeah.
So clear. I mean, all of that here, it reminds me of Blockbuster.
Yeah. And you get a layout diagram within the pattern, so you can colour it as well if you want that layout diagram. So you can just
go
ahead.
Laid out. Perfect. Love it.
So I've got this here just so I can remember measurements.
Okay.
So I've already made the inside, but it's not travelled that well.
Okay.
But that's just
get a bit squished.
always the way as well. And I've just realised I didn't bring any quilting clips with me.
Oh, we had some in the last show. Have you got? We'll sort that out.
Just
We'll find
easier.
some for you as well. I'm just going to grab the tablet as well. So
Okay.
if you've got any questions, are these to use or to use? We could do some. Can we open them up? I'll destroy the evidence. You won't ever know.
I had a friction pen on here, but
We had a
my
friction
one.
pen on the last hour. as
No,
well.
but we had it here. I'm wondering if we actually...
Susie's going to come. Suzie to the rescue. It's like a little.
I'm just wondering where my one is though, because I had it out here. So
Oh.
maybe it's fallen on the floor.
Right, we'll have a little rummage around. Oh, look at that!
Oh, amazing.
Oh,
Thank you.
love it. There you go.
Oh, it's all right. I've put it back in here. Got it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Incidentally, if you do want to get hold of your quilt clips, you can do. We've got them on the website. We've also got a fabulous bundle of threads, which I've got Jenny's name on as well. And these, we've not seen these since September, I believe.
Yeah, it might have been a while. Yeah, I released it when I released my book.
Oh,
So
okay,
it's
right.
to go with.
So this is kind of like your own signature collection that we've got with these. Oh, I like these. So we don't have huge quantities of these. So if you did miss out on them, you've seen them previously, I will get them all out and we'll have a proper look at them later on. But it was just more of an information service. So if you've missed out on them previously, we have got them round. Lovely.
Right, so to make the first part of the outside, it's exactly the same to make the inside.
Okay.
So that's why I thought I'd pre-make one so I didn't have to do them both.
Wonderful.
So once you have done your EPP, you've basted it onto a piece of H640, quilted it as you want, then you trim it down to the size that it says in the
Could I
pattern.
just nudge you over just a little bit? Is that okay? Because I know that some of our viewers will be irritated by this bottom corner that they can't see.
Yep,
So there we
that's
go.
fine.
Perfect. Thank
Right,
you.
so next you want to fold it in lengthwise. So fold it right sides together like so.
Lovely.
It's very easy construction.
Wonderful. So
Just
we're all
hoping
ready
we have
together.
enough time to do everything. Yeah, I haven't cut this really well. You know, when you just want to do a demo one, for me,
That's okay, yeah.
everyone who watches knows that I just always try and just do it as quickly as possible so everyone can see. And if things don't match up, well, I don't care. Right, so you folded it, and this is your fold line. So you actually want that facing you at the corner, and you're going to draw, just going to measure that. It's 3-inch wide
Lovely.
by 2.5-inch width.
Oh, which is a perfect, because that's 2.5-inch rule,
Yep.
isn't it? Wow.
And then 3-inch wide. So you're going to just do that on both edges and then cut that rectangle out. I bet I've bought one of my pens that is not the best. I've used them so much that
It always feels
they're
when-
slowly running out, especially when you're drawing
Yes.
on...
It's not the easiest of fabrics to actually draw onto either, is it, your H640, because of the texture there.
Yeah.
Incidentally, we are incredibly busy for the bundle of your blues and purples. It's a very popular item. We've got your friction pens, incidentally, only $3.99. Invaluable, can't be without them. I have to agree. Kim's messaged in to say lovely colours, Jen, and love you too.
Aw,
So there
thank you,
you go.
mate.
Lovely. But yeah, absolutely brilliant choice of colours. They're flying out, these kits.
Oh,
and the kit, obviously for your honeycomb, because a honeycomb, your honeycomb, I suddenly went all hello then, didn't I, like the French policeman? So yeah, the gorgeous combination of your hexes with this one, creating that lovely honeycomb effect. And of course, the choice of fabrics can make all the difference. All the time. See, I wouldn't be the bits that have been cut off. I wouldn't be throwing these.
No,
away, 'cause
probably
they make
sew
like
them together.
Little needle.
books or
needle
something.
boxes, yeah. H640, incidentally, I know that Laura's just trying to get hold of it. There's a little bit of a, well, I wouldn't say world shortage of it. I was trying to get some from my website as well. It's out of stock with the suppliers mainly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one to get hold at the moment, but we will have it back in stock. I think it's kind of mid-November the shipment is due into the country, if I remember right.
Fab. Sorry, I'm having to move everything around. Right, so the next stage, because this is really simple to do, you're going to sew down both of these sides using a 1/4-inch seam allowance. Right,
Lovely.
we're going to see if I can manage
Bring your
this.
machine closer if you want to, that's okay. We'll just, we can kind of bring it back, move it out of the way afterwards, but yeah.
I can do it from here, that's fine.
Perfect.
I can do it from there, I just couldn't quite reach them.
We just want to see everything. I was going to have to give you like a little leg up, wasn't I?
Right, so I tend to backstitch at the start and the end of these.
Lovely.
of these things, just because I find it easier. There we go.
Wonderful.
Don't need my stitches undoing.
It's just a straight seam that's being stitched at the moment.
Yeah,
with this
quarter
one. So,
inch
yeah,
seam
nice and
allowance.
easy. And it's basically what's being stitched at the moment is this side panel that we've got here on the side of the liner. So the liner's already been stitched. So it's this seam that's being stitched. And then obviously the bottom of the square will create this fabulous base, which gives you your pieces, that construction. But the initial stage is to stitch that line there. So if you imagine that being a flat piece of fabric that's gone to the machine, and that is the piece that's being stitched. Our angle on the camera is a bit tricky for us to actually show you that.
Oh, okay.
It'll all come together.
It's such a
don't
big
worry.
machine as well.
It's a
just
monster,
really hard to fit
isn't
in.
it? It's huge.
Right, let's see. So I've
you
just sewn
stitch
down
them.
these. So the next is open it out, and then so it looks like this.
Okay.
Very simple. And then what I would do is make sure it's all centred, possibly pin these in place. I'm not going to right now.
Okay.
No need, timing-wise.
I love this. It's one of those do as I say, not do as I do situations.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, 100% always when I'm doing
It's
this.
like when you're a mum, it's just like, but why? Because you just do.
it's rules.
Because you do.
I would say try and, using a pressing cloth, because this will melt,
Okay.
open these seams out.
Yep.
Because it's just better
Just
for
a bit of
sewing.
bulk, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that again.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
Because it's all about timing.
It is. Now, incidentally, talk about timing. The timing is now right for you to check out your baskets if you've gone for the sunflower version. There's only 3 of these left now, and that is obviously, oops-a-daisy, that is the finished project. When it comes to you, you will have your 5 fat 8s. You will also have that gorgeous apple green fabric. You will also have your little reusable hexes. Don't forget, you can use those if you look after them, potentially up to 7 times. If you're not so careful, at least 4 times, and you are going to get your pattern. So all of that is coming to you for £28.99. Very affordable price. When you are shopping for the pattern by itself, I think you're paying £21.99 because you're going to get your little hexes in there as well. So you're only paying an extra £7 for all of that gorgeous fabric. 5 fat 8s as well as a full metre of the apple, and it's the apple that you're going to be using for your lining. So just keep your eye open for, we've got wadding on the show. We haven't got H640, but we have got wadding. Or you might want to use something you are informal. You might have your personal favourite. So yeah, whichever you're popping in there.
Might have
then
some
that's
scraps
perfect.
left over of H640
Well, you can
as
kind
well,
of
'cause
stitch
it's-
the, yeah,
I
don't
always
yeah.
seem to have random pieces left over.
Well, don't throw any of those scraps away, because I think this is the perfect time
Yeah.
for you to use them when you can't actually bite by the metre. So
Right,
Oh.
so that is how easy the box is to turn into a box once you've
look at that.
done your EPP. That's the only bit that takes a while, to be honest. And what I'll do is I will show you how to add, well, yeah, I can show you.
Okay.
How to add one
little handles.
handle, yeah. So I've
Okay.
pre-made the handles. The instructions step by step will show you exactly how to press, fold and stitch those. And if my brain is correct, it is about 2 inches or 1.5 inches from the bottom of the bottom seam.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for this. And then you want to centre it. You can fold it in half and get the exact centre there.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to get my...
Wonderful. Incidentally,
Not
if
the
you've
most
been looking at
organised
the ruler and thinking, where is that on the website? It's not on the website. It's one that we want to bring to you. We've decided.
You have to.
We've made on a Sunday. We're the only ones that turned up on Sunday. There's no management here. So we've made a managerial decision that at some stage we are going to have that ruler available, but sadly not today. We have got creative grid rulers coming up after the break. But yes, if you would like to email into the management, just,
Yeah.
My name is John Scott, so just tell them that I have told you that we need that ruler.
What you can do here is if you find things fiddly on the machine, you could just hand stitch these down if you want.
Okay.
But if not, if you use a stay stitch on your machine, you stitch one line here,
Yeah.
and then move 1/4 inch along and stitch a second
okay,
line.
yes, yeah.
And then you do exactly the same
Right.
at the other ends. So that is that simple. I probably won't, there's no point, I'm looking at the time already, and the other pattern's got loads to do.
Oh,
on it.
fair enough. No,
So
that's fine. We'll go your lead.
this is how easy it is. I'm going to leave those and I'll
Lovely.
pop them on at a
You
later
might not
date.
want to put the handles on if you don't want to.
No, if you don't want to. And so I've turned this the right way out, and then you literally keep the lining what looks like the wrong way out. And then this, you need to take your time doing.
Just get it into the right position.
You want to get it exactly all lined up. So what I tend to do is I'll clip these two pieces in like this.
Fabulous. I need to give you a bit of an update just as you're doing that. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. So, what was the update? I should have been concentrating a bit more. The sunflower kit incident, that one has now sold out. So that's what I was meant to tell you as well. The blue and purple, which is the one that we're looking at the moment, that one, we don't have huge quantities of those available now either. So, yeah, please be as quick as you can. The pattern with the paper pieces by themselves is available. Half the stock has gone. Yeah, we are going to be revisiting those gorgeous sunflower fabrics in a little while with the second project, which is a bit naughty of me because I'm teasing you with it already. But, yeah, this is the other project that we're going to see with those fabrics in a little while. And this is your Hexie lunch bag. So if you do want to jump ahead, you can do. But please don't let it sell out until we get there because we'll have nothing to talk about otherwise. So that's a bit naughty of me, but I'm going to move it and pretend it never happened.
So what I tend to do is I will either clin or pip. Clin or pip? Pin or clip? I give up. I need to go to bed.
Combination of pinning and clipping.
Yeah, whichever you fancy. Right, but I would do the side seams first, then I would do the middle ones, and then I would go around here and get it, because you just want to do it so that once you start sewing round, you're not going to end up with a kink in the fabric.
I've got to ask you as well, I've noticed you've got these little kind of labels on your quilt clips. Is that
These aren't mine.
Oh, they're not? Oh, they're Susie's, aren't they? Of course, I forgot.
Susie's so organised.
I'm going to ask her that question when I'm on the next hour. She's so organised. Letters on them. Anyway.
So what I would do now is stay stitch all the way around the top using like a scant 1/4 inch. You don't want a 1/4 inch because then you'll see the stitching.
Yes.
So just as close to the edge, and use a bigger stitch because
almost like a basting.
Yeah, like a basting stitch all the way around the top, because then you know it's just nicely in place and you take off the clip. And then you get your binding.
Lovely.
So I'm basically just showing you what to do now so we can get on to the next project. And you add it like you would a quilt.
Okay.
It's exactly, so the raw edge of the binding strip to the raw edge of the outer top bit.
Yeah.
Sew all the way around.
Yeah.
Close it as you would when you're quilting.
Yeah.
And then fold it over and hand stitch it in, or machine stitch, depending on how you like to do your binding. Exactly. So it's really, really easy. And I've got an actual binding tutorial on my YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's just binding. It's years old, but it's still
It's an old one, but a good one.
Yeah, it's an old one, but a good one. So, yeah, so it's really, really, really simple.
Brilliant. Jenny, thank you. So there you go. You only have one option now left, which I don't know if we actually have that option left now. There's only 2 of these left. So the purple and the blue that comes with that fabulous grey fabric does come teamed up with your pattern and, of course, your Hexies as well. So if you are shopping for this one, you need to be mighty quick to get it as a bundle. You can see the finished example there. Oh, it's gone. Knew it'd go. The only way you can get hold of it now is if you're wanting to shop for the pattern and the pieces themselves as well. So there you go. You can shop for it that way. $21.99. You'll find it on the website. But the next project we're turning our attention to is the lunch bag. Now, I'm going to start off by bringing in the finished sample to share with you. This is available in the 2 colour options that we've already shown you with the little storage box. So this is absolutely adorable. Now, it's designed as a lunch box with a little drawstring on the inside there. But to be honest, you could use it for so many different scenarios, couldn't you?
Yeah. Project bags.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, because I've used the Thermolam in this for a lunch bag, but you could just add wadding if you're not going to use it as a lunch bag. And it's just...
It's adorable. Absolutely adorable. So you're still going to get the same. So the fat 8s are going to be exactly the same. So here's something for you. If you missed out on the bundle that we saw earlier on, you're still going to get those fabrics. You're going to get additional fabrics in this one. But, of course, if you wanted to make the storage out of them instead of this, you could do. Just get the pattern. So, yeah, if you wanted to. But this is a project. So you're going to get the fat quarters for your yellow as well as your blue, which you can see there. The yellow features of that fabulous lining as well. I mean, look at that happy lining with all that green in there as well. Beautiful. $32.99 with regards to this one. Can I ask as well, because I forgot to ask with the storage box, Angel policy, can we make and sell with regards to these?
Yeah, small scale is absolutely fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There you go. Absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, if you want to make and sell. You're also going to get your ½ metre of your apple in there. You're going to get your little hexes in there. So they are in there, which you can use up to 7 times if you're careful. I was paying attention. And you're going to get your pattern as well. So the pattern is available by itself. I will warn you, if everybody, when everybody checks out the basket, we only have 3 available left now.
What you can do as well is once you've got the pattern, if you want to make and sell them, but EPP takes a while and you don't have time, we can just, the measurements that I cut the EPP down, you can replace them with solid fabric.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You know, if you want to make them for gifts and stuff, but you want the EPP for yourself,
yes,
you want to take your time and stuff.
That's
but if you do
idea.
think, oh, I just want to, you take the measurements that are in the pattern and you can just replace the EPP with normal
That's good
fabric
advice,
as well.
actually. There you go. So really useful bag. We've also got your purples and blues. So I'm just going to move that to the side as I show you the bundle, because in the bundle you're going to get your purples and blues. You can see on your screen there. Similar sort of idea. You're going to get your 5 fat quarters. Fat 8. Try again. They are fat 8s. So fat 8s. I'll get me 8s and my quarters mixed up. So you're going to get your 5 different colours featuring within those, as you can see there. So they are all there. You're also going to get your, is it fat quarters that we've got for these
2 colours of fat quarters.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Beautiful contrast. Look at those, gorgeous. And then that complementary grey that we saw in the storage a few moments ago. Pattern as well as your hexes included. And another very popular item with that as a project there, $29.99. I'm guessing that the pattern is available with the hexes as well. And it is flying out, so lots of you are going for that one. So very quickly going to pop the details up on the screen there, $19.99, but be quick if you're wanting to shop for that one, because I've kind of got a couple of handfuls left of that one. So yeah, I think some people are going to miss out on that one.
The wrong picture.
Is that the wrong picture? Oh no, it's the pattern that we're just talking about by the side.
Oh, okay, that really confused me then.
Sorry, sorry,
right.
the pattern by itself is up on your screen. So we just kind of got mixed up with the image. So that's what you're getting, $19.99 if you're shopping for that one. So there you go. If you were trying to shop for what was on the picture a few moments ago, you can't because it's sold out. So it kind of doesn't matter really that we've got the wrong picture, to be fair, but there you go. Right.
Do you know I've done something really, really silly when I've been prepping at home?
What's happened, sweetie?
I've added some fabric and I've not put the handles in.
Oh,
no. So this is going to be a handleless one.
Okay, that's all right. But it could be just.
Who needs handles?
The handles are so overrated.
They're so overrated.
So overrated.
I was just looking at this that I've sewn. I'm thinking, why does this look weird? It's because I got carried away because I knew there was so much to demo.
Okay. Could you talk us through about where the handles would go?
Can.
Thank you. Just in case you're one of those old-fashioned people that likes handles.
So, you know, in the pattern, it's very clear when I remember to put the handles in.
Oh, bless you.
I have made the handles. You have handles. They just can't go in the pattern right now because that would be a lot of unpicking and unnecessary.
And we're not going to do that.
No. So, as you can see, I've gone way ahead. You sew your EPP shapes together to make one EPP piece.
Lovely.
And then I'm just going to check if I cut them first.
That's okay.
Yep, you do not base them or anything.
Okay.
You just cut them.
Right.
Measure once, measure twice, cut once.
That's true, actually, yeah.
100% do that.
We were chatting about that with
It's
Suzie.
even more important when you've done EPP.
Because it's all hand sewn, isn't it? You don't want to be starting again.
Measure twice. Because then what you're going to do is you're going to cut those.
Okay.
And sew those onto just the grey. Either end of the grey. You can see there's 2 lots.
So the grey that you've got there is the equivalent of the green. So this is the base of your bag that we're looking at now as well. So we don't have a finished version of the purple, but if you imagine that grey area, that's the bit that you're looking at as the centre. You've got your hexes at one side, you've got your hexes up at the other side, and then you've got your lining, which is the light purple that we've got on the edge.
Which shouldn't be on there yet, but it's on there.
That's fine.
Right, so once you've sewn your hexes to either side of the grey, in this case, green in that case, then you're going to baste that piece onto your wadding.
Okay.
And quilt as desired. I've just done some top stitching quilting. I didn't need to do any more.
Okay.
So once you have that piece looking all lovely like that, without these, you add the handles.
Okay, if you want handles.
If you want handles. What you'll do is imagine...
You've been forgiven by Christine. She said, you're human. And that's things,
So let's pretend this isn't here. And what you would do is you'd line up, I've got the measurements of how far from the edge, how far from this edge. You'll pop those in, pin them there and there.
Make sure you don't twist that handle as well.
Yes,
'cause
it's
that's
quite a
something-
short one, so we're quite lucky not to have to. But you've got the measurements. And that, once you pin those in, then you're going to put this fabric on top of the handles.
And then just
and you're going to
encapsulate it.
sew across them like this. See?
Perfect. Wonderful
There you go. And then you're going to open it up and your handles are lovely and stuck in place.
Oh, excuse me.
They just don't exist on this one. Okay. So you do that on this side and this side. So your handles will be nicely placed in here.
Lovely.
Just going to put the handles down here.
You can save them for another project.
Save them for a rainy day. I'm just going to have to go through this
Don't worry,
pattern.
don't worry.
So, because
And
you
this
know
is
how
the
many
thing.
patterns you write? I
Do you know,
can't
this is the
remember.
thing, and sometimes, and I know this as when I've guested as well, you almost feel guilty for referring back to the patterns when you're live on air, because you think, well, those people at home will expect me to know how to do it off the top of my head. But this might be something that you created months and months ago, and in your head is a project that you're working on at the moment we are yet to see.
Exactly
And that's where your headspace is. So please,
Exactly
please,
that.
don't ever worry about referring to your instructions, because the problem is if things don't go as you expect them to, it can throw you off kilter for the rest of the show, so don't
Completely.
worry about it.
So I've made the lining, which is 2 rectangles of grey, sewn together, leaving a turning gap in the middle.
Okay.
So obviously they were sewn like this, across that edge,
Wonderful.
left a turning gap. Always backstitch in your turning gaps, because once you're turning through, if you haven't secured those stitches, it's just going to rip open.
And don't be stingy with your gap.
No.
Because if you're anything like me,
You want to get your
about an
hand
inch.
through the gap.
Yeah. I'm always naughty with regards to that one. Incidentally, we are very, very busy, not only for is the pattern still available by itself? I think it's, the pattern and the paper pieces have sold out. It's such a lot to keep up with. They have sold out. We've only got 3 left of the sunflower option. So if you're liking the look of this one, then you need to be quick with regards to that one. And then the purple, we've got a few more available of the purple, potentially because we're going through the demonstration, but half of the stock has gone. So I will keep you updated with that one. Lovely.
And then what you're going to do is I've called these, I can't remember what I've called these in the pattern. I think it's the drawstring lining.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So
makes
you
sense.
attach those 2 drawers at each end of the grey.
Okay. Now, this piece is considerably shorter than the piece that you've been working on. So don't be alarmed when you find that, because obviously when it joins together...
It's exactly the same.
Is it the same? No, I mean with the extension bit.
No, it's
Is it?
exactly the same.
Oh, it looks shorter. Oh,
It's
sorry,
because I had it folded and it was halfway down the table.
Sorry, sorry, I do
that's all right.
apologise.
What you do want to do now is line them up, and you're just going to sew across the 2 top pieces. So this is the drawstring lining pieces.
Okay, lovely.
And the outer drawstring bit. You're just going to sew across those with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, both the top and the bottom.
Perfect.
As you can see, it all goes together.
So you end up with one big piece, almost like a big tube.
Yes.
Creating, so lovely.
Yep, so I'm going to sew those. I would suggest you pin this in place, but who has time for pinning when you want to do the demo?
Absolutely. Now, did you mention the seam allowance? At the
Yeah, it's
beginning?
1/4 inch. It has it in my pattern. It will say in the note section at the start if there's any seam allowance different,
Okay.
or it will just say so 1/4 inch seam allowances unless otherwise stated.
Okay. I love the choice of colours in this one as well. The different tones of purples and that kind of bluey contrast with them. It's a very popular item, this one. So as Jenny's stitching this together, I can see all the names popping up on the screen. Please continue to check your baskets out. With over 50% of the stock having gone, you've seen how quickly the others are sold out, then it does stand a chance that we could lose this one as well. We're having a very, very busy day. It's wonderful to have your company during the course of the day. We've got loads of fabulous things to share with you. I must admit, because we've got added in an extra hour today, it's a 6-hour run that I'm doing today, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, can I cope? But you know, every show has been something different. And it's flown by. I've really enjoyed myself today.
Oh, I've enjoyed being back with you.
Oh, bless you.
It's been years.
I love it.
Right, there we go. So I'm just going to do the other side now. The other end, should I say. It's really an
Okey-dokey.
end, isn't it? You are so right about the whole having to check your patterns because you're already on to the next one.
But you know what? I would rather you check your patterns than your demo not go the way that you want it to go. Because
Well, I
that
mean,
can
we've
just knock you.
already left out the
You know what though? People are on your side. Kimmy B has said, who needs handles anyway? So
Exactly.
totally agree, Kimmy.
There we go.
Perfect.
I've probably not got the best threads either that I'm using right now. I'm just using whatever's in the machine.
That's so, but we can see where the stitches are,
That's
which
true.
is helpful.
So they're also, so next stage is you want to take, you see the middle of the lining?
So where the hole was, the
turning
gap
is,
yeah.
and fold it so it's like this now.
Oh, okay, right.
Because now this is your...
So you're lining up the seams and they're going to be
I
the
will
same
be,
top. Yeah,
yeah.
Right, okay.
Oh.
I love it. Incidentally, all of these beautiful fabrics that you're looking at, including the fabrics that are for your EPP, they're all included within that kit. You've also got your pattern, which of course the pattern you can use over and over again. The pattern is no longer available by itself, incidentally. So with your pattern, the only way you can get hold of your pattern now is to go for either the purples and blues, which is the version that Jenny's working on at the moment, or to go for the one that features within the actual pattern full illustration. You've got your drawstring inner, which you are going to create, and then the beauty is you've got your outer bag there as well, which you are going to be making. Now, if you were looking at shopping for the pattern and the pieces, they have sold out. But to be honest, one of the best value ways for you to get hold of it is within the kit, because you're going to get all of the fabrics. All you've got to do is choose which of the two options you're going to go for, and then choose how you are going to stuff your bag, for the want of a better phrase. H640 we're out of stock of at the moment, but it might be a case that you're using your wadding, which we can help you with. We've got wadding for you on the show, but you might already have that at home. So yeah, lots of different ways that you can kind of create the body of your bag. That's probably a better way of putting it, isn't it?
Right.
Let myself go for a minute then, Jenny.
I've pinned these two bits just in place. You just match up your, like where your hexie's end and the grey starts. All your seams matched up. And for this one, it is 3 inch wide by 2.5 inch. So it's actually the same as the other pattern. So you want to draw there, and we're going to draw it on this side, and then we need to do exactly the same on the lining. The other end, you know, I'll show you once I get round there. I'm just going to chop these off really quickly so that they are gone.
Ooh. Merry Christmas, everybody. Christmas bloopers. Sorry, Jen. What did you do? Nothing. I just had in my ear. Oh, now, did Jenny say that she brought finished samples in for the other projects? And that was me going, yes. Oh, that you weren't meant to see at home. It could have been a lot worse, though.
Oh,
it could have been a lot worse as well. I love it.
We've had some great ones.
That's hilarious. So I think the answer was yes to that one. Sorry, you're doing your corners.
Yeah, I am doing my corners. So I'm just chopping those off. I always find it easier to cut out corners like this with scissors and not a rotary cutter.
Yeah, because you can nip in too far.
Oh, too far.
Yeah,
It's all a bit complex when you do it
I've
like
done that before now, yeah.
Right, and now we want to measure. Obviously, when you're doing your turning gap, you don't want to, your turning gap needs to be less than, you need 3 inches here.
Oh, because of when you're chopping the corners out.
Yeah.
Why
do I keep losing everything?
There you go, my darling. When you're doing your measurement for your kind of box corners, where do you start from? The selvage or the sewn bit?
Right, so I've got it exactly that in the pattern, because this one didn't have a, that didn't have a seam.
Oh, it didn't, of course.
No, so this one does. So you're actually measuring, you're actually measuring from, I believe it is your stitch mark on this pattern, yeah. So if you've, I think I've said to open out these seams.
Okay, yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to get your 2.5, for me it's just this ruler.
Yeah.
You just want to line it up with your stitch seam, just there.
Okay, fair enough.
So.
And you know what? It's the lining. So if it isn't quite right and you do accidentally kind of do it from the wrong pair, you're not going to see it because it's right in the bottom of the inside of your bag.
And there's plenty, absolutely fine.
You can have your sandwiches on top of it, aren't you? This one, because it's your lunchbox.
Exactly that. Right, where are we? So 2.5 by 3.
And the sunflower version, incidentally, I will mention to you, we've only got one of the kits left, and the kit includes the pattern as well, and it's delightful, it really is. If you did go for this Lewis and Irene fabric that we saw previously in the kit, which sold out in a heartbeat for the storage, this is the only way you can get hold of it now on the show today, and it's just beautiful. And if you have just joined us, the project that's been created is a fabulous idea. It's this lunch bag with this drawstring in the centre there, which is all lined. And we're calling it a lunch bag, but to be honest, it's up to you. I mean,
It's a bag, isn't it?
it's a bag,
Handy
yeah.
bag.
Handy bag.
Handy
type,
bag
you know.
bag.
It's a good sized lunch, I'm not going to lie.
Exactly. My kind of lunch.
But it could be like a little picnic, or maybe a picnic for two. There you
Oh,
go. You could have all
yeah.
your goodies in there, couldn't you? Beautiful. $29.99, but I think we've only got one of those left.
What I'm going to do is
there
just
you go.
line up all the other seams along here now, just so they are nice and lined up. Oh, I love my EPPers. I do a subscription box.
Oh, do you?
It's
How
just-
does that work then?
So it's every month.
Okay.
They pay, but they get a box every other month, so you
Okay.
can split the cost.
That's
and
a
it's
good
like
way
a
of
brand new
doing it.
EPP pattern with lots of goodies inside, and it went live
Oh.
on Friday for the next round.
Oh, lovely. Is that something we do here? Or is it
No,
through your
I
own
do it on my
Okay,
website,
no,
but
that's
then
fair
like
enough.
people, yeah, so, and you only sign up for 6 months at a time.
Oh,
as
so
well.
it's not over-
yeah.
yeah.
But
Oh,
they
I
went
like that
live, and
idea.
I only keep them up for a week as well.
Oh,
but we're on
okay.
box 10 to 12 now, but we're still doing box 1 to 3. I can't stop repeating them. But I don't want people to miss out on cute
Absolutely.
EPP stuff.
No, and when you actually started with your EPP, which was as a hobby,
Yeah.
you didn't start off with a business. I mean, this was a thing that, did you ever imagine that you'd be on
No.
telly selling things that you...
Definitely
your
didn't
projects and
imagine that,
stuff?
or
No.
writing a book. I'll tell you that.
That's the thing.
I think that was the biggest shock for myself.
I love it. Now, we've got a couple of other projects which we're not going to have time to actually go through. They have been on before, but we've managed to restock some of these, including this fabulous little drawstring backpack, which is so cute. So with this one, now, I don't know, is it kits that we're looking at with these or patterns? So same idea. We've got 2 different colourways with regards to these ones, and you're going to get your pattern as well. So your fabrics that you've got, you're going to have... Are they on the desk? Oh, they're at the end there, sorry. Honestly, look around you, Hayley, look around. So the kits themselves, there you go. You've got your same kind of format. You've got your pattern, you've got your EPP pieces. You've also got all of your fabrics in there as well. So your lining fabric, all of your gorgeous fabrics feature in there. So on this particular one, if you fancy going for it, you can do. That's your drawstring bag. You're getting 5 of your fat 8s and that gorgeous paprika fabric, which is going to be the one that features, as you can see on the back there. Perfect
lining, I
combination,
think
those,
it is
isn't
as
that
well,
lovely?
yeah.
Love that one. That one is available in a couple of different ways as well. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, you can do. And the last one that we've got for you, is it this one?
Yeah.
Oh, now, sorry, I got distracted then. That's the drawstring bag. The other drawstring bag kit, let's move that to the side
Me
for
and
a
my
moment.
solids again. I always do a solid colourway of everything.
Yes, yeah.
I love them.
And this is a lovely combination. So look at these. You've got your 5 fat 8s there, and you're more of a silver grain with this one. Again, you are going to get your pattern, and again, you are going to get your pieces in there that you can reuse. So it's a brilliant kit to go for, again. And you know the value for money with regards to this one, £29.99. The pattern is available by itself. So the pattern by itself, or with the paper pieces, you're looking at £19.99 if you want in that one, which is a great price to get hold of. But I must show you this before we run out of time, because we've not got a huge amount of time. We will get back to Jenny in just a few minutes, but how beautiful is that as a caution?
There's no
How is
EPP
that
involved,
gorgeous?
so it's for machine
No
sewing.
EPP, okay.
No,
right.
you based the hexagons like you would for EPP, but then you take out the templates and pin.
Stitch them in place.
Yeah.
So the
they're
preparation
like
is similar to what you
Yeah.
do, but you don't actually stitch
Yeah.
them. So I like that, appeals to me, because I love the look, but I'm not a hand sewer.
Yeah,
so
fair
I'm not
enough,
into
yeah,
that.
so
but I love this
it's
idea.
quicker.
They're almost like a pliqued in place, aren't they? Which is
Yeah.
lovely. Now, dare I say the L word, liberty, with regard to this one, which is the one that you're looking at the moment. So this one, limited in stock, you've already found it. So pattern, pieces, just as you used to. Those are available again, as we mentioned, just by themselves. But if you want your combo of your 5 fat 8s of your Liberty print and your fabulous solid that you've got with that one as well, then yeah, go for that one.
I think it's 7 fact
Is it 7 in there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yes,
I got
is 7,
excited.
actually.
I couldn't pick 5.
And naturally, it's Jenny. We're going to have a solid version of that. So yes, you have got all of those gorgeous, gorgeous solids in there. Same plain featuring in there, and again your pattern as well as your pieces in there. So I think we've covered everything now. We've got everything. We've gone through the tick list as well. The pattern and the pieces are available for this, so no fabric at all. And if you like the look, if you're a bit like me, more of a machine sewer, but you like the look of the EPP, then this is the one for you, $19.99. You're making up your little hexes, which is a lovely thing to do, but then you're appliquing them in place, which I think is a very clever technique. So there you go. If you want that pattern, it's there. Right, last bit of the show.
We're
carry
running out of
on.
time. So on the outer drawstring fabric, from the seam, you just want to mark 3/4 of an inch on the seam and down from the seam on both sides. Again, obviously this is all really explained in the pattern.
Fabulous.
So I'm just going to draw a quarter.
And an hour is never enough time to go
know,
through so
well,
many projects. So
yeah,
no,
I
it's not
know.
going to happen.
So the next stage is now we're going to sew all the way down this side.
Okay.
But leave where you've just marked unsewn. So when you get to your drawn lines, you want to backstitch here, and then you want to start again here and backstitch and go all the way off the end.
Okay, okay.
So really simple. What time can we sew till?
I don't know. We need to come off air in about 7 minutes.
Okay.
So I suppose you've got.
Let's see if we can do some speed sewing.
I love it. I'm going to be putting some speed display threads out here as well, because these are beautiful threads, I have to say. They come in a fabulous box. Oh, you come unthreaded. Oh, that gives me a perfect opportunity then to show you these threads, because I didn't think I'd have the chance. So with these, I've laid them out in front of me. I'm going to move that out of the way. There we go, so you can have a proper look. And you are going to have all of these beautiful threads coming to you, beautifully boxed as well. So they come in a little box that you can keep them all together if you so choose. I'm not going to lie, it's irritating me the way that these two are leaning towards each other. It's the wrapping, that's all. They're just sitting a little bit wonky. $69.99. These are beautiful threads. It's where Jenny has worked alongside Orifil to come up with some fabulous combinations. So you can see these are her happy colours, those purples, those blues, those pinks that we've seen so regularly appearing. The gorgeous grey is in there, as is that kind of a crew and cream tones in there. So this is a lovely combination. So beautiful thread, 100% cotton as well.
Yeah, and it's 80 weight thread, so it is specifically for EPP.
Perfect, absolutely perfect as well. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of yours, then yeah, details are on your screen. UAA119. It's been a while since we've had them in stock, so that's the reason why we've got them on the show, and the reason I wanted to show them to you as well. So yeah, make sure you keep these out of the way of anybody else that might get to your sewing, because you don't want everybody using these. I love the way that they're almost like little wooden spools that you've got with these as well. Really cute.
Oh, they are so cute.
Perfect.
I've got loads of empty ones from, I mean, they take forever to get through because there is so much thread on them. But obviously, with me using it 24/7 and my book,
tidying up already.
I've kept all the wooden spools because I think I'm going to thread them, and I might stick some fabric around the middle bit and make some like spool bunting
just
or
to get rid of
something.
them, aren't they? Gorgeous. How are you getting on those?
Well, I've sewn down one side, and I'm just a bit worried about timing. I don't think I'm not going to get as far as I hope to.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's easier for me just to talk through it now.
We can go to the top of the hour. We have all the information, so you can keep going.
Right, let me go. I'm going to do this side now quickly. I'm speed sewing. Some seams are wonky.
Oh,
I just don't care.
So you're just going down the
just going down the sides, yeah, but leaving the line that I drew on the outer drawstring fabric unsewn. So you just want to make sure that you leave that unsewn, because that is where your drawstring is going to be threaded through.
Perfect. Wonderful. Now, of course, it's the Hexie lunch bag that we're looking at. The solid combination of the colours is the one that Jenny's working with. And it's been a very popular combination, this one as well. The sunflower version has sold out, as has the pattern by itself. So the only option now that you have to get the pattern with your hexes and your fabrics. Absolutely beautiful. Obviously, you can use your own fabrics. I mean, these are lovely fabrics to have in your stash anyway, to be fair. And again, you're going to get your fat eighths, so you're going to get 5 fat eighths with these ones, which are that beautiful bluey hue, and then your 2 fat quarters, and then your grey alongside it. How are you getting on over
Right,
there?
what you want to do is now take your corners that you cut out before and just box them by pulling them open and bringing the side seam along the bottom. So what I'll do is I will just box the 2 outer pieces, because the lining I'm going to shove in, so it doesn't matter.
I love that. Yeah,
right.
It makes sense. Makes sense. And this isn't dissimilar to what we saw previously, is it, with the previous demonstration for the storage box. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're just going to sew them across. It's just to even talk through the next step. We kind of need this bit done.
Okay.
So then we can push the bag in. Oh. Speed sewing.
It's funny, isn't it? We've had 6 hours today. We're running out of time.
I know.
I think they could just leave us running all day and we'd still run out of time, wouldn't we?
I know. So I would, when you're doing this though, really pin and clip, and make sure you've got them centred and not what I do.
Okay.
Right, so the next stage would be you want to pull this outer piece through your lining. You have boxed your lining corners as well.
Okay, and this is why you need that generous turning gap, because everything is passing through.
Everything's coming through this, and you don't have the gaps in your corners of your lining, because they'll be closed. And you do have handles that you can pull through as well on the real one. So I'm just going to stuff that through, pop my hand in, just get those bits out.
Lovely.
So I would have used a darker thread on this bit, because sometimes when you're poking those corners out, you do see a bit of the stitching.
Okay.
But we're just blagging it.
Yeah.
Right, next, you want to push the lining through it back in, but you want to hold on to your 2. You want to push it in so you've got your outer drawstring fabric at the top, like this.
Yeah.
Then what you want to do is you want to press it just round the top, put it on around your ironing board, and just give it a nice press.
Yeah.
And then I'm just trying to remember if I stitch it now, box and bottoms.
Now, obviously, you will have left those little gaps, because you've got your little gaps on the side.
Yeah.
And that's where you're going to be threading your cord. Does your cord come with the kit? Or?
No, but I actually use polyester.
Right.
6mm. I have loads of different colours on my website now, and I used it for the drawstring bag as well.
Oh, I see.
I find that this one is just a bit thick.
So this is what we've got on the show.
Yeah.
But, it has sold out. Okay. So
I
you
use
can't say
this
much
one
about
that's
that.
a bit thinner.
Okay,
I
but
just
we've got
burn
this on
the
your
ends.
website.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go and check it out on the website.
Hashtag
Loads of different
sew.
colours. So yeah, #sew. That's where you need to go to find Jenny's website, and that will be. And how much do you need with it? It's not an awful lot.
Oh, so
is it?
it's 2 metres.
Oh, so, yeah,
1
so
metre for
it's
each thing, so it has to go all the way round.
And then the opposite direction. And
So-
then the beauty of that is when you pull them together, there you go. Draws up.
Indeed. So all the steps are now is you sew close to the edge of here to make it neat, and then you've got your handles here. So you want to lift your handles up and just top stitch around here, so it's nice and neat.
Lovely.
I'm just making sure I'm not leaving out any steps.
That's okay.
Right, don't top stitch around there yet. I lied.
Okay.
Don't do that bit.
Okay.
Top stitch around here so it's nice and neat.
Lovely.
And then what you want to do is lay it flat and measure 3/4 inch down from the top.
Okay.
I would draw a line
Yeah.
at the front
Use your friction pen.
and the back, and then you're going to sew along that line.
Okay.
Make sure you don't sew it closed. So sew around like this.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you're going to push it inside.
Perfect.
All of it inside. And push it neatly, press it, pin it. That's when you're going to have your handles here, and you're going to sew around this bit now.
Makes sense, yes.
Okay, so you can see this. There's a little bit of stitching on this one there.
That little bit of top stitching there. Just gives it that professional finish, doesn't
And
it,
that is the
little bit?
actual sewn part done. You're going to lift that up, and you're going to thread your
cord
cord
goes
all the
in.
way.
So
It's got it in my pattern.
So it's kind of the last stage, the
The
threading of
last
the
stage
cord.
is the cord.
Okay,
But that
fair
is it. That is how you make a lunchbox. in 20 minutes.
Well done. Do you need to lie down?
I've got a 3-hour drive now.
Oh, bless you. Don't go straight away. Make sure you get yourself a cup of coffee or
I've
tea
been
before you
eating
go.
our Suzie made.
She's been baking?
Yeah, she baked banana and pumpkin muffins.
Oh,
They
my
are-
goodness. The break might be a little longer than usual. Thank you. Thanks,
it's been
Jenny.
lovely being on with you.
Fabulous morning. Really enjoyed it. When do we have a date for you being back? November time.
Yeah, I think it's the end of November.
Perfect, because of course we're going to be talking about that quilt that we were chatting
I'll
about.
put it
this
on my
morning
social
as well.
media.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to say goodbye for just a few moments though, because I'm going to be back after the break with a brand new Creative Grids ruler. Don't go anywhere.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello on Sewing Street. Well, for today, obviously. And I'm a little bit sad. I've actually done 5 hours back to back, and I haven't needed to nip out to the toilet either, which is good, because I thought I'd have to go after the first hour. But we have had a fabulous day here, and I have to say thank you so much for being with us. We have had some amazing shows. Every show has been very different to the previous show, and we've had 2 fabulous guests joining us during the course of the morning. And again, this hour we are welcoming back the lovely Suzie Duncan. Oh, we had such a wonderful time earlier on.
Very good, yeah, made beautiful quilt.
Well, this is it. If you didn't tune in earlier, I will just point out the quilt that we've got to the size of Suzie. You just saw a little image of it there, a little kind of corner of it. That was from the show earlier on. We're not going down that route with regard to that kit. But this is what we were looking at, and it was available earlier on. In fact, I'm going to very quickly bring this up because this is a quilt that is featuring over 2 metres worth of William Morris fabric, but you were only paying £99.99 for the top of your quilt kit. You're going to get in excess of 4.5 metres worth of fabrics, and it's featuring Sanderson fabrics as well as your William Morris, and brought to you by Free Spirit. So you know that it's a quality kit and a brilliant price. We sold loads of them earlier. So just in case you saw that quilt and you wondered what it was hanging in the background, that is how you can get involved with that one. But that is not our focus for this hour. That is not the focus, because the focus is a brand new.
No, that's the brand new one.
Oh, that's a brand one. Sorry.
Yep.
We'll just edit that out.
Yeah.
So we've got a brand new ruler for you. This one. I got confused because we've got patterns to go with that one. Now this
my fault.
is such a handy size ruler. I know you love your creative grids rulers because they are just so useful. They're multi-purpose. You can use them in loads of different ways. We're going to learn all about this brand new one. £18.99 is the price that you're paying for this one. And I know lots of you have gone for it. It's called your Perfect 5-inch ruler. We will see this in action as the hour progresses. So details for you up on the screen there, as you can see there. So brilliant ruler, lots of markings. Now, if you are new to creative grids rules, which I know sometimes you are, with these, it's just to let you know that we're going to get a full tutorial with this one. We are looking at a creative grids kind of masterclass. Multiple rules are featuring within the show, but we are going to be looking at that one as a brand new one as well. And we've also got one that sold out and is back in stock. So are we going straight with this one? Yeah, let's do it, because I think we're so busy with this one. We do really need to show you how it works straight away. So Suzie, over to you.
Okay, so why would you need a 5-inch square? Why wouldn't you? Creative grids, always think they're designed by quilters for quilters, and that just about sums them up. So most of us work on partial blocks or beginnings that are within a 5-inch square.
That's a good point, yeah.
You know, we work with 2.5 inches, 1.5, 1 inch, and we have all our rulers, as we said earlier, we all start with the 6.5 by 12.5, and then we get the 24.5, and then we get the 8 by 8s and the 12 by 12s, which are fabulous. They all have great roles. But sometimes when you're working on smaller pieces, having a big ruler to manhandle, it just gets in your way. I've got numerous marks on my stomach where points of ruler have gone into it. Or you end up doing this, don't you, trying to keep away. So having a ruler that is a perfect size to do my smaller stuff is brilliant. Creative grids, for those of you who aren't familiar, their rulers are a really strong acrylic. They're not going to go anywhere. They're durable. They're designed to cut against with a rotary cutter, so you can use them for that. I have actually even used a scalpel blade and used it for my paper craft as well. It's not what it was designed for, but I have done it. You've also, what they always do, they give you a little hole, not because they've run out of material, but I hang my ruler, the bigger rulers I hang, so I just put a bit of tape through this and then hang it on a hook, and they're really, then they're not going to warp, especially when you start into the bigger one, the stripology sizes and the 12 by 12s, etc. So the smaller one, not so much, but I am designing a container for this.
Ah, see, this is a good point because I've got my smaller oars.
Yeah.
I've kind of, it was, I don't know if they do them on here, but it was Deflector, who I know used to be here, and they kind of clip onto the side of your desk, and I keep the ones I use every single day are there, ready for me to use. Yeah.
But that's by the by. The other great feature with Creative Grids is this non-slip edge.
Okay.
And the non-slip circles that happen, and it's really hard to show on camera. I was trying to find a
Could do
fabric.
a piece of black card or something
Well,
like that, potentially.
I don't know if here we go. It shows up better on
Oh,
my
there
hand.
you go, yes.
If I can miss the studio light. So these dots here are part of your non-slip, and if you turn it over, it feels a bit like the smooth side or the fine side of an emery board.
Okay.
And what that means is when I put it on my fabric, it's not going anywhere. I've really got to push on it to make it move. If I turn over the other side, you'll see the difference.
That's a familiar feel, isn't it? Yeah.
So that in itself is a massive bonus when you're cutting, because it means your cuts remain accurate, because as you put pressure down to cut, it's not walking with you. And that's the, something that is paramount when you're making accurate
Do we find that on all of the Creative Grids rules then?
Yes,
Yeah.
or even
So the
when we
large ones
do,
especially,
even our little seam guide ruler, which again we've got on the show, that is totally coated in that special non-slip
Perfect.
surface. So again, it holds its position, even the smallest bit.
You
and
put
I
a lot
do
of pressure
those.
on, don't you, when you hold them in place,
Absolutely,
so,
and we all overpress anyway. And when
Yeah.
you overpress and use the other arm to do
Natural,
another
you can
movement,
go,
you
yeah.
naturally curve.
Yeah.
So having that non-slip is perfect. So that's the features, the basic features of any of their rulers. They are marked in inches. We're going to go back to our imperial metric discussion again, aren't they? We're marked in inches, and this one, obviously, because it's 5 inches, marks from 1 to 5. But you'll also notice I've got other markings on here. So I've got my 1/2 inches marked as well. So you've got, and your 1/4 inches. So between each one, I've got 1/2 and 3/4 marked and 1/4. So I can easily see to cut different sizes.
And it's not just a marking, it's the actual fraction is there as well. So
Absolutely,
there's no
yep.
guesswork, you know exactly.
You haven't got to
from
count
looking,
lines,
yeah,
which is what I love, because we're all great at saying, right, I'm going to do this project that I need finished and in the bag by 12 o'clock today,
Yes.
and it is now 11:40.
Yes.
Yeah? So we've all done it, we all do it all the time, and you just want to whiz, whiz, whiz and get it done. Well, you can with this because you can accurately see. You've still got your 45-degree line, which means I can square off blocks. I can square 2.5-inch blocks, which are clearly marked for me. Well, you can, anything under 5 inch you can square off, but they've marked a 2.5-inch line, a 3.5-inch line, and a 4.5-inch square. So all of those are clearly and easily squared off when you're doing your half square triangles, which I'll show you in a minute because I've got one prepped for us. But let's just do some cutting with it because it's all very well looking at it, but let's see what it does. So I've already got a 5-inch strip cut with the fabric, and you can make your own charm packs. Charm packs are such a useful size to do any of your quilt blocks. You can make a really quick play quilt or lap quilt by just cutting up fabric into 5-inch squares, randomly sorting it, putting them together again, and putting a backing on, wad it, that's it. You can even do it as quilt as you go.
Yeah.
And then you've got an instant feature quilt, haven't you? But 5-inch squares, such a useful size.
And I notice as well you've got your 2.5-inch on there, so if you have actually bought
That's
your
what you can
pre-cut
do.
strips,
Yeah.
then you can get the little squares for those
Absolutely.
as well. Really useful, I like it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant ruler. So for this, I can then subcut that down into my 5-inch pieces just by working myself along my ruler. Each time I just line it up with the edge.
And it's nice as well, when you've got those little leftover fabrics that you've got, and if you've got a piece of fabric that's a little over 5.5 inches, then it is a case that you would want to use that, or your 5-inch, should I say.
Yeah.
And even if you've got an odd-shaped piece of fabric, then you're kind of bringing it back to a uniform shape by making it into square.
So, I mean, this piece doesn't look particularly square, so I can see, oh yeah, I can just about get 5. Can I? No, it's not 5. So I'll move on to this one, but I could cut that as a 4 if I wanted to.
That's true, yeah. You could almost have
So I can say, well, let's have a look.
Drawers.
I'm going to go 4.5. So I'm going to put my straight edge of 4.5 along that cut edge, because I know that's straight. I can cut up this side, cut up that side, and then I can swivel. It is a rotating cutting mat, and I should have just turned my mat, but hey,
it's that conversation
it's habit.
Again. Yeah, it's with Jenny earlier on.
So I then
in your head.
line it back up on this. I call it the zebra line because it's black and white stripe.
Okay.
I don't think that is its technical name, by the way. This
Fair
is
enough.
the Susieism. And I can then square that off, and I've got a perfect 4.5-inch square.
Wonderful.
So you can do that with any size squares. As you said, with the 5-inch, so this is my 5-inch square we've cut, I can then subcut this to 2.5. So 2.5 is clearly marked. I can move it to one side, cut it in half, and I've got 2.5-inch strips. If I rotate my mat a quarter turn, try not to lose everything else off the table, and repeat that cut.
It is a good idea to get a rotary rotating cutting mat when you are doing these kind of subcuts.
It's just brilliant. So then I've got my 4 2.5-inch squares.
Perfect.
So if you're an EPPer, it's a great way to, I mean, squares are a good start.
Absolutely.
For shapes, aren't they?
And it's fabulous because it's kind of got the simplicity of the rule with the important features on there. That is the key thing. You can clearly see. So sometimes, and I'm a big advocate of this, you don't necessarily need your 8ths, your 16ths on rulers. You need to strip it back. There might be rules that you go for that have got those features on, which is great if you do want to go down that particular route. But with this one, you can see you've got those solid markings there, so you know exactly where you are going to be cutting with this one. That is the key thing. It kind of simplifies it, and with simplifying, then you are going to find that you'll gain the confidence because it's easier to work with.
Absolutely. So should we do 1.5-inch?
Go on, because
Why
that's
not?
not a tricky size. It's a small
is,
size
but
to
it's
confidently cut.
But it's a size that I use a lot for snowballing corners.
Cool.
That means when you chop the corners off a square, basically. It doesn't mean I'm going to start throwing ice and snow everywhere. So I'm going to start by lining up at 4.5 inches. So I'm using my zebra line again.
Okay.
And I'm going to cut that tiny little 1/2 inch off. And the reason I'm doing that is because for those of you who are ahead of me with the maths, 3 1.5s makes 4.5.
Okay.
So I've just got rid of the bit I know I'm not going to need. And now I can subcut at 1.5 inches. So I can go to 3, because that's 2 1.5s, which means I've got a 1.5 strip there. And I can go to 1.5, which means I've got 3 1.5-inch strips. If I rotate my mat again, I should do full circle by the time we finish this programme. So I'm going to repeat that. So I'm going to start at 3, lining up top and bottom and my zebra line, and 1.5. So then I'll have 9 1.5-inch squares. Oops, I missed on that one. What did I do there? I didn't cut off the half, that's why, because I didn't do the extra half.
But even if you are doing it, and this is a situation, you could find yourself in there at home and you've got little tiny pieces and it's quite fiddly. Can you imagine having a rule like this?
Oh,
6.5 inches by 24 inches trying to trim this down.
And haven't we all been there?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, brilliant one to go for if you wanted to go for it. So yeah,
there you go.
Many of you have been doing so as well. If you like the look of the rotating cutting mat, we have actually got it. In fact, can I take that from you, my darling? Thank you. Because this is the one. It's a whopper. It's a whopper.
Yeah.
With regards to this one, it is 18 inches. 18 inches. So if I hold it just a little bit above the fabric there. So it's 18 inches, really good size as well. The rotating feature with this one is the centre point that you've got with this one. So you've not got like that little dimple. Sometimes you might just have like a little pivot point in the centre. But with this one, you've got the kind of the solidness. Can you see it? There you go. If I hold it at that angle, you should be able to see that disc that sits in the centre with the ball bearings, giving you a free flow of that one. And an 18.5 inch one. It's a good size because it's a good area to work on. I know we were talking about the smaller ones earlier on as well, but I like this being in my work area because it's a sizable one for if you're doing your big blocks, but equally so. It's just one that's there that's all the time, and it's got all its angles on there as well. So yeah, really useful one to go for. So yeah, like that one. 360 as well with your rotation as well.
Do you want me to just demonstrate the clip on the back?
Oh, thank you.
So
it does lock, doesn't it?
It does.
Rightly,
So it comes in 2 bits, and you can see you can lock in 4 directions. So that is not going to move anywhere now.
So yeah, if it's not rotating, then it could potentially be that.
Yeah, cannot do that. So to unlock it, you just release the 4 and you're back to normal. And having that cushion on the bottom that's non-slip, again, means I can put it on any surface to work as well. Even works on your garden furniture.
I love that. Been there, done that, I can tell. Before we get into the throws and more of the demos, lots of you have been finding those fabrics as well. So lots of you adding in that brand new rule to your basket. So nearly half the stock has gone of that one. Continue to check your baskets out. I will keep you updated with regards to that one as well. But some beautiful results you will get. Perfection results. That's the key thing, isn't it? You've got to have it with perfection. But very quickly, we've got the chrysanthemum fabric that we just saw a few moments ago that Susie's been working with. So I know a lot of you have been asking about that one.
I can hold it up if it helps.
If you wanting to go for this, I think is it a ½ metre piece we've got with this one? It's a café one, is it?
It is.
It? Yeah.
It's Philip Jacobs. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Good sized piece with regards to this, as you can see there. So chrysanthemums. Have you got a different colour one way there? You've got that.
No,
It's
the same.
It's the same.
It's
yeah.
just a glorious, and it's a great one to do quick quilts with because you can pick out any plain to put in between as well. Make a fabulous play quilt for a child because it's really bright and colourful.
Love it. So there you go. If you want the chrysanthemums, details on your screen, $7.99. We've got a couple of others. Should we go down the sewing route since we are talking about tools? And this is a lovely one. This one is, I don't know if it's actually a panel, this one. It does look like a panel because it's got little scissors on it. Oh.
So cool.
Susie, this is fabulous.
I love
talk
that.
us around this one.
So you've got all your different stages of the sewing machine journey, really, haven't you? Because you've got the different styles of sewing machines, you've got your scissors, pin cushions, threads, etc. All that sewing haberdashery and memorabilia.
Yes.
But you can use your Creative Grids ruler to fussy cut round it.
Good
if you
point,
didn't want to use it as a whole panel, but they're big enough, you could make yourself a tote bag from this, a
Nice
simple
idea,
tote bag,
yeah.
put them back to back, and do your French seams to hide your seams. Make
love
your
it.
handles out of the edges, the selvage edges.
And if you are cutting into it, keep that little bit there. I love that as a little border with the scissors.
Well, I would have that as one of my handles.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
So we've got that. I'm going to neatly
Love
put
it.
these together in a little while when we get back to Susie. So I'm discarding them, but I will tidy them up. Another one that you've got small repeats of with sewing paraphernalia as well.
Yeah.
This echoes the one that we've just looked at.
Yeah.
So lots of the features on this one were on that panel we just looked at a few moments ago, and this one is flying out as well. Details up on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of that one.
That
Need
would
to
be
check your
great.
baskets out. I love it.
To fussy cut for EPP.
Yes.
You
Absolutely.
could have the scissors going round.
Absolutely. And then the last fabric I'm going to share with you in this segment is the last of the kind of sewing themes that we've got. And this one has got the lovely blue backdrop on this one, pale blue. Very much dressmaking theme, this one.
It's like you'd step back into the Vogue pattern world, isn't
Yes.
it? So fun, or simplicity or style, whichever it was that you did.
We all started with those, didn't we?
We
There you go.
did.
If you fancy getting hold of that one, beautiful fabric, brilliant price, each and every one of those, as you saw as we went through them. Got lots of other fabrics, but I'll go back to these in a little while. Lots of florals in there and also some kind of canvas weights as well, but they're all on the website if you're wanting to find those. I've got a bit of tidying up. Have you got anything to show us there,
It's
Susie?
my constant life, tidying up, shuffling fabric. So I'm going to use one of the other rulers that we've got on the show. So this is the seam guide. Don't be deceived by its name. It is great for assessing seam sizes for when you're dressmaking and making sure that everything's the right size. I've got both sides here.
Lovely, because we've got one that's 15 inch,
Yeah.
I think, which is the longer of the two.
Which is this longest one.
Lovely.
They have got these points on the end, and there is a reason for that, because then you can accurately place it on a 90-degree angle.
Of course, yeah, clever. That's a clever idea, yeah.
Yeah, it's not, do you know, creative grids do think, don't they? They are good. It's totally non-slip as well on the bottom, but you'll also notice that it's got slits down the centre, and that is there for a reason, because it means you can get your friction pen or your sew line pencil and draw a centre line if you're doing the diagonal markings.
Oh, okay.
But the other useful, and that's the large one, the smaller one obviously is you can use for smaller scale.
Again, that's
both
nice to
are
have in your
useful.
pencil pot quite close by, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab my friction pen out of my bag.
Friction pens, incidentally, we have got those on the website if you're wanting to shop for those.
For anyone who doesn't know what a friction pen is, because we bandy these words around, don't we? I know when I first started,
That's a really good point. We do.
I heard friction pen and I thought, oh, that means that it's not going to slip, you know, because it's got good grip.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's the brand
That's a good
name.
point, actually.
So
yeah.
what a friction pen is a heat erasable ink pen that you can use for fabric marking. So don't use it to label all your children's clothing for school.
Oh, yes.
Because it will disappear.
Don't sign cheques with them, if anybody signs cheques, or make shopping lists with them.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Only use it to mark your fabric.
Absolutely.
Before you iron. I want to do, if you want to do a half square triangle, for example, I like to mark my lines, and because I'm usually making more than one, and having a line to follow is a lot easier than just checking I'm running at 1/4 of an inch away from the middle. So what I do is mark both sides. So you can mark both ways. And if you start in the centre and work out, don't try and go from edge to edge, because you drag the fabric that way. So work from the middle and move out.
Okay.
Rotating mat, perfect again.
Absolutely.
So I can just turn it round, and then because this is the perfect 1/2 inch width, so it's a 1/4 inch either side of my centre, I've got both my seam lines in place, so I can then place it with my other fabric, stitch across, cut them apart, press them, and I get 2 half square triangles, just like that.
And that's the thing, sometimes, I mean, when you look at them, dare I say, they're not the sexiest of rules, some of these, are they? When you look at them, and you might think, well, hang on a minute. When you look at these, when you've got some of the others with all those different markings, but these could potentially be some of the most useful ones, and the ones that you use on a daily basis.
Yeah.
If you're a quilter, you're going to be doing those half square triangles over and over again, aren't you? And we've got different sizes of these, dependent on which you want to go for, to be fair. So the one on your screen, the 9 inch, is that the one in between the two of these, I'm guessing? What size is that one? That one is...
You've got a 15 and you've got a 9.
Have you got the 9 over there?
Yeah, that's
is that the 9?
That's the 9. I know, it's deceptive,
Oh, it
isn't
doesn't look that long.
No.
It doesn't look that long, but it is 9 inches.
It is 9 inches, yeah.
There you go.
So I had to double check. When the list came through, I thought, well, I've got 2, but I'm not sure that they're that long.
They're bonkers when you look at it, and you do, yeah, for some reason. But yeah, nice one. If you've got a large sewing machine, then you might even find that will sit within your accessory box, to be honest.
Yep.
Because it is something that you won't want to be without. And I know some of my kind of slender rules, that's where I put those. So brilliant addition to any sewing room, that one, $14.99. Lots of you going for those, and that makes me happy because you will use it over and over again. Wise investment at any sewer's $14.99, to be fair.
Yep.
Love it.
And actually, if you get the 2, you could have one and give one to a friend, but you'll want both, so buy 2 sets. Yeah. I
haven't got
both.
any friends that I would want to share those with, to be honest. I keep them all for myself.
So if you want to square a half square triangle block, you've got this 45-degree angle. So I'm going to place that. So this has started with a 5 inch. I'm going to take this down to a 4.5 inch square.
Okay.
Should have started there. So I'm going to place the black 45-degree line along that sewn seam, making sure that I've got fabric the other side of my ruler markings, so I know I'm within 4.5 inches.
And this is the latest addition to the series of rules that we've got for Creative Grids. So if you want to get hold of this one, you're going to be in very good company. Details, can we put the details back up on the screen for this one? The square, it's been a very popular one, as has that seam ruler that we saw a few moments ago. But if you're wanting this one, $18.99. So lots of you wanting to get hold of this one. Please check your baskets out, though. Lots of you are kind of, what do we call them, basket dwellers. I nearly called you basket hoggers then, which isn't quite very nice, but basket dwellers. So, yeah, keep checking those baskets out.
So I'm then going to cut up the left side, because I'm right-handed. And that's the other thing about Creative Grids. If you're right or left-handed, it doesn't matter. It'll work for both. And then I'm going to cut along that side as well. And then I'm going to turn it round rather than move anything. And I'm just going to turn my ruler so that my zebra 4.5-inch line.
I love that. You need to patent that.
Yeah, I think Creative Grids might be a little upset. Runs on those 2 cut lines, and my 45-degree seam line is still in place along that seam I sewed. Take that along there. That one along there, and you can see how little waste I've got, but when I remove the ruler, I've got a really neatly trimmed 4.5-inch square,
perfect,
half square triangle. And of course you can do that down to any size, so if I wanted a 2.5-inch square, I could then just cut that down, use the same diagonal line, but cut to the 2.5 size, turn it round and cut again. So you can use it for all of your squaring off, for your smaller projects, whatever size they are. Yeah, it's one that is definitely a very welcome addition to my
It's a daily
sewing
use
room.
one, isn't
Absolutely.
it? You use it every single day.
Yeah, yeah, it's the one that will be out on my work table with my 6.5 by 12.5 all the time. I mean, they are my go-to. In fact, my 6.5 and 12.5 is probably due retirement. It looks a little bit well worn.
And we're saying that this is a new one to us. Is it brand new from Creative Grids as well? Or is it one that
it's the first time I've seen it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
And I tend to be. The buyers upstairs hate me because I constantly say, have you seen this one? We need to get this in. Have you seen that one? And I can do this with it, and I can do that with it. And they're like, yeah, whatever.
The only reason I'm thinking is because if you've got a fellow sewing friend, they may not find it yet, and it's a fabulous Christmas gift or birthday gift.
Yeah, which is precisely what I've done with it as well. Yes, I have ordered one for a friend.
Definitely. $18.99 is your perfect 5 ruler. You can use it in loads and loads of different ways. And of course, those familiar marks. Now, the familiar marks that we've got on there, you've got your inches on there within the circles, and the squares. Those are kind of the halfway points that we've got with
yes, so you've got, let me turn this over so we've got, oh, here we go, blank piece. You've got the halfways are your, they're not quite zebra because they're sort of like Morse code, white and black. And they're your 1/2-inch lines.
Right.
And then your 1/4 and your 3/4 are just a tiny little black dash on your solid lines. But if you are a person who struggles, and I have a friend, and I know she won't mind me saying this because she admits this, if she can get away with it, I do her cutting for her.
Yes, yeah.
Because she's not great at lining up the right line with her cutting. And it's because counting little lines can sometimes, your eyes go fuzzy, don't they?
You kind of look at it and you think, now am I 4 in or am I 5 in?
Exactly.
And it kind of goes a bit hazy, yeah.
But having the actual physical wording or digital
the fraction
print, you can see that's a 1/4, that's a 1/2. So if I want to cut 1/2-inch pieces, I can literally place the ruler at that 1/2-inch line. It's lined all the way down, and then I can cut a 1/2-inch strip.
There's no
in and ahhing
with it.
I can cut a 1/4 if I want to. What on earth I'd use a 1/4 for, but anyway. 1 1/4. So I can constantly double check. I'm not having to fight a big ruler. I'm not counting anything. I know exactly where I'm going to, 1 3/4. It's just so easy to line up and get accurate cuts every time.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I love it.
So look at that. You can piece that all back together. It's a bit like a jigsaw.
It is, it is. But the key thing is you've got everything from that little 1/4 inch strip right the way through to the full 5 inches. It depends on where you choose for that cut line. And then obviously you've got going across your rule, but then also you can rotate it, as we saw, make your squares with these. So it's a really useful one to have. And of course you've got the diagonal on there as well. So that is key when you're wanting to square up your different pieces as well. So a brilliant one to go for. We have also got another rule that I know we're going to feature on the show.
Yes,
I'm just going to quickly mention this, just so as we do make sure that we have the opportunity to chat about this one. And this one, we're going to see a little bit later on in the show, but it's been on once before. And this is one that we have available for you and that you can get hold of. I think you get hold of it by itself, but we have got a pattern which you would need this rule for. And then this creates the most amazing bags, which I know some of you might like to have a project to work with. So if you like the look of these, then this is what you're going to need. First of all, you're going to need the rule. So the rule itself, that is the key thing. And this is going to create those elongated triangles with this one. So this one is back in stock. The half rectangle trim tool. We will chat about this one in a little while, but if you've been waiting for it, then it is back in stock. So it's been a couple of months. It's August was the last time that we saw it. We've got a fabulous project designed by the lovely Suzie as well. So I don't know, does this come together as a combo? Are the patterns by itself? So the ruler details are on your screen. Once you've invested in that, can I suggest you do invest in the pattern, because the pattern itself is to create the most incredible bag, and we have got some lovely variations with regards to this one. So you've got different styles dependent on the fabrics that you're working with as well. None of these are kits. We have got fabrics available that would make up these bags beautifully, but the pattern itself is on your screen, just £9.99. And the clever thing is you can use those fabrics in a whole combination of different ways when you are working with that rule, because you're going to create that rectangle triangle toe. I know lots of people will be looking at this and saying, well, it's either a rectangle or a triangle, it's one or the other, but not when you put them together. So there you go. So a fabulous pattern. Do treat yourself to that one, and the rule is back in stock there as well. So I just wanted to make sure we fitted those in. We've got loads of fabrics. We'll come back to those in a little while though. But where are we continuing?
Well, I'm just going to do one more thing with the 5 inch, and then I'll show you how the half rectangle trim tool works.
Perfect.
So just one last thing, and this isn't just with the 5 inch. It will apply to all of the creative grids. Because it is see-through, transparent, whatever you want to call it, you can fussy cut. So if I wanted one of these beautiful blooms, and only the bloom, in the centre of, say, a Manx cushion or a bag panel, or I'm doing just squares on a quilt, sorry, total mind blank.
That's okay.
I can use this, I'm just going to flatten this to one level. I can use this to position and mark, or even work out which particular element I'm going to have as my centre. So I could do that cluster, and then I can cut round, and if you've got a rotating cutting mat, that makes it super easy as well. So you can pick out pieces of your fabric exactly. So for EPP work, having a smaller one, because EPP, let's face it, never goes very big, does it?
That's true.
Which is why it ticks my box, because I love little things. And you don't want a massive ruler to try and be cutting a 2.5 inch square. So if I know I want a 2.5 inch square to do my hexie, I can see, okay, so 2.5 gives me that bit there. And if I line it up with the base of his beak, then he's going to be in the centre. And I know that the beak then is straight because it's lining up on one of the, what we've called the Morse code lines. And I can then cut round my square like that. I can mark it first if I wanted to, and then I can move on and repeat that somewhere else as well.
Perfect.
So that is another great use for your creative grids, but being small scale, it's perfect for
Such a versatile one. And incidentally, the fabric you probably spied pop up on your screen, you have got that available. £7.99, half metre. It really is a pretty fabric, and it's got a very oriental feel to it. Philip Jacobs being the designer behind this one, and as you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous to work with. So like that one. If you like the look of it, then do make sure you can get that one into your basket as well. £7.99 for each half metre you go for. But of course, we have welcomed the addition of a brand new rule to our range from Creative Grids. But sometimes it's nice to take a step back and look at a familiar favourite. And this one is a favourite that we're going to look back at, but it hasn't been around since August. So this is the one that teams up with the fabulous pattern that we saw a few moments ago. And with this one, you can see where you've got those lines in there. So those grippy lines that you can see, you can almost hear them as I run my fingernail over them there. And that means that when you're actually working with it, it's not going to slip and slide around. You've also got the additional dots that are featuring on this, which are going to give you that kind of security when it comes to cutting. And of course, as is the case with all of the Creative Grid rules, you will get a little book. It's quite often it's wrapped around, as you can see. And this is brilliant because it's almost like a little insight into that rule. And you've also got your QR code, which will take you direct to demos on their website, which are brilliant as well. So do check out some of those. But we can do even better than that because we've got Suzie in the studio. I love it.
Thank
so
you.
that booklet really is useful, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And that you do get one with the 5-inch one as well. If you've bought the Perfect 5, there is a little guide to remind you what you can do. And I'm just going to explain why I designed the bag the way I did.
Yeah, go for it.
Having
We've probably got it's about 15 minutes or so left.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's plenty of time to show you the ruler as well. So the bag was designed to remind you what shapes you can make with the ruler.
Oh, okay, right. Clever.
And it's also designed size-wise to fit all your medium to small size rulers in it, because you can imagine my workroom is fairly busy. I need space. So the half rectangle trim tool, if anyone's ever tried to make a half rectangle triangle, you know that positioning your two rectangles one on top of another is a bit of a headache, because you can't just do what we do with a square and put them one on top of another, because when you flip it after you've sewn, it's not going to end up as a rectangle. It'll end up as some obscure shape, and will be a mathematical name for it, but please don't ask me at the moment because I probably won't know. But what this does is take that headache out of the equation, but it will also let you create two half rectangle triangles for every shape you make.
Okay.
So you can make right or left slant, and I've made a whole bunch of them just to show you. So right means they go from bottom left to top right.
Okay.
Left means they go from top left to bottom right.
Fair enough.
So if you imagine the sides of a mountain, that's what you're looking at. So I've deliberately made both, so you can see.
This isn't a bad idea to play around when you get it at home using scrap fabric.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll go through the method very quickly, but you can see you've got a variety of sizes as well. So we're not just limited to one size, we are decreasing in size.
So
and we've
these
got
are
a
all
total
from
of
that one
7.
ruler? Wow.
You can make 7 different sized half rectangle triangles, which is just phenomenal, because you can use them, as you can see from the bag, you can create pinwheels, you can create arrows, a chain. The chain is a fabulous one for borders on quilts.
Fabulous.
It's really useful.
These are gorgeous, and it gets a different look depending on the different fabrics that you're working with.
Absolutely.
Incidentally, the blush fabric that you're seeing in the pieces that Suzie is working with, we will give you the details of that because it's been a very popular one during this hour. Half metre, it's lovely, soft pink, beautiful one to work with. It's only £3.79, and we've got lots of different colours with regards to that same weight of fabric, so you will find all sorts of colours. So if you do need a solid fabric for any occasion, any project you're working on, you can rest assured that we will have something that will suit here, as you can see, we're using the blush is a perfect one. So there you go, like that. Nice combinations. Thank you.
That's all right. So I thought we'd use our ruler to cut the sizes we need.
Okay.
It tells you exactly what to do. So you're going to cut one rectangle from 2 contrasting fabrics. I might as well cut them at the same time. And it doesn't matter which way up you cut them to start with, but going forward it will. So I'm going to cut a 2.5 by 5 inch rectangle, which is super easy with my perfect 5 because I can just cut up that side and cut along this side. And there we go, I've got my rectangle. The next stage is really critical.
Okay.
If you want to do right slant, you have your, I'm going to look at the pretty fabric here. Oh, how lucky was that? Look at that. You want to put your fabrics right side up. Now, obviously with a plain, it doesn't matter, which is why I swapped to show you this one. If you want to do right slant, then it's right side up. If you're doing left slant, it's right side down.
Okay.
So if you've got a pattern fabric, I suggest you have that one looking at you so you know you're working the right way round.
Beautiful.
So we're going to do a right slant. So I want my fabric looking at me, right side up, and I'm going to cut that in half. Now I can use the side of my half rectangle trim tool to do that because it is a Creative Grids ruler. It's got non-slip 1/4 inch edge, and I can just put it in the middle and cut it diagonally in half. So that gives me my 2 pieces I'm working with. The first thing we're going to do is do that really clever thing that Creative Grids do with their specialist rulers, and they notch things so we haven't got to think about 1/4 inches. We're not going to get little points snagged in our feed dogs. So on the ruler, you've, by the way, if you do lose your booklet, all the measurements for your cutting are on the ruler anyway.
Oh, okay.
It's not a major headache.
And it's nice as well because it gives you the finished size as well, so you know, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got step A, and it's got 2 lines, and I'm going to line those up with the very point of my isosceles triangle. And when the sides of the fabric meet those lines, you know you're in the right place. And it is a tiddly tiny little bit that you're cutting off.
But it saves time later,
But it's
doesn't it? Yeah.
easy. Then you're going to switch the ruler around to B and do exactly the same, and you'll notice it's a slightly different angle because it's going on to the other point. It's not the 90-degree corner, we're using the points at this juncture.
All the points.
And then we're going to start sewing. So all we're going to do is flip those fabrics. Now, we want it to end up looking like that.
Lovely.
So if I flip them, having cut those points off, can you see how well they align?
It kind of shows you where it has to sit before you sew, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't have to think about it.
I don't even have to hold it with a clip if I don't want to. The bigger ones I would. This size is okay. It's a 1/4 inch seam, so make sure you're sewing at a 1/4 inch.
Fabulous. The ruler is proving to be very, very popular, I have to say. Lots of you taking advantage of this one. Lots of you been taking advantage of this one. Sold out in August. That was the last time that we saw it. So if you did miss out on it, now is your opportunity. But many of you watched the demonstrations during the course of the show. You can still shop for this one after the hour, but how many we will have left at the end of it, I really don't know. And this is a brilliant one to go for. Lots of you getting involved with this one, so do not miss out on it. It's a bit of a tricky one to actually see all the markings on. If I pop the blush fabric behind you, you might be able to see them a little better. But when you've got it at home, it's much easier for you to actually see all the markings that are on there. And many of the tutorials that you're talking about, we've actually got in that booklet as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I'm just pressing the seam open so that I've got a nice flat seam, and that's important for this next stage. Now remember, this was a right slant cut, and now we come to the part of the ruler that says right slant trimming.
Okay.
So this is the point where you have to remember what size it was I started with, and it does always look like you've got far too much fabric and you've wasted so much. But if you start cutting down on fabric sizes, it ruins the sort of straightness of Guys, so put up with the fact you're going to lose a bit.
You
I
just
see
use
it
it as
as
stuffing.
I see it as stuffing for my pin cushions and cushions.
You'll use it for something.
So because I started with a 2.5 by 5 inch rectangle, I'm going to have a finished half rectangle triangle of 1.5 by 3 inches. So I'm going to line up my diagonal line with my seam.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to make sure that the 1.5 by 3 inch box is lying on my fabric within the fabric measurements.
Yep.
And I'm going to make the first cut on my right hand side and along the top. I can then use my rotating cutting mat to turn myself around. I can if I don't.
Wonderful. $32.99 incidentally if you do want to shop for the rotating cutting mat, which is on the website.
I then move so that my cut line is still where it along that 1.5 by 3 inch position. My seam line is still underneath that black line, and then I can remove the other two sides, and that gives me my finished perfect 1.5 by 3 inch half rectangle triangle.
Spot on.
So I can then use, and you'll notice that it leaves you that 1/4 inch gap.
Yes, yeah.
Which means that when you stitch them together to do your chains or your pinwheels, you're going to get that beautiful point-to-point system.
And this is brilliant. I mean, you've got on the back here, you kind of see those rectangles. And this is the beauty of when you stitch the fabrics together, depends on how you put them together, because you can either put them together vertically, as you can see on this section here, or horizontally when you see them there. But they look different. I love that it's almost like an elongated pinwheel that you created, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it, absolutely. And the elements that we're seeing down the side here, is this the chain that you're talking about?
So that's the chain. So in the pattern, you're going to cut them the smaller scale half rectangle triangles, and it's depending on how you arrange your right slant and left slant, gives you that chain effect, which is why I said that's a really nice one to have in your quilting block knowledge for borders, because just a single line of that as a border looks amazing.
Yeah, if I fold it back like that to try and mimic it.
Yeah,
it almost looks like a twist.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
candy twist.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not holding it very well to the camera.
But you could do it big scale for a table runner. Or a wall hanging as well, or just down the centre of a quilt. So if you've got fabrics left over, as we were saying before, when you're piecing a back and you've only got little bits of fabric left over, you could make half rectangle triangles and do that as your piece down the middle, and then you can use normal width fabric rather than your extra wide fabrics either side without having to have a join.
Yes.
It's got a feature to it as well.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's a really useful bit of kit that you didn't think you needed, but believe me, you do.
I think the sign of knowing that you need it is when you've got it, would you part with it? And that's usually the thing.
Not.
Once you've got it, the only regret is that you didn't get it sooner quite often, isn't it? Can I very, very quickly tell you about some of those beautiful floral fabrics? Because I know lots of you have been going for them. Obviously, we saw the one that got the oriental theme with the pheasants on there and the chrysanthemums as well. I've already done those ones. So just to show you some of the others, very speedy, quickly. You can see here we've got large, beautiful blooms. Everybody's loving their big florals today.
Oh, but they are so vibrant. I think as we're heading into that dark and dingy time, now the clocks have gone back.
Absolutely.
It's nice to have bright colours. I mean,
have those long evenings, aren't we?
I mean, chrysanthemums for me are autumn and Christmas anyway.
Yes, yeah.
And to have a cushion, just one cushion in your front room, or in my case, in my workroom, it just brightens the place in those dingy hours.
Very, very quickly, moving on to the next one now. This one is DHUI25. Maybe a little bit more of a pastel theme, would you say, with this one? I don't know.
Still very vibrant.
Love that purple in there. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's like a massive... Are they peonies? They look
I think they are peonies, yeah. But again, they've got that oriental feel, haven't they?
Really lovely.
We are
but
calling
again, you
this
can pick out so many different solids to go with it.
Nice one for your fussy cutting as well.
Absolutely.
If you want to do some oblique, you've got some real choice within that one.
Yeah.
Next one that we've got, and we've got two fabrics now that have got a very much an oriental feel to them. And this one is lovely because it's kind of got the goldfish featuring in it, which the lovely kind of look like, is it an acacia leaf that we've got with it? I'm not too sure if that's it. Something along those lines.
Almost maple.
So, yeah. We've called it a maple leaf, but I'm not sure.
I think my Japanese Acer is.
That's the Acer.
Yeah.
Acer.
Yeah.
That's the word. That's
And
the
then the
one.
goby fish.
Isn't that beautiful with a gorgeous goldfish in there as well? And the last one that we've got, again, please excuse, I'll tidy these up after we've finished, but we've not got a lot of time left. This one's lovely. This one's almost got like a clamshell look to it.
I was thinking fans. Look at that.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That is, that would be great. If you bought more than one unit, you can make a kimono out of that. How
That'd be
cool
lovely.
would that be?
Now we're actually calling this one floral fans. That's like red lorry, yellow lorry, isn't it? To get my tongue around that one. But yeah, clamshells are because they're a kind of a style of quilting. So yeah.
But
Beautiful.
clamshells are a shape that, if you're an EPPer, can be quite tricky
Yes.
to baste and put together. So if you want to do faux EPP
Brilliant
with that, what you could do is make your. I mean, Jenny's fat quarter
Just her patterns, yeah.
basket would be lovely in that. And instead of doing it as EPP, you could quilt as you go, stitch onto your wadding or whatever you're using around the fan shape to highlight it.
Faux quilting.
And then you could say, yes, I've EPP'd it.
Nobody would ever know. Another weightier fabric that we've got for you, it's got this lovely kind of watercolour print on this one. This one's more of a canvas, so I don't know what we're actually calling this particular one. We've got an item number on this one. I can't see a sticker.
I've lost mine.
But this one is more of a canvas weight fabric, so really pretty. Nice if you want something a little sturdier as well, so absolutely beautiful if you're wanting to work with this. Is this the one that you use for the triangle?
It is, yeah.
Oh, it didn't look that way to you when you were working with it. I was frantically trying to find it when you were working.
And it works really well with our quilting cottons.
Because those are just two different weights of fabric.
Totally, but it presses the same, it cuts the same, it's beautiful. But I think that would make an absolutely beautiful laundry bag, drawstring laundry bag.
Nice.
Because it's just so
lovely.
Pretty.
Really pretty. Do not miss out on any of those fabrics. And don't forget, we have got the blush as well. So if you want the blush, that is available on the show as well. Brilliant value for me, $3.99 I think that was as well. So yeah, do not miss out though. Do not miss out on that brand new Perfect 5 rule. Lots of you have been taking advantage of that particular one. And this one is just $18.99. It's the latest addition in the ruler range to us here at Sewing Street. Lots of you have got this in your basket. Make sure you are checking your baskets out. I know lots of them are winging their ways to brand new homes, and I cannot wait to see what you create with those. So do take advantage of those. We've had a fabulous day today, I have to say. Suzie, have you enjoyed yourself?
I have had an absolutely brilliant day. Yeah.
Mission accomplished then.
Yeah,
that's what we like. Susie's going to be back with us, obviously, hopefully sooner rather than later.
I am here quite a lot this week, so people will be sick of me this week. I'm here on Thursday with a new range of tools.
Oh, okay, right.
Which I'm very excited about. And I'm always excited about everything, but they are some really exciting tools with this one. And then I'm back in on Friday with the new Liberty launch, which is seriously exciting.
Definitely want to tune in for
really
that one.
excited about that one.
But that's us chatting about next week. But what have we got coming up in the next 24 hours? I hear you cry. Well, let me tell you, we have got a fabulous day ahead of us tomorrow. I don't know who your presenter is tomorrow to take you through the day, but 8 a.m. Oh, we think it might be Rebecca. So 8 a.m. kicking things off with a lighting showcase. So with native lighting. So that's going to be a useful one. Sussex Seamstress is in tomorrow, and we've got the Glind waistcoat. I hope I said that correctly with Jane Green. Sewing room tools coming up at 10 o'clock, and then we are back with Jane between 11 and 12. And then, oh my word, 2 words for you at 12 o'clock, Tula Pink. Oh my word. What a day tomorrow. So that is the key thing. I mean, thank you for your company today. They're going to be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Today was just a kind of a different way of starting the day because of the clocks changing. And if you haven't changed your clocks yet, you better get those organised because it's going to throw everything out. And I've got to go back and get my oven sorted out, if you excuse the expression, because the clocks are going to be all over the place. Suzie, thank you again. So informative, so much. And do check out Suzie Suzie on social media. Make sure you come back and see the shows. And if you have just joined us, on the website, we've still got some of those clearance deals from this morning. Many of them did sell out. And of course, you have the lovely Jenny Jackson here as well with foundation piecing and English paper piecing. Fabulous day. I'm going to say goodbye to you. I'm due to see you next week on Saturday. I'll see you next week. Bye for now.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done.